Hi everybody, hi sailing fans. We have a real treat for you today. This is the first ever Star Sailors League City Grand Slam. We are right slap bang in the middle of Hamburg on the Lake Ulster behind us, and it's a small area and we have about 100 stars about to compete over the next 5 days. Now we're about to go into race number 1, and standing on the dock with us is Robert Staniek and Fritjof Kleen, former world champs. Come in, gentlemen, nice to see you.
Hello.
And Robert and Frida, as he's known, are members of this beautiful club here. What are we looking at today, Robert? It's grey, it's a little blowy, tricky. What are we going to see?
Yeah, I think at least we're going to see 10 knots, which is a nice middle wind. So I think we're going to get in a few good races today.
And Frida, how punchy are you feeling today? You're normally very positive.
Yes, I'm very positive, very aggressive, because it is all about the lanes here, getting the right shift. So watch out, we will be ready.
Watch out.
Bruno Prada, you should be ready.
Okay, fighting talk, we love that. And Robert, just kind of give us an insight into the game plan of how to win. We're going in 3 groups of around 30, because it's a small area. What sort of game plan are you thinking?
It counts from the first race on, so if you want to go into the top 10 on the final day, you really have to perform from the first race on. Yeah. And I think it's probably kind of blitz chess, so it's quick decisions, tight racing, not big lanes like in Bacardi or the World, so it's going to be a very, very quick game.
Blitz chess, I like that, Frida.
Yeah, but I'm very bad in chess, so I hope Robert is good, and then we have a chance.
All right, gentlemen, very much good luck. I know you're prepping and just about to leave the dock, so thank you kindly. We also caught up yesterday with a whole bunch of sailors, including the reigning world champion, Augie Diaz, all the way over here from Miami.
I feel very fortunate about winning the Worlds, but to me, I'm not dwelling on that. I really look forward to future start events, and this looks to be a very interesting event here in Hamburg.
Very shifty place here. All locals say it's super shifty, and watching the wind yesterday on the water, 90-degree shifts, and today there's been spots of absolute glassy wind and 6-8 knots on the other side.
Classic guy, a bit like me, we are more consistent in the classic wind and more offshore. So it's going to be a good battle to see if we can this time be in front of George and Patrick.
It's not just going on one leg 10 minutes and then 10 minutes on the other leg, but you have to play the shifts and look around, and also downwind. It's very interesting to sail here. This will be a lovely event, I think.
Well, here we are in the beautiful NRV Sailing Club in northern Germany in Hamburg. I'm here with Kathleen Tock and Tyler Bjorn, co-commentators during the week, and it's a real pleasure to be here. I'm sorry for the slight delay in transmitting. We had some issues with power and live stream, but we're good to go now. We've got Virtual Eye up and running. Yeah. We've got trackers on the boats. We've got our America's Cup camera out there with Shane and Louis. And we've just seen race number 1. Kathleen, how did that go?
Yeah, that was a very interesting racing. We talked about this very typical lake racing. The boat that led around the race course was Luke Lawrence and Ian Coleman, the young American team, who were just 3rd at the World's. 5th at the World's.
I feel like singing young David Bowie
2 weeks
style.
ago. But it was the top 5 were very close, and you could see the angles on the water were so drastically different. Boats would be on the same tack, and then somebody would get a big shift or a big blast, and they'd be headed up, and then they'd be in the lead. So you had to definitely keep your wits about you on the upwind legs. But we had the young Americans finish first, followed by the French, Xavier Rohar and Alexis Pierre-Ponce. And in third were our German friends, Robert and Frida. So go the Neudeutscher Verein. And our winner from the last two SSLs, George Szabo and Patrick Ducamon from Switzerland, they finished in fourth. So that's a good start to the day for all those guys.
Okay, just to explain, we have 100 boats here in Hamburg for the first ever City Grand Slam. They've split them up into 3 fleets. So we've got a yellow, red and blue fleet, and the yellows are going to do 2 races. We're just on 1, and we're going to fly out virtually and just get a bit of geography to see where we are, and we'll be rejoining race number 2 in a minute. There's the city of Hamburg and the River Elbe and a huge port to the left, and we're flying down to the NRV Yacht Club. It was burned down a couple of years ago. It's one of the oldest in Germany, and they've built this beautiful building, and we'll have a little feature on that later. And there we see the race course on the Alster, this tributary of the Elbe. It was dammed up over 1,000 years ago. I mean, it's been the hub of Hamburg for a very long time. There we can see 30-something boats schmilling around, some just coming down towards the finish of race number 1. And you can see the kind of course area that the race officer, Klaus Lama, has to play with. It's not far. They've got 600 meters or so between top and bottom. Out on the racetrack, we have our on-water commentator, Mr. Louis Habib, none other, famous sailing journalist. And let's see if we can patch in with Louis for the feeling out there on the water, Louis.
Yes, hello there, diggers. I have to say it was quite tense, that first start, but Lawrence and Coleman got a cracking start over on the committee boat end, and that certainly put them in good stead for the first half of the race. But then we did see the cream rise to the top as well. We had definitely Rohart and Ponso. They looked very comfortable indeed. And also Negri and Lambertanghi looked in good shape as well. But it's really tight out on the lake, and that great start from Lawrence and Coleman. The French came back. They got the right side of a shift. We got Mr. Szabo and the Duke come over, and he's saying something to me. I'm not sure what. I'll just ask. What's up, George? I'll just put that over. Basically, George is saying they actually had a collision before the start, which means he made a new German friend, he's telling me.
Oh dear.
I can see the duct tape on the starboard side of the boat. And yeah, so an interesting start, George, and this is close combat, isn't it?
It's a lot of work.
It's
a lot of work. It's a lot of wind shifts, and I don't think we needed all 4 laps to find out who was ahead.
He's saying a lot of work, a lot of wind shifts. So it really is. You know, I heard that description of a game of chess, and it certainly is out here. One wind shift, one puff can make all the difference. Yeah, it's exciting racing, I have to say. In the middle of a city as well, quite unusual. But I have to say it's a completely different setup to Nassau. But we're looking forward to the next race and hoping to give you some good pictures. But one puff, one wind shift can decide it.
Thanks, Louis. Well, we're looking at the live picture now of the committee boat on Lake Ulster, right in the middle of Lake Ulster, and right behind there, the copper-towered building is the town hall, I believe, where we were yesterday for the opening function. So this incredible lake, slap bang in the middle of Hamburg, and we can see the committee boat there about to go into sequence. and around 30 boats all schmilling around. Now we're going to be racing over the next 5 days. It's rather interesting. Each fleet will have 2 races per day, and you just heard that they're doing 4 laps, up, down, up, down, up, down, and finish. And it's taking them around 35 minutes to 40 minutes to complete a course. And as George Xavier was saying, you don't need 4 laps to figure out who's going to win this one. Pretty exciting, very unusual for the sailors. There was a really good buzz in the boat park yesterday as we went round and chatted to people. They were pretty excited to be racing in the middle of Hamburg for this SSL City Grand Slam, the first ever City Grand Slam. And if you're new to the whole Star Sailors League, the concept is very much based on the ATP tennis tour, where you have championships on clay and grass and hard court and the rest of it. We have championships on a lake, in the city, at sea, and then the final we've had over the last 3 years in beautiful Nassau in the Bahamas. Yeah. Tyler Bjorn, former Canadian Olympic representative in the star class. You've been with us for the past few championships. Here we are in the city, and it's going to be interesting. We've got a little breeze today, which is quite cool. Yesterday was warm and sunny and spring-like. It's a bit grayer today, but we believe that we're going to get all kinds of conditions.
Well, I think the big thing is going to be catching the puffs today. The crews and the skippers as well, but the crews got to find those puffs coming down the track, because I think if you can get that first puff, as probably what we saw in the first race, you can get that quick cross, a quick lead, and once you get a lead, it's almost like the Monaco Grand Prix. Once you get in the front, it's hard to pass.
Okay, getting in the front. So the starts are going to be absolutely crucial, as they always are in sailboat racing, fleet boat racing. But I would say even more crucial here. You can get ahead of somebody, and that's kind of game over. If you're in the back row, that's game over too. What we'll try to do, Kathleen, in the next race is replay the start and go halfway up the beat. We'll have a look at a start replay. So the boats are in sequence. I see the Blue Peter up. We're under 4 minutes. Must be 3 minutes or so. Ben from Virtual Eye, you can tell us how long to the start approximately. 3 minutes. And there's our virtual view over the city of Hamburg and our Lake Ulster slap bang in the middle.
Well, it really is amazing when you see this racetrack here.
Yeah.
Seeing it in such a small little place, but then you get the city so close with all the, I guess, the obstacles for the wind to make it even trickier. But like always, it's always the same for everybody. Everybody has to deal with the same conditions, and I think actually moving the teams around too, 30 boats per group mixes it up a little bit.
Well, Klaus Lama, who is the principal race officer on board that race boat there, the committee boat, he's the CEO of the NRV club here and the race officer, and he was telling me yesterday that, if you open a window, if you see a window opening, that indicates a wind shift. So it's incredibly tricky on lakes, but there are some guys who specialize in this, and this hopefully will see some different people at the top going through and winning the $40,000 prize pot, top prize at the end of the week on Saturday.
Yeah.
With the lake sailing, it's not so much a speed game here. It's tactical. It's looking up for the puffs. And when we talk about seeing the puffs, it's when you see the dark water that indicates that there's more wind. So wherever you see dark color, that's where you want to be going. But it's such a short race course. If you're on the right side, in a course like this, you can't really get to that side if you're not on it to begin.
So 1 minute to go. We've just seen the Blue Peter drop. 1 minute to go. I think we'll join Loué Habib and use a bit of virtual eye as well as the boats swing around and jostle for position. Loué, it's going to be a thrilling start here.
Yes, Diggers, it certainly looks that way. Wind conditions are about the same. Maybe you've gone a little bit lighter. We're probably in about 8 knots of breeze. Can see a German sail number there. He's very, very close to the line, 8311. This is going to be a very competitive start, and there's already some boats that are going to be round the wrong side of the committee boat. Big pile up at the committee boat end. That's where a lot of boats are. I can see a lot of German red stars up at this end, and that seemed to pay on that first race. Getting to the windward side, getting in clear air is all important. There we go, there's the start, X-rays up. That's individual recall. There's a couple of boats know they're over. So yeah, the French do look good, and so do Lawrence and Coleman. They've had another cracking start there. In a good position. Very short course this, about 600 metres. But we've already got some boats that infringed there and have had to go back. Has gone a little bit lighter. I'd say it's down to about 6 or 7 knots. But this is a much more competitive start than the last one. And we got one lead boat there that's tacked all the way over to the right. But the Rohart and Ponso and Lawrence and Coleman, who did well in that first race, are certainly doing well in this second race. Over on the left-hand side, nearest those beautiful cathedral steeples, they look down on the tack. I think they're the wrong side of the shift. So at the moment, I'd say Rohart and Ponso have got fantastic speed over here on the right-hand side, and I would say they won that start. We have got some interesting action going over here on the right-hand side. We have a Netherlands sail number. That's Allard and Gianni. They've decided to go over to the right-hand side, and so have the Swedish gone over to the right-hand side. That's Crook and Lundgren. But right over here on the right, we have another German team. I'll have to come back to you on who that is. But I think it's dum-de-dum. Let's have a look. I'll have to come back to you on that one. You can see it on virtual anyway. But great start from Rohart from Rohart and Ponso. But also a cracking start from Schoenfeld and Ottenjeger here on the right-hand side. But I think they've gone massively right here. My money here is on Xavier Rohart and Ponso making this top mark first. We'll see how it pans out. Meantime, I think you've got a lovely picture there. Back to the studio, Diggers.
Thank you, Louis. We're getting a bit of virtual eye, and there we're seeing.
Okay, so again, it's always going to be tricky.
Yep.
In this kind of conditions, just because you just don't know where the puffs really are going to hit first. I think when we look at the left side, there's still some others that look far behind. But I mean, if you get that one shift goes a little bit to the left, boom, you can take the lead.
And
that first shift, but it's more that first leg of getting where you sit.
And the boats that have been in front here, they really haven't been going out to the edges as much. They've been tacking a lot more than we'd see in some of the other racing because they're on the lake. So you don't have people banging the corners. They're definitely going tack, tack, tack up the middle, trying to stay in the puffs. And right there you can see the French have been lifted in a nice puff, followed by the Germans in 118 behind. They have an incredible angle to the right, which means they're getting closer to the windward mark faster. But that puff, you just see in the French, it didn't last. They were hiking, and now they're inside the boat, which means you can tell there's a drop in pressure. And you're going to be seeing the crews going in and out today. It's actually really exhausting.
Well, it's got to be the good feeling when you get that puff and you know that you kind of look around, no one else has got that puff that you have. Sort of your solo little, your personal puff, as you can see the French kind of getting a little bit in the beginning.
Xavier Rohart, Pierre-Alexis Ponceau in bow number 4. They've got the bibs on for the ranking, or their best ranking. Xavier best ranked first on the Star Sailors League, and Pierre-Alexis best ranked second. Looking around, ready to tack. We saw just through the shots the top mark, and they're pretty much near the ley line, the top ley line.
No, there you go. The left-hand boat coming in. We haven't really talked about those guys, but right there.
And right now their angle's a lot better than the boats coming in from the other side. Seekamp and Schotte, they've got a really high angle there, and if they can hold it to the windward mark, they'll probably be rounding in the front. But the puffs don't last that long here.
And back to our live shot if we could. There we go. We're now looking, we're on the right-hand side looking up towards that top mark.
Yeah, it's close. And again,
it's close.
It's going to be interesting how the rankings really change throughout the week, because I think there's going to be some bad races for some of the guys that are our favorites to be in the final hunt. So it'll be interesting to see how they recover in some of these situations, because when you're in the back, it's going to be hard to change.
Okay, now we can see the two top marks, the top mark and the spreader mark, two big orange buoys. First boat going around. Kathleen?
It's really interesting in the top mark here, the fact that they're still going upwind, going to the offset mark. Usually, normally that's supposed to be a reach. So that's definitely changing the game here quite a bit. There's a lot of play. Now you can see just the French, Rohart and Ponceau coming around, and people having to tack around the second mark. They don't usually do that. And then you've got Benamati, the Italian, coming around in fourth. He had a good first race in fifth, so he's been pretty consistent. And we see some of the other yellow stars, which means they're world champions. They were also in the lead in the first race. So they've got to get around the top mark in the top 10, or they're going to have a really hard time making it into the top 5 at the end of this race. But you can see the wind has really dropped here at the windward mark, which is making for some confusion coming
big
around.
Pile up round there, Louis.
Yes, absolutely. As pointed out there, the breeze is definitely dying just a little bit. There's plenty of breeze to work with, but as you get to this top mark, you get under these trees on the bank, and the wind is definitely less as they come to the top mark, and that's caused that compression up here. So we are sailing on a lake which with a course only 600 meters wide, so that's all to remember. But there's definitely less pressure at this top mark, and it's caused by the trees and the high buildings that are behind it. It's just got a little bit of shelter from the main area, and this is, stay tuned. This is what's going to be going on. We're going to see places moving around for the whole of this championship, that's for sure.
What a sight, Louis. I mean, it looks like a complete raft up there. We saw pretty much 20 boats simultaneously going around that top mark, the first top mark rounding. Rather extraordinary. Did you hear much argy-bargy and shouting going on?
No, they're all being extremely well behaved. Obviously, they haven't been put too much sugar in their coffee this morning. There was no problem at all. I mean, in fact, we had George Zaber come up, and he's had a proper collision with that boat. He's had to tape up, and I'll be honest, Diggers, I didn't even see it. So, they're having to remain calm because they know it's going to be, an absolute fight around these marks on this lake. It's hand-to-hand combat, but this is only the start of it. It's only race 2.
Well, you can see
it's got
Tyler,
a lot lighter, Diggers.
Excuse me. Thanks, Louis. You can see, Tyler, if you can just squeeze out the front of the pack, you're in happy days and clear air.
Yeah, well, clear is going to be key too. But again, as you watch here, you can see even with Stanjay, you just get a puff. And sometimes these puffs, weird enough, you get your personal puffs, right? Even though you're right beside a guy, you may not even get a piece of that. So it's going to be tricky. There's going to be a lot of frustration, opportunities out there to lose it, as you say. But you just got to be calm, and look, you have 4 laps, right?
Okay. So Rohart and Ponceau now taking the virtual lead line. Seekamp and Shatter, who were round the top first, just slightly behind. And if we pull out wider, Ben, from Virtual Eye, we can see over to the left, it looked like our former world champs were taking the left-hand side down the track. Staniak and Clean, the furthest left-hand boat. So they're gunning for a bit of clear air down there and seeing how that goes, and that could pay off for them.
Well, look, there's always a bit of a gamble too, especially on a day like today when we have a very it's shifty, it's puffy. It looks like in the forecast we're going to have better conditions tomorrow with a little more consistency. But right here, you just got to keep your fingers crossed and keep going.
Well, there's Robert Staniak on the helm of this boat, bow number 5, Frida. Fritjof Clean, who was very confident this morning. This is their home club. They've raced here for many years and represented the club, and they're looking around. Oh, it's eyes everywhere, isn't it? And very calm on board. These guys know the lake. They know the conditions here, and they're very smoothly taking it down towards the bottom mark. 4 laps of this track's quite a bit. They don't really need to do 4, but they want the races to last between 35 and 40 minutes long.
And sometimes when you have courses that are this short and you're going around so many times, you often actually forget what leg you're on. You'll come around the Lure Gate and you'll try to remember I'm on the 4th or the 3rd and which way am I going now. So because you're in the thick of things and you're just concentrating on what's at hand and then losing track of how many times you've gone around it.
I know you think you kind of hope you don't forget that kind of stuff, but it does happen, especially when you're trying to keep track. It'll be interesting to see on the virtual eye about what happens as we go upwind. How far off does each guy or other boats go on each side of the course? That you got to keep a little bit of an eye on them, but like you said, you just got to keep your track of.
I have to say, I quite like the shorter course. It's good. There's more action, more
Definitely
mark
more
action,
action.
more chances of overtaking. It's pretty cool. I haven't seen George Szabo and Patrick Ducomont. They've won the Lake Grand Slam and last year, which was rather interesting in Switzerland.
George had a nice start. He was doing quite well on the first leg, and then just as you get to the top part of that cone, as we've talked many times, it becomes suffocating. And George kind of lost his little breeze. And
there's Luke Lawrence and Ian Coleman just going around, the youngsters. We're going to call them youngsters. We've officially declared that under 30 is youngsters, and Luke is in fact trying to set up a world championship, a youth world championship in the Star, which is really, really exciting. And we'll talk to him later and get the full story of that. But that's a great thing for the Star class and the Star Sailors League. So good on Luke.
There's a lot of actually, as we'll call them the youngsters, under 30 here. There's a couple Canadian, or at least one Canadian kid, Josh Revkin, another American.
There's a young Italian team as well from Lake Como.
Yeah, exactly. So it's interesting how there starts to be a little sort of new blood coming into the fleet, just developed more so from the SSL.
Yeah, and one of the reasons for so many older sailors in the Star class is the fact that it's always been veteran, exactly. The class that has attracted the legends, the people. They've won an Olympic medal in the laser class or the fin class, and then the pinnacle of sailboat racing is to win a medal in the Star class. So they're usually 30 years old by the time they get into this class. So it's great to see some of these young guys out here trying to duke it out with people who have much more experience than them.
So Rohart and Ponceau striking out into the lead. They've got some clear air now, and I would say, no, I'm not going to say that actually. I would say, you know what I was about to say, but anything could happen on this racetrack in the middle of Hamburg with all the buildings surrounding us and all the crazy wind shifts going on. It is going to take pure skill to win this. I mean, it's
you got to be on your toes, right?
You got to be on your toes.
You got to be able to do your quick reaction, your quick tacks. Just to I mean, you can do it's almost, we'll call them a double tack, just to get into that puff that could be 50 yards, 20 yards away from you, just to make sure you get in the breeze. I mean, we look at Rohart; he doesn't look as fast as sort of Lawrence and Coleman. So you just got to go just quick cover.
And sometimes we say you don't want to tack too much because tacking slows you down. You're not moving. You're changing direction. But in short courses on lakes, it's actually more advantageous to tack to stay into the wind and stay closer to your competition. You don't want to get too far away from the top guys because they could get a shift or a puff on the opposite side, and you're not taking advantage of it.
Well, and we'll see some pretty dramatic angles for when you tack, just to go from it and get on that huge lift. Just for, even if it's for 10 seconds, I mean, the amount you can gain distance-wise, 10 seconds on a 30-degree shift is huge.
Well, and these boats are heavy, so if they get a puff, they're going to carry that momentum longer than the puff lasts. So that helps out too.
Yeah, and Rohart's pretty solid hit on Lawrence, keeping him back. And you got Jack Jennings is coming up from behind with Phil Trinter, another veteran crew.
Great crew.
Great crew.
From America.
I think he sailed with McCausland. He sailed with Kayard.
He sailed with all the great skippers.
Yeah, so he you don't talk about him much because he hasn't really been in the scene very often. But when you talk about historical crews, he sort of really comes into the college football player. Used to be 300-pound man, so he was quite large.
So out on the water, Louet, at the moment virtualized, telling us that the French team of Xavier Rohart, Pierre Alexis Ponceau are leading by a few meters over the Germans, Seekamp and Chateau, with Lawrence and Coleman behind. Louet, as they go around that top mark, we'll let you talk us through it.
Yes, well, what I can tell you is that the breeze is back up again. It's probably got up about 2 knots, and you can actually see at that gate. Just behind it, there's some glassy water. But at the moment, the breeze has filled back in. And we saw that on the last leg, on the last downwind leg. And you could see Xavier Rohart and Pierre-Alexis Ponceau change gear quicker than the German team that were in front of them. And that's what you're looking at in these sort of conditions. You've got to spot, you've got to basically see those conditions about to change, preempt it, and change gear. That includes changing settings and also the balance of the boat. But at the moment, it's definitely Rohart and Ponceau rounding that top mark, probably about 2 or 3 boat lengths ahead of a German team. In fact, 2 German teams that are a little bit too far away for me to pick out. And then we've got Lawrence and Coleman, the young team from the States that did so well in the Worlds. And they're definitely come out of the blocks fighting. We've got a little pack of other German boats here on the right-hand side. But I can see an Italian Gold Star, but I think that's Benamati and Ambrosini that's there in the mix as well. So changing gear is all important, even if it's moving 2 or 3 knots. But I have to say, at the moment, Lawrence and Coleman, they've had 2 good starts. They've got into clear air. They've got the pace to hold their lane. And okay, they're not winning, but you know, this is all about the qualifying rounds to make that top 30. You've got to make the top third of the boats competing. So there's certainly a little bit more space here, and we've got better pressure at the top mark, which is means that the fleet aren't compressing anything like it as before. But everyone behaving there. But just see there, we've got 2 boats just had a massive gust just as they were coming into that top mark, and that can definitely change the angle of the dangle, as we say, coming in. But the boats are a little bit better spread out on this second upwind leg, and at the moment, all I could say is that I think the performers for me at the moment are Lawrence and Coleman. I think they're doing exceptionally well. But anyway, I hope you're getting some lovely pictures. We can see some waterfalls in the distance with all these cathedrals. It's a fantastic sight. We just like a bit more sunshine, Diggers. But back to you in the studio.
Well, hopefully we'll get a bit more sun tomorrow. It was glorious yesterday, a glorious sunny spring day. But at least we have some breeze, and at least we're racing. We do have a lot of racing in store over the next 5 days. Yes. So we effectively we're going to have 3 fleets, each doing 2 races. So once these guys finish, they're done for the day. They go in, and then we have the blue fleet come out. This is the yellow fleet. Then we have the blue fleet, and then the red fleet. And the idea is that, you know, they could not get 100 boats racing at the same time on this pretty small race area. So in the 5-day championship, the SSL City Grand Slam, we are going to have 4 days where everybody is racing, and hopefully they'll all get 2 races each per day. And then on Saturday's going to be crunch time. It's the top 30 go through for 1 race, and then they start trimming down and eliminating each other into the quarterfinals, where we'll see the top 10, and then the semi-finals with the 7, and the finals with the 4. Now, if you win this round robin, as it were, over the next 4 days, if you're the top boat, you get an automatic pass to the final. So there's a huge incentive in all these races to come out top. And if you're second, you get a pass to the semi-final. So a slightly new wrinkle conjured up by the sailors and the Star Sailors League. Bit of fun, quite interesting, but it gives them real incentive, not just to qualify for the cut-offs, but to actually win all the time. And finally, you know, we have a big prize pot, 100, 200,000 US dollars. The top prize is 40,000 US dollars. It's about the same in Swiss francs, I believe. 40,000 bucks for top prize is pretty good in sailing. And so far, George Szabo has won 2 of these top prizes. He won in Nassau in December, and then he won last year in
the Grand Slam
Switzerland in Grandson. So George Szabo is the danger man. You know, he's the one to watch, and he's turned up, and you know, he's feisty, he's confident, he likes light winds. He's sailing with Patrick Ducomont from Switzerland, a lake sailing specialist.
Yep.
And those two, even though they don't speak the same language, they've conjured up, you know, words that they can use together. But they seem to be a fantastic pairing, and they are ones to watch, I think, in this City Grand Slam.
I think one interesting aspect for the teams is not necessarily all the discussion, but to give the reaction time. You both got to be you got to be on the same page, because when you do get these shifts, you got to attack. So you can't sort of say, okay, let's ready. Are you ready to attack? No, you got to go. So you have to be on the same page, thinking alike. So the language barrier could not maybe play as big a factor as we think.
Okay. Okay.
And a lot of these teams have actually been sailing together for quite some time, years in fact. You have Rohart and Ponceau, the Polish team, Augie Diaz, Bruno Prada. They're teams that have been sailing together for more than 5 years. And once you've sailed together for a long time, there isn't as much talking needed on the boat. You can tell when the skipper gets quiet that they're going to go, or you understand each other. And so you might be talking about tactics, but the teams that have more time in the boat together, they just have a sense of what's going on, and sometimes words aren't needed.
Yeah.
But when things get very condensed at windward mark roundings and things like that, that's when the language factor does come into play. You have some unexpected things, and you have to do things right away, and there you could have a problem. Also, talking to other boats who might not speak English. English is usually the language in sailboat racing, but if you have another boat coming in and you're trying to talk to them and they don't speak your language, that does pose some problems.
Yeah, there's a big difference between the two gates, but it looks like Ben and Wolf aren't going as well as Jennings and Trinter on the opposite tacks. Looks very, very light on the left-hand side, or the right-hand side coming up.
Staniak and Clean just going around the bottom gate on the right as we look down. The former world champs, they won in Malchesine a couple of years ago. It was a very memorable world championship there, where three boats were neck and neck in terms of points on that final leg going to the finish, and they just managed to get it. First Germans to win that Worlds for a very long time, I believe. And here's a Rohart, a former Olympic bronze medalist in the star class, and sailing with
Finn.
Pierre Alexis Ponceau. Was he Finn bronze medalist?
As well.
Cool. Top
I mean,
sailor,
he's a
one of
great-
the founders of the Star Sailors League. And the whole point of this league, if you're just kind of tuning in and getting familiar with what's going on, and the whole idea is to promote some of these sailors and give them a bit of prize money, and to get an interesting ATP-style circuit on the go, with Grand Slams on the lake, at sea, in breeze, and then with a final so far in the Bahamas in Nassau, which has been totally glorious, I have
Well, it has been
have
a
to
really
say.
interesting aspect for the sport, is that they're constantly monitoring what everybody's doing. There's lots of little regattas throughout the world, constantly press releases coming out with the guys that are sailing, the ranking changing. It's been a great job by the SSL.
Okay, well, we're seeing the virtual eye with Rohart Ponceau 66 meters ahead of Seacamp and Shatter there. And our camera boat just repositioning up the lake towards that top mark, and doing a little bit of repose. So Rohart Ponceau pretty much on the ley line. I think they've got this one. I mean, you know, they're going to win. I think they've got this race in the bag. And away they go, just extending their lead at the front of the fleet. And the youngsters, Lawrence and Coleman, in third position, with Benemati and Ambrosini from Italy, just ahead of Jennings and Trinter there, with some local sailors, Thurner and Ziller, and then Pauksch and Hübner, and then the former world champs, Staniak and Clean, in the mix. So Szabo and Ducomont, we can just see them right in the middle of the pack, and consistency, of course, always pays in these fleet races. This is Yellow Fleet, race number 2 of the Star Sailors League City Grand Slam in the middle of Hamburg in northern Germany on Lake Ulster, and Rohart Ponceau in their own little world going around that top mark.
Yeah, with such short courses, it's the rich get richer here.
Yeah.
And that's what George Szabo said before the
Yep.
start of this race, that you really don't need 4 laps to figure out who's going to win. And the reason for that is because you have a 30-boat fleet on a short course. The guys in the front have lots of clear air, and that means that there's no disturbance. And the people in the back, they've got boats that are in front of them that are disturbing the air, making them go slower. So the boats in front extend, and the people in the back, they're fighting really hard to get a good lane with clear air, and there just aren't lanes in a course this short.
No, and that's where the challenge comes in for anybody who hasn't done sort of well in the first leg or the first start or whatever it may be. The challenge is how do you pass, right? So you've got to have that that technical ability to just cut through, get a little bit of the clear air, sometimes bear off and get a little more speed, because there's going to be some skill differences between some of the top guys and some of the lower guys.
Now, quick update from the race committee. Klaus Lama out there on the committee boat. Perhaps he's got an iPad out there and is listening to us, but he's telling us that actually they're changing the game. They're going to have to run 3 races for the fleet for the yellows, for all 3. So we're going to have 9 races today.
Wow.
This is kind of an epic day. I think possibly because tomorrow the forecast is much, much lighter. So he'll want to get ahead of the game. So we've got a lot of races to go. We're at race 2 of 9 scheduled today. And this yellow fleet out here are in their second. They're going to do one more race, and then they go off, and then the blues come on, and then the reds. So the race officer adapting to the conditions and being light on his feet, and he's going to get 3 races for all the fleets, all 3 fleets. And are we now?
Second win relay.
Yeah, as you said, Kathleen. Where are we?
We're
No,
down for the 3rd.
I think Stanick and Clean have actually done a good comeback here. They're a little bit deeper. They went off to the left-hand side. It looked a little bit iffy, but I think they've made some gains, and they're able to stay in the top group. So they had a really good second upwind leg.
Yeah.
Not surprising for this team, but it is a lake, and there's lots of surprises.
No, I think it also when you look at some of the caliber, not to sort of downplay some of we do have more amateurs playing the game here compared to sort of what we'll call our pros with a George, with Robert. So they're going to be able to sort of manipulate their competition with some of their skill sets, some of their experience trying to pass. So that will come into play because of course we're looking at some of the top guys in the world. In the class, so we're going to see some passing. So it'll be interesting actually to watch these guys and see how they do it.
Well, sorry, Kathleen. I must admit, I rather hope that it's a German Hamburg crew who come out on top of this because we've seen George Szabo win 2 Grand Slams, the late Grand Slam and the final. And it'd be rather cool. The whole idea of having them on different courses and different conditions is to give people with different skill sets a go. And when they opened up the entry for the first ever City Grand Slam, they were full. Their entry list was full within 12 hours. So clearly very popular, very appealing to the sailors, and they wanted to get in here. And we've got 100. The entry list was limited to 100, and boom, we have 100 teams.
Testimony to how popular the SSL is becoming and what it's sort of attracting in the sport of sailing. I don't think we've ever really seen something like that where 12 hours registration's full. I was impressed when I saw that one.
Yeah, and the local German sailors, they have the opportunity within the SSL to race against some of the best sailors in the world, not just star sailors, but great sailors who have come from a lot of different sailboat classes, a lot of different Olympic classes. So they get to be on the same race course, same fleet, and test their skills against these guys. And it's a great opportunity for the sport of sailing.
Well, Louis, out on the water, we're seeing Rohard and Ponceau just around the bottom gate in their own breeze, and they look like they've got good control over this second race of the day. Louis.
Yes, they certainly do. Again, what this fleet is trying to do is make the top 10. So we're expecting the likes of Rohart and Ponceau to be in that top 10. But where the real battle's going on is the 5 to 10. That's where the real battle is. We're expecting to see the likes of Rohart, who is the current star European champion, get in that top 10. The real battle is from 5 down to 10. So, we mustn't forget that. The breeze looks like it's gone a little bit light. Seen a lovely little steamboat going down towards the city of Hamburg here. And that puff of steam there that's got, I don't know, probably looks like about 4 or 5 knots of breeze coming off it, but it keeps gusting and showing the gusty conditions we've got here. What we're doing at the moment, we're staying up at the top mark, and we're going to hopefully show you the whole course. But it's absolutely lovely watching all these tourist boats going by, and they're wondering what the hell's going on, I should think, seeing all these boats out here. But yeah, the real battle's going on 5 to 10 diggers. We're expecting Xavier Rohart, George Szabo, and the likes of Lawrence, who was top 5 in the world, to make the cut. But the real battle, diggers, is 5 to 10. But we're hopefully going to get in a position where you can see this whole fleet as they come up on the next upwind leg. But back to you in the studio. Turn the sunshine on, diggers. We need more sunshine.
I'll see what we can do. It is spotting a little bit with rain, actually. Like looking out of the window of the NRV club. Yeah, it doesn't look great, I must admit. There are spots of rain and grey skies, but this could be the greyest day of the week. I'm sure on Saturday for the grand final it'll be completely sparkling. Last week apparently there was snow here in Hamburg, so it could be worse, Louis. It could be a lot worse.
Well, we're enjoying it. We're enjoying it out here. We just Inga's driving the boat today. She's doing a fantastic job, and she's just putting us into a little spot where we'll hopefully show you the whole fleet. I have to say there has been a bit of compression down there on that downwind leg. Perhaps the breeze isn't as good now at the bottom part of the lake, but we're at the top. We're at the top mark up here, or the top gate, I should say. And the breeze looks pretty good up here, so hopefully we can get you some head-on action, and we'll tell you if there's any more shouting going on. But at the moment, they're all extremely well behaved, which is nice to see.
Good to hear, Louis. We are tracking with Xavier Rohart, Pierre-Alexis Ponceau from France, this top French team, bow number 4, and Xavier is on the helm. At the back of the boat, Pierre-Alexis moving in and out and in and out. So a lot of fluidity, and you can almost feel the gusts, can't you, Tyler, from here watching this great shot of these top leaders.
The angle's already different with Coleman right down to leeward. You can see these guys going back and forth. I mean, just watching Xavier, it looks like we've got about a 40 degrees variable going back and forth. Crew's going out, crew's coming in. He's got the jib in and out, just that quarter-inch difference right there, hanging over to the side, and then I think they're actually coming up to the mark here.
They've got, yeah. Xavier looking around, Pierre-Alexis, communications between each other, going for the tack, big smiles. Ducking under that incredibly low boom.
It's always amazing to watch these big guys get under that boom so quickly, so gracefully. It just shows that they're real athletes. It's a huge duck, and they have to do it smoothly and steer through it as well. So it's not like turning a car.
Well, it's really nice to see this. Really enjoying this very much. That star class mainsail, absolutely enormous. One of the biggest. Proportionally sized mainsail of any boat anywhere, and they don't have a spinnaker downwind. They tend to move the mast forward, and they use the jib as a little kind of running jib. They pole it out slightly. Very unusual boat, over 100 years old, this design, still going strong. And I tell you, it's an aficionados class almost, because the people who like stars, they love stars. I mean, they love it. And they quite often come from other classes like the Finn and the Laser. We've had Laser sailors and Finn champions, medalists sailing at the SSL finals as VIP guests who have done astonishingly well. But this class seems to accumulate some of the great names in sailing. And talking of great names, we were talking last night, Torben Grail is here. Torben Grail, 5-time Olympic medalist. He won the Volvo round the world race, and he won the Louis Vuitton qualifier for the America's Cup Series. So, you know, of those two huge mountains, or those three huge mountains in sailing, Torben Grail has climbed to pretty much the top of each one.
we don't really think about these things, but when we actually get into those conversations of who is the best of the best, Torben always seems to come right to the top. And I mean, you think just five, that's 20 years of dominance. Not to forget his Soling career, and then the Louis Vuitton and the Volvo. I mean, this guy does it all.
We are going to see Torben Grael in action a little bit later, which is pretty cool. So possibly one of the greatest names in sailing alive today. And really, me, Louis, Bob Fish, we were discussing who is the greatest name, and Torben Grael was up there. Fish was saying Torben for sure. So we're going to see Torben in action. He looks happy. We've seen him around the club. He looks trim. He looks fit, and he's delighted to be here. And it's going to be pretty cool to see how he gets on.
I mean, he's a great man. I mean, and when you hear him this morning, man, he was speaking Italian, speaking a little French, Portuguese. I mean, it's an astonishing guy when you just think of all the skills that he has, the talents, the abilities. It's a phenomenal man.
It'll be interesting seeing how he does on this small lake. It'll be
this is a
new
real
race
test.
course for him.
And
I think he looked very happy yesterday. He was having a good time, and I think a lot of these pro sailors are coming into this, especially the SSL events. They can win money, but you have to come into this lake sailing event with a good frame of mind that you're going to have fun, because otherwise your head goes a little crazy out there.
Yeah, exactly. You have to be able to accept what's happening out there. Take the crap, if you want to call it that, the bad shifts, and just keep going, because you never know. If you watch, you'll see some of these guys. They'll make some passing lanes, but again, there's a lot of racing to go. I mean, especially if we're doing 3 a day type of thing. There's a lot of points to be made, a lot of points to be lost. The ranking, I'm sure, we'll be seeing some changing throughout the week.
And what I'm learning doing this role with the Star Sailors League is learning a lot about tactics and strategies around a racetrack, which is applicable to most racing sailors of all fleet racing. You know, in either one design or non-one design. You can learn a huge amount from these guys, some of the best sailors in the world, going around the Star Sailors League racetracks with our wonderful Virtual Eye and America's Cup camera. So we are seeing Xavier Rohard-Pierre, Alexis Ponceau gliding down towards the finish line. They've extended to over 150 meters over Luke Lawrence and Ian Coleman.
It's great to see the German team up there in third place. That's the team of Seekamp and Schutter. And
nice
what?
Nice one.
Nice
pronunciation there.
Ja, das ist sehr gut. But you will see some of the local Germans who are used to sailing on these small lakes. They do spend a lot of time, however, racing up in Kiel, around the Baltic, up in Travemünde, where the Europeans are going to be held later this summer. So they're not just here on this small lake in Hamburg, but they're more used to it.
And we're still at the top mark with our camera, and we can see the majority of the fleet with a leg to go. So Rohard and Ponceau have pulled out a monster lead during these 3 laps to finish way ahead of the fleet, and our camera boat still at the top with the tail enders coming now around there. And now pretty much everybody's around. That's an amazing spread, isn't it? You know, from top to bottom.
Yeah, the people who get in the back, they're basically forced out to the corners of the race course to get clear air. But by going out to the corners, they're also sailing the longest distance. So that puts them further in the back.
Exactly, and so many less options. You could be, if you're way on the other side and you get a bad shift and you're getting headed, you have nowhere to go other than eat it and just unfortunately fall back a little further.
Well, I'd like for the next race to get into a little bit about what they're doing, the decisions they're making as they go around this track, and you guys can, you know, do some thinking for us and a bit of analysis of how on earth you get ahead and win this game on this lake, because I think that's pretty interesting. And we'll do a little start replay, Ben, from Virtual Eye, and get a feel for, you know, how to get a good start on these things, because that's a great learning tool.
I think that's going to be the key.
Well.
I'm sure when you watch the start, the line's going to be so small, you will see probably the top 10 of what happened actually in this race. They'll punch out, especially your Rohard, your Staniek, and the guys Schemp and Schat.
Seekamp.
So they pumped out right off the start. And once
They
you get
did.
that little lead, all of a sudden you're free to take that first shift, and that's going to be huge. And especially if it's a 30-degree lift on the opposite tack, bang, you flip over. You're just every second that you're on that lift, that everybody else is either sucking the bad air or on the header, they're just falling back foot 10 feet by 10 feet.
And we saw on that start,
Yeah.
there was a lot of pressure at that committee boat. A lot of people wanted that committee boat to end, and
Yeah.
we saw quite a few people getting squeezed over the line early. It was quite exciting, so they had to come back round, and that's pretty disastrous, I would say.
And I think we also have to keep in mind that they did have an individual recall flag up. So there are boats that are probably still racing who are
True.
over the line early. So we
Yep.
don't know those hull numbers yet. But there are some people who are going to be racing who are actually disqualified for being over at the start. And it could be some of our players in the front.
Yeah, well, I think it was the first one there. CHI 8173 was one of the culprits, but
They carried on,
covered-
didn't they?
They
We
carried
saw.
on for sure, and they probably covered a few of the boats.
Yeah, that's Schoenfeld and
But
Ottinger.
definitely Rohart could have been one of the guys. There he is right on the screen, but we'll see. Maybe through the race committee they'll let us know.
Let's go back to Louis. Louis, any updates for us?
Yes, well, in fact, as you rightly point out, Xavier Rohart and Pierre-Alexis Bonso won that second race. We've now got a bit of rain on the racetrack, and I'd say the breeze is actually building a little bit. So it'd be very interesting to see what happens in this last race for this first flight. Diggers, who's in places? Let's go 5 to 10. Have you got an overall or not?
Not quite, Louis, not quite. We're actually just going to queue up the start and have a replay of the start, if that's all right. We'll come back with the total order in just a moment, but we're just going to replay that start if we can. Andy and Ben, are we happy to go? Good to go? Yep. Okay. So this is a replay of race number 2, the start. We're looking from the pin end, and we are seconds to go, and you could see.
Well, Rohart did a nice job by stuffing all the guys at the top.
There's
of the line.
Rohart just crossing the line
Just
there.
crossed the line, perfect. He opened up a nice bottom lane for himself to bear off and just get the speed.
Just stay out of
and you
trouble.
can see
Here's
the other
fine.
Germans that
Here's
just
good.
fall. You can see how fast they fall back.
You can see the number of gold stars that were on the front row of that starts.
Yeah.
The world champions, they know how to start. They get on the front row, and you kind of want to be at an edge so you have some options to tack. If you're in the center of the starting line, you don't have as many options right at the start to go the direction that you want.
Interesting that Seekamp and Shatter took the far pin end and did pretty well out of it, because I think they were first round the top mark. And so that was a great advantage from these guys. They did a super start there.
There was a super large left-hand shift coming up on the lay line on the left-hand side that got them just over some of the other competitors coming from the right-hand side. So that's what you want at the very end of the first windward leg. You want the final shift to be in your direction. So they were on the left-hand side, and the wind shifted to the left, which gave them a better angle to cross the rest of the fleet. And of course, on a lake, you can't predict it as much. You might be able to look upwind and see some puffs, but they're so short that usually they won't hold for a long time.
Okay, well that was a replay of most of the first leg of race number 2 of the SSL City Grand Slam. And here we are in the NRV. I still can't pronounce it. I'll learn it over the next.
Norddeutscher Verein.
Do that again.
Norddeutscher Verein.
Norddeutscher
Segelverein.
Verein. Okay.
Regatta
NRV sounds better.
NRV. Yeah, I'm going NRV. Yeah, it's a little bit easier. And it's a cool club, really great, and they're hosts for us for the first ever SSL Grand Slam, City Grand Slam.
They host a lot of other events as well. They're the co-founders of Kiel Week, is one of the biggest regattas in the world.
Yeah.
They also do Travamundo Week, which is a multi-class regatta. So they not only run regattas on the small lake here, but other major multi-class regattas in Germany.
And it's one of the oldest clubs in the world, and Germany, nearly 150 years old in a couple of years. And I believe it's the biggest in membership terms. They've got 2,000 members, and Klaus Lahmer is the CEO. You know, he's the boss of the club, and also our principal race officer in the middle of the lake. So he's kind of running the show on all fronts, and a very capable fellow, and very proud to be running this club. I have to say, we are so delighted to be here. It's so nice. I mean, we're going to do. We're actually filming a tour as we speak. We're down here. Our camera guy is running around doing a little cribs style tour of the club, and we'll try and roll that in this afternoon or tomorrow, and so we get a feeling of what the club is all about.
Well, you know, around the lake, there's about 6 different sailing clubs. There's dinghies of every type imaginable. Yesterday was a Sunday, and you had people lining the lake, jogging, picnicking, but on the water, there were so many small sailboats out there. There were racers, people just cruising, that you can see that Hamburg really loves the water, being a famous port city. People have really engaged in the sport of sailing here, whether recreationally or for sport, but it's definitely, you get the feeling that everybody is supporting the water sports in Hamburg.
Yeah, I believe they run 150 kids race here through this club, this one club each week.
The optics and everything.
Yeah.
Well, and it's so fit. I mean, there's so many people jogging around, and it was such a good sort of to show up at this in the city, walking here from the hotel and just seeing all the different activity on the water, people lined up sitting there picnicking, kids on the water in their opties. I mean, there's a little bit of rowing in the
A lot of shells going back and forth.
I mean, it's just they really take advantage of that small body of water to the max.
There was a disturbing amount of joggers running around the track, I have to tell you.
And you were with them, weren't you, Digby?
Yeah, I wasn't. Me and Louis were racing full circuit. Yeah, no, cyclists, joggers, everything.
Yeah.
So this lake is it really is the heart of Hamburg, and so it's a really good decision to come here and have the city Grand Slam right here. We know there are people sort of wandering around and taking interest in what's going on, and of course we can see it through the internet, the wonders of live stream, which finally kicked in and came good for us.
And I think the finals will be an excellent event because it'll be Saturday, and the whole city has the opportunity to come out and watch the finals. It's I think it's the anniversary of the port of Hamburg being a free trade city, the Hanseatic city. It has a past, and they celebrate every May 7th, I believe, the port of Hamburg.
Get you
We're
and
here.
Wikipedia. Huh?
Yeah, well,
Kathleen.
she's our Wikipedia for sure.
I had a long
All
plane
right.
ride. I read the guidebook.
Good on you. Great. So let's have a look at our live shot if we can in a second. Where Shane is just repositioning and getting ready for race number 3 of the Yellow Fleet. This will be their 3rd and final race of the day, and our race officer Klaus is he's upped the races. They were going to do 2 races each for the 3 fleets. Now he's upped it to 3 races. So we're going to have 9 races, and we're going to have the 3rd race in just a moment.
Actually, my little note says here that there was nobody over early from the race committee. So interesting.
But there was a recall flag.
Well, according to the race committee, I have my little.
Yeah. What does it say?
No, I asked how many people were over early, and they said none. So maybe they did go around.
Yeah.
From our angle, sometimes, even though it looks like someone was over, the leeward mark could have been far enough ahead.
That guy was 5 boat lengths over the line.
Our CO calls it as he sees it. So so we'll see actually how it goes. But then at this point, preliminarily, we had no one over that.
So if you are over the line, for some of our listeners, viewers who aren't familiar with sailing, if you're over that imaginary line early before 0 go, you have to restart and go through the line again. If you do not, you're disqualified from the race. So if you restart, the penalty is you're behind the whole fleet, but at least you're not disqualified.
Okay. Alrighty. Now, let's see if we have any pictures. No, we're just repositioning and tidying up and on board our America's Cup. This is our, what we in a trade we call our beauty can.
Well, looks like
You've got the next fleet getting ready, about to sail out.
Indeed. There they go. That's the blue fleet, I believe, getting set to head out onto the racetrack. They'll be racing straight after this one, and they'll have their own 3 races, and we'll get to talk about those sailors in just a moment.
It almost looks like there's a bit of a wind shift here.
Oh, there'll be wind shifts all day long. That's for sure.
Yeah.
One of the reasons you can see the wind shift is by looking at the flags. And then when you're in a city, there's a lot of different things that you can look at to kind of determine what the wind is doing. But we're just looking at the flags out in front of the club, and you see them move in a different direction, and we know that the wind has shifted.
It does look actually. It went to the right. The windward mark seems to be a lot further over, and you can see I guess the rowing club or another sailing club just at the top of the lake.
No,
we've got a countdown timer on our screen. Just going to check with Ben. Is that correct? 4 minutes to go.
Wow, that looks quite boat favored at this
Yep,
point.
thumbs up. Sweet.
today.
4 minutes. Blue Peter, just about to go up.
Yep,
And
There's
I
the horn.
hear
4
through
minutes.
Louet's microphone, I think, or the onboard mic on our camera boat out on the lake. And there's Hamburg and the tall buildings surrounding. Good job, Virtual Eye, on the modelling of all that. Looks pretty
yeah,
cool.
that's amazing.
Yeah.
You see a club right at the top.
One of the things that's nice for the race committee in this race is, number one, it's a small race committee boat, but they've got flat water. They're not on waves getting seasick. And also, if they want to move the marks because of a wind shift during the race, it's a lot easier because they have shallow water. In Switzerland, at some point, the lake was so deep in Grand Saône, where we had our Lake Grand Slam. It took them minutes to have the marks, the weights for the anchors drop to the bottom. So here with a wind shift, even though you have more, it's a lot easier in terms of management.
Just to the left, Shane. Stay where you are, Shane. Left of
sub.
shot. What's that dude doing there? There's a
like a
guy just
submarine.
kind of standing there.
He looks like a British policeman.
Directing traffic.
Yeah. He's
Interesting. What is
looking
that
to see if
thing?
anybody's over. It's not a real person, is it?
No.
No, it's not. That's well, maybe it is.
No,
No, it's a
some sort of
statue.
some weird, wacky German statue.
Okay, there
up.
goes the Italian.
Cool.
Benamati.
Okay. Big action, swirling around, pre-start. There they go. And as we've talked about, they have to get a cracking start to do well in these races. I think if you're in the second row, you're history. So the starts are utterly crucial for the City Grand Slam racing here. We've got the Blue Peter up under 4 minutes, and a lot of swirling around. Virtual Eye can give us an idea of the start line. Not yet, they're resetting. So
And the
we're staying with a
exact
live shot.
The exact starting line is the orange flag on the race committee boat. So there's usually somebody standing right at that orange flag, looking directly down the line to the pin end, which is the other end of the line.
There we go.
And it's also the orange flag there, and that is the line, and they call it. And so, they see one bow go over. It could be 1 inch over, it could be meter over, but regardless, they've got to go and start again.
Shane is very helping us out there. The orange flag is the pin end. And we can see the photographers and the other race committee boat and some spectators getting a close look down the committee, the pin end. And as we pull out, we'll have
think you're gonna have a lot
committee
of
boat
people
end,
near
and
that boat end.
that is the start line. The 2 orange flags, and we're a couple of minutes to go, and everyone hunkering behind the committee boat, and just about to pull over onto starboard.
Now, we talked about being at the boat end or the pin end as being more advantageous because you had options to tack. If you had a good start, you can go the direction you want to go.
1 minute.
However, if you start in the middle, often you're blocked, and so sometimes they can't even see you if you're over. So there are some advantages to being in the center.
Yeah, it's a very favored boat end. You can see all the guys trying to. There's Luke way in the back there, but coming towards
USA,
the line.
the
USA
young
2 way
guys.
over here on the left-hand part of your screen. It's going to be. There's going to be a lot of action at
And
that top part.
The starboat is a very heavy boat, so it keeps its momentum.
Yeah,
It's hard for them to just sit on the line with no motion. So you want to be full speed at the gun at go here, and it takes them a little bit more time to slow up and to accelerate. So you see, now they start to luff. The Germans there at the race committee, they have their sails luffing, and they're
Yeah,
trying
he's
to slow
finished.
down.
Well, bow 63, that sailed to our side of the committee boat. That's not good for them, is it?
No, well, that's the whole
They've
thing.
got stuffed out, haven't they?
Yes, and he should react a little quicker. But that guy down the bottom there going for the pin, it looks like the starts. Boom! There they go, the race. Colt, nice
This could be a
job,
general
Luke.
recall.
No.
We'll soon see. Louet, keep your
Nope.
ears open for any general recalls.
That's a
we
beautiful
were looking
start.
at the line clear, Louet.
I cannot see any flags. we're saying that we are off on race 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as you say, there was an absolute flyer by a German boat up at the pin end there. But Lawrence and Coleman, they somehow got through that complete melee at the committee boat end, and they've got a flyer up here on the committee boat side. The wind does look like it's shifted north. I think Lawrence and Coleman have got that right. They got the right side of that shift. They're getting some puffs on there, and you can see Coleman's fully hiked out. But I like the look of the right here for sure. The wind does look like it's gone to the north just slightly. I don't think they've moved the top gate, so Lawrence and Coleman definitely looking good in good shape on this side. Although there was a cracking start by a German team over on the pin end. Breeze is up. I'd say we're now about 11-12 knots.
Lua, I think again that was Seekamp and Shatter who took the pin end as they did in the previous race and got to that first mark in top position. So those guys are playing their own game. They've got their own game plan, and it's looking good. And as you say, Louis, Lawrence and Coleman, they have their own bit of space and air with Staniak and Klein, the former world champs, right behind them. So we'll see how the Germans get on. Shatter, it paid off for them, and it was quite a similar scenario. But right now, Virtual is giving us the lead line to Lawrence and Coleman, 10 meters.
Wow, big wind shift there. You just saw their angle.
And off they go. Yeah, big quick tack.
Headed by about 30 degrees, 40 degrees.
So,
and the boats on the far left-hand side, they still have the same angle that they started with.
Yeah, well, I think with those guys that started the pin, when we were watching the start, they were alone over there. So I mean, very chancy, but they did get there clear. They hit the line full speed. Whereas when there's a clump of boats at the top, there's not much room to move.
And I noticed that Rohart and Ponceau again started middle of the line. So they're kind of being conservative.
Yeah, and right after the start, the Americans of Lawrence and Coleman were able to keep their angle, and the French just below them, about 2 boats, really had less of an angle and less boat speed. They're hanging in there, but right after the start, they weren't looking as good.
It's amazing when you get this shot. You can see, you can see Coleman. You can see George is just on the far left. You can't see him, he's just out of the screen, but and Xavier, there they are right now. They were sort of real close to each other, and the extension that Luke was able to make was pretty impressive. And I think on the top of the screen here, again, we got so many shifts. I believe that's probably Trinter and Jack Jennings at the top of the screen that had, their shift. And all of a sudden
the USA 8464.
8464. Now they're kind of leading, and there goes Luke again and another. So you have to make those quick maneuvers. If he can just get a bit of a puff, he's just not getting any breeze, but it'll come.
That was a close duck, wasn't it?
Yeah.
From 79. Sailed USA 2 is Luke Lawrence, Ian Coleman, who had such a fabulous start. Now beginning to duck some stones.
Just got Jack.
Super close. We're going to see another massively close mark rounding at the top, and hard to call it, Louis, even with Virtual Eye. Very hard to call it.
And right there, bow 79, 8299, that's Joachim Helmich and Stefan Lacher. So the Germans are up there.
They are indeed. Luke Lawrence now, they've tacked over neck and neck.
The Americans coming in. I mean, that was a great start with Luke. I mean, just seeing this, watching him come from so far behind.
Who's on the inside?
That's Jack's got the inside.
Jack Jennings is from Chicago.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go to live shot if we can, and over to you, Louis.
Yeah, well, I have to say, we were talking about puffs on the water here, and there was certainly a huge acceleration coming in there for Helmich and Lacher, and also for the Dutch pair of Allard and Gianni. But we've got a lot of boats rounding this top mark at the moment. The pressure's definitely up. I'd say we're over 10 knots of wind speed at the moment, but this is where we're going to sort out this first fleet in this last race. And my word, it's extremely tight at the front. and there's definitely boats losing and gaining paces at this top mark. A little bit of shouting going on as well. Things are getting a bit tense out there. But at the moment I can see no flags from the jury boat. But there is a huge peloton of boats just behind those leaders. Now those leaders should extend and get away in that clear air. But the real battle is going on about 5 boats back for this race 3 of this first flight. And I can't see any major boats in trouble, but I have to say the real battle's going on in the peloton behind this leading group, Diggers.
Well, Louis, on the live shot, we saw Rohart and Ponceau almost kind of stopped in the middle, just below the top mark, and literally 10 boats just sailed straight past them. So they fell into a hole, a tactical hole, right underneath that top mark, and that was fairly painful for them.
Also, when you have a fleet like this, where you have some very, very experienced Olympic level sailors in the front, when they get into the back of the fleet where you have some less experienced racers, sometimes the rules, there's a little bit crazier things happening back there, and when there's prize money at stake, you really have to be careful not to foul anybody at the marks. So they're trying to sail a very clean race. They don't want to be disqualified for any reason, and that by trying to sail clean in a pack like that, it can put you in the back.
Yeah, no, it's exactly, and it's I don't know, it's a fight back there with the lesser experienced guys, because they're fighting for every inch, but it's not every legal inch, and there's just a lot of yelling.
And sometimes you're right, you have a right of way, but the boats around you, it's never fast to be stuck on a boat or to hit a boat. So you could see at that windward mark, the French actually ducked a little bit when they didn't necessarily have to, but they're trying to avoid collisions and keep their boat moving.
Well, that's it. Stay calm if you can, right? Clear heads prevail. 3 laps.
And we have the Dutch team. It's Thomas Allart and Christian Gianni. They had a very nice windward leg. They have been sailing rather consistently up in the top 10, and I think that a top 5 finish in this race will be an excellent day for the young Dutch sailor. He's in his 20s. He's another one of our younger teams out here.
Nice.
And duking it out with Lawrence and Coleman.
Okay, Tyler, do you know how many laps we're doing on this
We're
one?
supposed to be doing 3 laps, so we're going to finish the first one up here. We must be close to the bottom, but again, 3-lap scenario.
Right there, the Germany 8109. That's Hulsmann and Bote. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. They had an excellent windward leg as well. And you can see the crew up in the bow looking behind for wind, looking at the fleet.
That is close.
Trinta hammering down. Allart and Gianni.
So we got a total, a new group, right? I mean, it's Staniak coming in the 4 here, but he hasn't been in the top of the pack for most of the day. He's sort of just nipping at the heels of the sort of front 10. But this is a whole new group, so I mean, it's gonna change up. I'm really looking forward to see the results sheet at the end of the day when you see all these scores. I think it's going to be so close. It's going to be, I don't want to say a hard-fought battle all week, because we're going to be nipping every result. You're going to look back and think about Tuesday's racing on Friday going, man, that one boat that I just missed here is going to make a big difference.
Well, and one boat in this fleet is actually 3 points, because we've got 3 fleets today. So, for example, if you finish second, you actually have 3 boats already ahead of you, because there's 3 first place in the red, yellow, and blue fleet. So all those boats are actually ahead of you in the rankings, even though you were second. So a second is actually a 4th place.
Ooh, look, these guys got ahead of Jennings. Nice rounding.
Staniak and Clean going around, having a better 3rd race today.
And it looks like everybody is choosing the right-hand side of the course, so I don't know whether they saw more wind up there.
Nice dark puff
when they're sailing
down.
downwind, they probably saw something looking back. They know where the wind shifted, but they're definitely choosing the right-hand side of the course.
There's our live shot.
Yeah, I think for sure when we looked at the virtual eye, it looked like the right-hand side was the better, shorter route, so to speak.
There's a big puff right there. You've got the boats heeling over.
Yeah.
Jennings and Trinta, right middle of our shot, bow 19. And
Look
they've
at
got
that angle.
the
That's
Dutch
not much through.
guys, Allet and Gianni.
There they go. Nice. And they're just, look, I mean, they're already on the lift. I mean, they're right there, it is 5 feet. 5 feet. 5 feet. You know, just, ooh, nice puff.
Now,
too.
boats are always fastest when they're flat, so that's why you see the crews going out to try to flatten the boat.
And we'll just cut back to virtual, Andy. And Shane, we're on virtual eye. Shane, our camera operator, out on the water. Just let you know we're on virtual. Do a quick lens wipe. It's obviously drizzling out there.
Yeah, no, there's
And,
some good
these
little
guys
rain.
are steaming upwind into the rain. So we'll just let our camera boat
Okay, look at
sort themselves out.
Rohar and Ponceau in 16th place. It's going to be really hard for them to climb back up into the top 10. You've got George Szabo and Ducamon. They're in 10th place. They have a chance of maybe climbing probably about maybe 3-4 boats, but it's definitely going to be a struggle for the French to get back up there in the top 10.
I think it's going to be interesting watching if we keep this tracker on the side just to see the differences change. I mean, Lawrence and Coleman were leading the race, and all of a sudden, bang, they're 60 meters in the back. So it'll be interesting to see how these numbers switch.
Lawrence and Coleman having a good day, I would say.
Yeah.
They're consistently top 10 in all 3 races, so we may see them near the top at the end of today. So
They've had exceptional starts,
Yep.
and so that's really giving them the lead off the bat, giving them control of where they want to go.
Well, I've always found in the Starfleet, the new guys, they come in with just sort of just a joyfulness of sailing the boat, not worried about the whole, how does it rig, how's the tension, what kind of rigging do you want to put on it. It's just one of those sort of rookie, just let the natural abilities hit the water and just go for it, and they don't have to sort of get all that mind games going into it.
Well, it's interesting too because they really struggled in the light winds at the World Championship in Miami 2 weeks ago. And they went around to some of the more veteran sailors asking for help, asking about their tuning, and they ended up winning the last race of the World Championship in Miami, which was great for this young team. Ian's actually a fairly experienced Olympic campaigner in the Star, but Luke, it's his only probably about 5th Star regatta.
Yeah.
But they've gotten some help, and they've really made improvements in the light air. They weren't very confident going into Miami with their boat speed and light air. But then again, this isn't necessarily a boat speed game, but definitely it's a boat handling game and keeping your eyes open. And they're doing it very well, and I would assume that they have some good boat speed here.
Well, I guess it's a lot about the quick trim, right? So as you said, you want the boat flat, and some of these puffs come in. So there's a happy medium of letting the boat heel naturally, lifting, taking advantage of that puff, and then but keeping it flat enough that you're not sort of being dragged to the side.
Yeah, so when the boats heel over or tip over, the boats tend to go sideways, and you want to keep your speed and going forward. So anytime that the boat is heeled over too much, especially in a puff, just like you can
Just
see
like
with
these guys,
Germany,
there you see
7,
'em.
8, 6 here.
it's Ben and Wolf.
Yeah, they're going a little bit more sideways than forward.
Ooh, see the big angle that you get when you get the puff, and here's come another one. Ooh.
And technically, the skipper should be easing out the main sheet to
Yeah.
ease the main out, and then the boat can round up, and then they trim it back in again.
Yeah.
So the more experienced skippers are going to be playing that main sheet all the time.
There's Staniak coming up. Looks like he's made some pretty good gain.
Jennings and Trinter tacking to the top mark with over 30 meters over Staniak and
Yeah.
Clean, who
And
were
they were-
talking about this blitz chess, this speed chess aspect of racing on the game.
Ooh,
And it's a
look
good
at it.
description. It's
Look at the
exactly
angle.
what we're
That's
seeing.
just the big puff right there, getting all these guys. Lawrence and Coleman cutting the lead off of Staniak.
One of the things we mentioned earlier, which makes this race course so puffy, is the fact that we've got lots of trees and lots of buildings, and the wind funnels through those buildings
Yep.
randomly. So it really disturbs the wind and makes for random shifts all around the race course.
And another big raft up, Louis, around the mark. So still incredibly close. And did I hear a whistle, Louis?
We're actually trying to get up to the top mark here to see what's going on, so I couldn't hear a whistle. But it's quite interesting.
Heard the lunch bell though.
Yeah. Well, you were into your sandwich there, Louis. Did we catch you?
It's a little bit chilly, Diggers, so I'm tucking into a bit of a Mars bar to keep me going.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Good on you. You survive. It's survival conditions out there on the lake. And
There's Rohart coming in.
Okay, here we
Rohart
go.
has made some gains there. He's catching up to George Szabo, and he's going to need to close points between himself and Szabo to keep in the top 5 for today.
Yeah, but I would expect Rohart to be able to cut. You know, I mean, the guy's that good. He can win every race. He should come top 5 easy enough, and he will close the gap. He's the type of sailor. He's going to stay calm. I've never seen this guy freak out on the water. Right, he's just always nice, calm, quiet guy, and he's just going to battle through getting each inch, each foot throughout the race. And you know what? I bet you'll just sort of get into a nice sort of 7. Not a great race, not a bad race. Keeps you within the hunt.
Still incredibly close, isn't it?
Yep.
As they go around the majority. Jennings
So
and
this is in lap
Trinter
2.
launching out the front, downwind. Pretty close
Well,
for the next,
Staniek's made a
next
great,
5.
great. I won't necessarily say a comeback, but he definitely wasn't in second at the bottom mark. Lawrence and Coleman are maintaining. Where Lawrence and Coleman, so they're they've
second.
almost double distance behind since the last time we saw this.
Yeah,
you know, they were 63. So I think it's true. I think
they're clawing back.
Well, the rich get richer, right? So I think we're going to see slowly the distance between the top.
Now, we talked about some teams earlier sailing years and years together, but Jennings and Trinter, this is a new team just for this regatta. I don't believe that they've sailed together, so this is their first day on the race course racing together, and they're having a great result.
Yeah, and Phil, look, I think Phil won his first World Championships in the early 90s. So, he's a veteran sailor through America's Cups, through Olympic campaigns. He's a professional sailor on the big boat circuit. The guy is definitely spending probably more time on the water than he is on land, as far as his life is concerned.
So, Tyler, as a star crew, can you explain to us what are they doing there on the bow? Why are they standing up on the bow?
Well, look, the easiest thing for you to do is when you stand, is you can see in the back, right? You can see what's going on. It's not like your typical star race where you're trying to find out who's covering you, who's taking you in. But right now, I think you're looking more on where's the next puff coming from, and are you lined up? Because you want to try and actually prep yourself for that puff as it comes down. So while it might not hit you right away, you want to be in line with it and try and time it too, right? So you can, a lot of these sailors can look and you can sort of see the puff coming down, and you can see if it's a quick puff coming down the lake or is it a slow puff. Is it even going to hit you? Some of the times they disappear. So you can see the German guy looking around. The experienced crews, for sure, they're always looking in the back.
And now that the wind is up a little bit, they're also doing a little bit of rocking. You can see the crews holding onto the mast, and then they put pressure on their feet, and they're able to rock the boat a little bit. And the rocking movement gives them a little burst of speed.
Well, a little speed, and then the big part of the sail's a little higher, so you're just catching a little bit more of the wind. I think the maneuvers are going to be interesting to see here. I mean, that 8109, it doesn't look like where's he going?
I think he might be.
I think he's made a mistake. Oh, he's getting upset. Get the pole down, hurry up. See, that's a little lack of communication on that part.
Oh no, that's Hulsman
That's
and Booten.
Yeah, okay, so we're going to definitely see a few boats come move up at least one more spot. That's unfortunate.
Well, this has been a great downwind leg for George Szabo and Patrick Ducamon, and also the French team. They've made a lot of ground here.
That's a big puff actually
downwind.
coming through, as you can see. The Xavier's right in the bottom of your screen, 8237.
And you can see the boats on the left-hand side aren't exactly in that puff yet.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, that's a big difference in wind. We were watching guys sitting to leeward a little bit, and all of a sudden now we got full hike, full crew out over the side, rumbling through the water. The rain is coming down too. You can see that it's a solid rain action out there.
And that's the Americans, Jack Jennings and Phil Trinter.
Phil on the bow.
And you can see their feet up. They're hiking.
And let's look as they go through the tack. Big guy squeezing under that very low boom. Nicely done. So they're on fire.
Yeah, and I think this is Jack's first SSL event.
Yeah.
Now, if we can pause and give Shane a break for 30 seconds, we're going to replay the start in Virtual Eye. Okay, so we're on Virtual Eye for a replay.
It'd be funny to find
race
Coleman.
number 3.
You can
Rohart Ponso in the middle, big bunch up below the committee boat, and you can see Seacamp and Shatter going for the pin end.
You can see Coleman just going to lure the pack. They're starting to head up, and there's a big hole right there. German boat and the French boat are sort of banging with each other, and there comes Coleman, starting to head up, trying to hit the line with full speed.
And a whole bunch getting stuffed outside the committee boat in a horrible position there. So Nolte and Nolte.
So not a bad start.
Having a good time.
Not a bad start. The bottom of this, the top of the screen by the pin. You know, if they get a little bit of a punch up, and they did, you'll have perfect breeze to tack over to port.
Staniak and Clean at the bottom of our screen at the committee boat end. I mean, they weren't in the first rank, but they obviously kind of hovered, and they wanted that right-hand side going up the track, and it's done them fairly well. Seekamp and Chateau have duplicated their start from race number 2, and taking the left-hand side going up the track. Lawrence and Coleman had a lovely start, I thought. You know, they're in their own wind. Nobody's giving them pressure or anything like that, so they got off to an absolute flyer. And then in the middle, Jennings and Trinter, and that was a super start for Jennings and Trinter, and that's seen them accelerate out into the lead.
And Staniak and Clean, they're actually not in the best wind right here. They're probably getting a little bit of dirty air from Lawrence and Coleman, but that takes a lot of discipline to stay there, because that's the direction that they want to go. A lot of more less experienced teams would want to tack away and get clean air, but they know that that's the side they want. They believe that that side is favored, and they stay there.
And Zebo and Ducomont a little bit further behind them, so they also wanted the right-hand side going up and took a third row start.
Well,
it
did look like the boat end was favored. It did look like it was right end side favored as far as what you would assume is the distance to the top mark.
So favoured committee boat end, hence the huge bunch up, and these guys will sail up and down and take transits and bearings to the top mark, and that's why it was so busy there, and I guess why so many people got stuffed out the side. So Nolte and Nolte, if you see, back of the fleet, back of the pack, back of the bus. Not a great race for those guys. And we can head back to our live shot, and we're back with Jennings and Trinter. The Americans just about to put another tack in, clawing their way upwind into clean air. And that middle start for them obviously paid off. So they kind of got out of the traffic a little bit and played their own game. And that's not a bad policy, is it?
No, well, it gives them the... what was nice about their start is they had clear air, but they had the opportunity to tack when that first big sort of puff came in from where it was coming down the lake. And they had the ability to take advantage of it.
And they look supremely comfortable as they go around the top, and I believe there's we got one more leg down to the finish.
Correct.
Yeah, gets me confused sometimes. So I must admit.
There we go. Zebo in third. Staniak getting passed by these guys.
Lawrence and Coleman round in second, and George Zebo, Patrick Ducomont. Where did they come from to climb up into third position?
They've climbed 9 places.
But
that's
just
extraordinary.
Like they did in Switzerland, right? They were never in the picture. You didn't talk about them too much throughout every race, but then all of a sudden, bang! You look at the leaderboard, and they're in the game.
Well, we'll replay that virtually. That leg from the bottom to the top, looking at George Zebo, bound number 1, and just see what USA 8320 did. We'll play that in a minute. We'll let a bunch go around the top from our live shot. Louet is out there, and a rather extraordinary performance by Zebo and Ducomont, Louet, which we'll replay virtually in a second. But what are you seeing?
Well, I tell you what we saw with Zebo and Ducomont is they fully banged the right-hand side. They could see that wind shift had stayed in on the had gone north, and they were right behind our boat here, and we could see they fully went over to the right-hand side, fully committed, and made all of those places up. It's brightening up a bit here. The interesting thing is that the top mark, once the pack of the boats go round, they're stirring up the water so badly, and the boats, they're in the sort of the second tier behind. When they get here, they turn around the corner and they literally stop. So there's, the rich are getting richer here, the poor are getting poorer, and you know, I'd love to see what the numbers are because I don't have a clue. But I'd have to say you don't want to be in the bottom half of this race at the moment. The top mark here, the waters is being churned up. There's a little bit less breeze as well, so it's definitely a case of the rich getting richer here. But Szabo and Ducamon fully committed to the right-hand side and made that massive gain, Diggers.
Thanks, Louis. Well, we're going to show a little replay of that last leg, virtual eye replay, concentrating on Szabo and Ducamon. So they go down. We can see Szabo and Ducamon just going around the left-hand bottom gate as we speak.
They've
gone round
7th, 8th at that mark.
Yeah, 7 or 8 exactly with the other guys standing clean.
So here they are. They're coming up. They're heading to the right-hand side of the course. Szabo and Ducamon, keep your eyes on that boat there as they come up. They're committing to, as they look up the track, to the right-hand side. Majority of boats tack. Now they tack over.
And look at their angle.
Clean air.
Look at that angle. Well, I mean, it's going to go.
That's almost laying it.
Lay in the lay line right there.
Lovely wind shift. They've absolutely nailed that leg. And it's clearly advantageous on the right-hand side, I think, which is probably why everybody wanted that committee boat start.
Well, it's interesting too.
And there, look at them. They're just clawing. They're just piling ahead, overtaking. They're going to cross Alot and Giannini, Staniak and Clean.
And they've also done fewer tacks.
They're
than
on
the other
starboard.
boats.
They forced Alot and Giannini to tack. They forced Staniak and Clean to tack. And here they go. Just rolling ahead. And boom.
Oh.
Lovely rollover.
That guy stopped, right? They maybe hit bottom.
Well,
I think the tracker
I'm not
stopped.
quite sure that's a tracker issue. So let's go back to our live shot. And that was quite a nice tactical analysis of how George Szabo and Patrick the Duke managed to claw their way up into 3rd position. Nice sailing by those guys. And George Szabo, I mean, he's so crafty, isn't he? He's cunning,
Look, and
George.
there's Xavier just eking his way through there. I mean, it looks like he might be a top 10 if he can do it.
That's France 8237 with a gold star.
Yeah. He's got nice pressure.
Drifting down towards the finish. If we can go back to virtual to give us an idea. There's Jennings Trinter through the line to take 1st place in race number 3 of the Yellow Fleet, and they completed that in 27.5 minutes. So a pretty quick race, 3 laps. I think 3 is a good number.
Yeah.
4 is a bit much. You know, pass it on, would you, to the race officer. And a real duking it out, neck and neck, slide down towards the finish in virtual eye. Lawrence and Coleman, Szabo and Ducamon, and who else is in there? And the Dutch guys.
Allard and Giannini.
Alot and Giannini. Boom, across they go. So Lawrence, great day for Lawrence and Coleman. Alot and Giannini, fair play. Szabo and Ducamon, after their 3rd row start, have clawed their way up to 4th in this race, and that was a nice piece of tactical sailing by those guys. And Seekamp and Shatter, who took a completely different strategy, going up the left-hand side, banging the pin end on that start and working the left in 4th. So very consistent sailing by Seekamp and Shatter. And these guys will all be coming back to the club. We're going to have another 6 races today, so there's quite a lot of racing to go. And we'll be chatting to some of these guys as they come back into the club in half an hour or so. And I'd quite like to chat to George Szabo and Seekamp and Shatter. I think they must be Hamburg sailors, local sailors.
They know that side is very.
It was an interesting you know, they were clearly playing their own game and had their own game plan. And all the other sailors will be watching, and they'll get an advantage from the third fleet, the Red Fleet. They're all in the club watching this and analysing.
Yeah. Well, that's probably another interesting factor we didn't even talk about, is that they've been able to watch the racing.
Yeah.
So they have a preliminary idea of, okay, you know what, the guys that won every race, if they can look at each one has always started, you know, a 3rd down from the boat and then took the right side. And if that's, or, you know, you got to the leeward side, you took the pin end and just shot it to the left. Now you have a bit of a strategic sort of preliminary thought. This is what we should do. This is what we could do when you come out. So there's definitely going to be an advantage to be the 2nd or 3rd fleet racing throughout the day.
I would say advantage to the third, but the wind could change. I mean, Louis was saying it's brightening up. We could almost see blue sky from our live shot. So conditions will change. The wind could be shifting around, but yeah, I think the blue fleet and the red fleet are going to have an advantage as they go out.
Well, that was a tough race for Benamati and Ambrosini from Italy. They'd been the top 5 for the first 2 races, and then finishing 13th in that race. Definitely a tough race for them, but probably enough to keep them in the top 10, top 12 for the day.
Well, again, yeah, it's going to be really interesting. It's going to be so close, as you say, when each second place is actually a 4th place. The way the mathematics work with this race, so it's going to be really interesting to see how the points are going to shift. And again, we're fresh. We're only day 1 out of 4 days of round robin sailing, and I believe the fleets are going to change each day.
Yes.
So we have the different guys racing against different guys, splitting them up. So there's going to be a lot to talk about.
They're trying to level it out. They're going for level playing field. So they picked out of a hat. You know, they picked the top in each 3 fleet, the top players, and they spread them out, and then they divvied up the rest of the fleet between the 3, and now they're going to mathematically just kind of level the playing field as they go through each day, which is a nice thing. It's interesting. It means they'll all get to pretty much race each other during the 4 days of round robins, as we call them. And we're all building to Super Saturday, which is going to be the big day for the first ever SSL City Grand Slam, where the top 30 of the 100 boats go through to 1 race, and then it gets whittled down to 10, 7, and 4 into the quarterfinals, semis, and final. And I believe there's around, is that right, 200,000?
I think $100,000 purse.
Okay, and top prize, 100,000 US. Top prize is 40,000 US to the top boat. So, you know, if George Szabo could win this event 3 in a row, that's he's done quite well.
The U.S. government would be very happy.
Yeah.
They're going to come check on him, but that's a good year's earnings for sure.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
For 3 weekends.
Okay. So here we are in the lovely NRV club. We're actually downstairs in the basement. We're below water level, which is pretty scary.
Yeah, we are, actually.
We can see the sun.
Yeah. We can just see up there, but we can see what you can see with our virtual eye and our beauty camera and our great shot out on the lake. We'll give Shane just a little break, rest his eyes for a moment. He's staring into a little screen with a joystick and all that kind of thing, operating our Fleur or Cineflex or whatever it's called. It's a Fleur. Yeah, thank you. For the technique, for the anoraks out there, including me, we love all that stuff. And I'm in here, and we've got Kathleen and Tyler co-commentating with us through the week, and now we're going to change
fleets.
Yeah.
New group.
New piece of paper, and let's see who we've got coming up.
We have the number 2 rank skipper, Diego Negri, sailing with Sergio Lambertini, the number, I believe, 2 or 3
my
SSL
absolute
crew.
Favorite, Dr. Hubert Merkelbach
doctor, yes.
and Gerrit Bartel. They were past European champs from Lake Constance about 3 years ago, and Hubert's a great doctor and a great character, and we love him, and I think he'll do quite well. He's a lake specialist as well. So they're in there. And then past gold medalist Mateusz Kuzniewicz with Dominik Zicki from Poland. We love those guys. They are super cool from Poland, star aficionados. They always do very well at the SSL finals in the Bahamas. They're always on the podium, and they're danger men, I call them, because they kind of keep themselves quiet, and then they sort of suddenly, boom, they're on the podium. And it's like, how did they get there, you know? So we'll be chatting away to Mateusz and Dominic fairly soon. And then, here's a name, Eric Doyle. What can you tell us about Eric Doyle?
Well, he's another veteran of the fleet. I believe he's going to have a gold star up there.
He has a gold star.
America's Cup guy. You know, he almost got into the games in '96 when in Savannah, and he's always been around. He's in and out of the fleet constantly. West Coast guy, and always up there in the fleet whenever there's a regatta. So he's quick.
I've seen his name a few times, I think, on the Star trophy for the World Championship, that incredible trophy, and they have these little plaques around, and it's like a who's who of sailing. It really is, that trophy. And I remember seeing Eric Doyle's name up there from the famous Doyle family in sailing terms from the USA. And then we've got a whole bunch of, we've got some Finns and Croatians and Swiss and Swedes and Danish sailors.
Well, the
Ukrainians.
Croatians they've been around for a lot of times. The brothers, I believe.
The Lavrovics.
Yeah, Lavrovics. They've been to the games 2-3 times. Last three games they've been in there for Croatia.
Yeah, they've had some very good races in the SSL events in the past, also at the Europeans last summer. They're very consistent. You don't usually see them in the top 5, but you'll see them in the top 15, and it's the consistency that gives them the good overall results in the end.
Okay.
So they definitely can be a player in a place like this.
Okay. Right, I'm gonna put my money where my mouth is. I'm going for Hubert Merkelbach for these 3 races. Yeah, come on, Hubert.
Well, I have to say right here, I'm going to root for Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertini. We also call him Chicho. They have been, they were just second at the World Championships in Miami 2 weeks ago. They were second, I believe, the year before in Argentina, and second the year before in Malcesine. And Bacardi, they were second this year.
That's a lot of seconds.
So I'm really rooting for them in this event. They're very consistent. They sail very well, and even the last race of the World Championship, they sailed an excellent race. They were so close to Diaz and Prada on the last upwind leg. They were first and second, and they're just tremendous sailors. And they've been putting a lot of time into the star class in the last 2 years, especially leading up to the Worlds in Malcesine, which is Lake Garda, which is Sergio's hometown, and they're always right up there. But I would like to see him go home with a gold this time.
And they're fun, I have to say. Chatting away, they are both larger-than-life characters, extrovert Italians. Sergio Lambertini, just great fun, good to be around, and you know that's what the sport's about. You know, good people, good characters, and Matthias Kuznerovic, Dominik Zitsky. Also amazing characters from Poland. Matthias, very cool. Dominik, very solid. They've had a partnership for many years. And they are astonishingly good sailors. And it's a pleasure to have them here on the racetrack in the middle of Hamburg. We're looking at our beauty cam. You can see most of the boats from the Blue Fleet have headed out, and some for the Yellow Fleet are heading back in, so we'll see a little switcheroo. We've still got some grey clouds and spots of rain coming down, but hopefully it's going to be brightening up. I can see ish patch of blue in that shot there. Loué is out on the water. Loué Habib, our on-water commentator, world-renowned yachting journalist. Loué goes around the world. He's just spent 5 months in the Caribbean reporting on 9 regattas out there. And me and Loué, in fact, have just flown back from Antigua Race Week.
A little different weather here in Hamburg.
Terrible job, that one. But we had a great time out there. And this is just the other end of the scale, to be slap bang in the middle of a city on Lake Ulster, in the middle of Hamburg. And Loué, we're hoping it's brightening up. What can you say?
Well, yes, it certainly looks like it's brightening up a bit, but we definitely had a wind shift here, Digby. It's gone slightly to the north, so it's blowing down the lake a little bit more. And they've moved the top mark. So the problem with that last flight was because of the wind direction, literally across the lake, they could only lay 600 metres. I'd say the top mark now is probably about another 50 to 100 metres away from the start line. So the course is opening up a little bit, and it's probably going to make it even more shifty. I think in that first 3 races, the wind was always going to go right, and that made that right-hand side pay. But now with the mark moved over to the right-hand side, I think we could have a very square course, and could make things even more difficult for the boats coming out here. and I heard you going through the running order there. And I have to say, Negri and Lambertenghi, they had a fantastic season on the other side of the Atlantic. No, they didn't win. No, they didn't win anything, but they got a lot of second places. They're they're in damn good shape. And I was looking at Sergio Lambertenghi, and he is looking very fit. He's looking very lean, and I wouldn't mind betting they do well. As you say, the good doctor Herbert Merkelbach sailing with Gerrit Bartel. They won the Star European Championships on that lake in Hungary, so they certainly know how to sail on lakes. Kuzniewicz and Jutski from Poland, they were very relaxed at breakfast this morning, and we know what fantastic competitors they are, but you'd expect them to probably like stronger conditions, more sort of sea states. So it's a bit difficult to sort of try and pick out who's going to win. But I really want to emphasise, it's not about winning. It's about making the qualifying round, getting in that top 30 once all the fleet have gone through. So it's fantastic to see these local, fantastic German Corinthian star sailors taking on the world champions, and they're the ones to watch. Those that can really perform well can get through to those final rounds. And taking a few scalps, can you imagine if you're a Corinthian sailor and you've got the world, the recently crowned world champions coming in the last leg, in the last flight? Can you imagine what it'd be like to be able to beat them in your own backyard? I think that the passion level, particularly in the qualifying rounds for the Germans, is pulling them up a few pegs. But we've definitely seen the race course move more to the north. I think this is going to be a squarer race course, and I think even shiftier than the last flight, Digby.
Thanks, Louis. Well, we're looking at the beauty shot of the boats transitioning, and we have just about 7.5 minutes or so.
Yeah.
How many? 6 minutes to go. And there's the virtual look over Lake Ulster. You can see the course. It's around 600 meters from top to bottom. And it'd be interesting, Louis, if you could try and confirm how many laps these guys are going to do.
3.
How do you know that, Tyler?
Well, I've got a little connection to the race committee with the good old WhatsApp.
Oh, you're on WhatsApp?
Yeah, right here. So we got a little bit of the information. That's how I knew no one was over early. But we're starting at 12:40, so we've got about 5 minutes to go to the sequence start.
Sweet. And 3 laps. Okay. So I wonder why he started doing 4 for the yellow fleet.
Well, I think that maybe just as we try to get to the 30-minute time limit that we're sort of going for, and finding out, just with the length of the course we have, we can adjust, make a little bit more of an adjustment for that one.
Cool. Okay. So back to our virtual cameras. Virtual camera, there we go. Just under 5 minutes to go to the first race of the Blue Fleet. And we saw all kinds of different tactics working in the first 3 races. We saw the left-hand guys pay, the right-hand guys pay, and the middle pay. So, I'm an amateur sailor. I honestly wouldn't know where to start on this racetrack. But Louis might have a better idea. Where would you start, Louis?
It's interesting that...
Hang on, stand by. Let's get Louis up. Louis, where would you start? Would you be in the middle or the right or the left? What do you think?
Well, you're asking me a very unfair question, Dick, because I'm about 200 metres to the line at the moment. I'd start on the side of the line that was more biased and about 3 boats in. There you go.
Okay. Tyler, where would you be?
Well, right there, just looking at the screen here, according to the virtual, it definitely looks like it's definitely not as favored to the right anymore. Again, we need the wind angle. We'll see, but it's always changing. So, as opposed to getting which side to start, I'd rather have that clear air with the option to take on that puff and take advantage of whatever angle that puff's going to give me.
So what I've noticed is there've been quite a bit of pile-ups, boats getting to the committee boat end of the line early. And so right at the committee boat, there seems to be a little bit of congestion. So if I were starting, I would want to go closer to the race committee, but I'd want to be probably about 5-6 boats down the line, knowing that there would be boats converging at the committee boat. Not a lot of wind there, and possibility of getting into some sort of, not collision, but not having free speed at go. Exactly.
Yeah, just one guy coming up a little bit, just taking your air, forcing you up so you have no more speed. You want to have speed on that line. If you can just, like we've said before, if you can just jot out quickly right off that start, like Ian Coleman and Lawrence did on the last race we saw, that clear air just gives you, or that clear lane more opposed to clear air, it's just giving you the ability to take advantage of that puff.
Well, Kathleen, 5-time national champ, I think, in the snipe in the USA. So good analysis there. Thank you, Tyler. We're minutes to go. We can see the blue Peter flag. And can we fly a clock on to just coming up to 2 minutes on Virtual Eye? There we go. Big bunch up. Quite a lot of traffic under the committee boat. And clearly the majority wanting a committee boat end start. So it'll be interesting to see where Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi, they are bow number 2, ITA 8497. It'll be cool to see where they start. It'll be interesting to see where the Polish guys start. And Eric Doyle, the very well-known sailor from the USA, he's up in there, plus a whole load from Hamburg. So we have just over 30 boats in this fleet. We're splitting them up into 3 fleets. The 100 teams entered into the first ever SSL City Grand Slam, and we are about to start the first race of the blue fleet, and they're going to do 3 races today. Each fleet of the 3 fleets, they're all going to do 3 races each, and that's a lot of racing in the middle of Hamburg. Should be quite a nice sight for the tourists and spectators and the joggers and the cyclists. Boom, Blue Peter going down, 1 minute to go. Let's just join Louis for a moment. Over to you, Louis.
Yes, I'll tell you one thing I don't quite understand. 8378.
Yeah.
We have Touche and Winkleman, and they're just sitting the wrong side of the committee boat. I'm not quite sure what that's all about, whether they've had some sort of breakage. We hope not. But I can see that the Finnish team are the closest to line, but there's a lovely little spurt there from German 7251, but he's again too early. The gold star over on the pin end that looks the closest to the mark. Sorry, in the middle of the fleet, I should say.
That's the Polish.
But there's a complete pile up here at the committee boat end. They've moved that top mark over to the north side, but it looks like massive pin boat favoured. And we have a start, and we have a clear start at that.
Well, those guys on the pin end, bow 47, Hanneman and Dahms, off they go. They're in their own little race, and we can just cut quickly to virtual. And top of the screen, clean wind, and no one anywhere near them, and away they go. They hit the line at speed. And that was an amazing start, I think, for Hanneman and Dans. Everybody else wanting the committee boat end, quite a bunch in the middle as well. So the guys sitting outside of the committee boat, they're well back, and that was a unusual starting procedure for them. Not great, I would have to say, but boom, here we go. Hanneman and Dans from Germany, firing out of the pin end of the line, and out they go into a monster lead. That's very unusual. And Kuznerovic and Jitsky, they are in the running, also heading up the left-hand side of the track. And the guys heading right up the track, Louis, in virtual eye terms, a long way behind. So right now, the left-hand side of this racetrack is heavily favoured, and that's the mathematics from virtual eye, with Hanneman and Dams banging that corner far left, 22 metres ahead of, I can't see that, it could be Kuznerovic and Jitsky or the Lavrovics in second place. So there's the live shot of bow 47, Hanneman and Dams heading out to the left-hand side. Bit of a clean wind. We can see to the left of our shot the poles there. Kuznudovic and Zitsky in nice
and the
position
Swiss
there.
of Danisbo and Bonhoeffer.
The Swiss guys in the middle, the Lavrovics from Croatia in that little lead group, and the Germans, who's that behind? Just tacking now. They're going to duck a
few sterns.
78.
Westphalian.
Kierga. Sorry for our pronunciations, our German pronunciations. We'll perfect them during the week, but they're off to a nice start. Bow 78 and right of shot, bow 9. Kuzniewicz and Zitsky from Poland, world champs, former world champions with that gold star up there. And away they go, looking very nice indeed for their first race of the first ever SSL City Grand Slam. And they're all ploughing up towards the top mark. They're going to be doing 3 laps. Upwind, downwind, upwind, downwind, upwind, downwind, finish. Hold on.
4.
Four?
Yeah, no,
you
we're back
you
to
told
4.
us 3, Tyler. It's changed, did it?
I was
They're
wrong. I'll admit it. I pulled that one out before I actually. I
Ah,
saw a
okay.
3, but it was
All
a
right,
different 3.
okay, we'll let you off. They're going to do 4 laps. All right,
4 laps,
fair
yeah.
enough.
Well, I know somebody who's happy there's 4 laps because the Italians, Diego Negri, Sergio Lambertini, were just buried at the boat end. A very unusual start for them. Not used to seeing them there. They had a really hard time accelerating and were in the second row. So they're going to need a few laps to catch up to the front.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how they do at the top mark and where they end up. So it was interesting to see how their speed comes into play.
So Kuznudovic and Zitsky, who headed left up the track, they weren't as far left as Hanneman and Dams. Hanneman and Dams are just fallen back slightly. And some of the Yellow Fleet sailors have come in from the track. There's George Zabo outside our window, gurning at us, and Xavier Rohard of. We'll chat to them in just a minute and get their feels and thoughts for what's going out there. So quite fun, and George and Xavier just coming through the door. So we'll swap out. You can fight amongst yourselves. Who Tyler being the gent, good man. Why not both?
Do you want the both?
Yeah, why not? Yeah. So in our studio, we're just having a little turnaround. We'll jump to Loué. Loué, just give us a little update from out on the racetrack for 20 seconds, and we'll just reset our studio for our sailors to come in.
Okay, Diggers. Well, yeah, there we have Kuzniewicz and Jutski, and they have got to the top mark first by some way. They've chosen the right-hand side, which is interesting. I'll come back to that later. Second in looks like Eric Doyle with the Swiss team. Bit of shouting going on there with the Croatians just getting inside them. And I have to say that was a very moody move by the Croatians there. But they came in very sharp, and Eric Doyle's got a much better angle around that mark. So interesting. It looked like there was a good lift here on the right-hand side, which has brought those boats back into it. But Kuzniewicz and Jutski, they went left. They had a very nice controlling position with the boats coming back to them on port, and they got in the lead there. I'm surprised they went for the right-hand mark. It looks a little bit further away from the start line, to be honest. I think the left-hand mark looked a little bit better, but that's how they've chosen to do it. But it's rounding to port on these two, obviously. So we've got a nice bunch up coming in now. Breeze has gone down just a little bit, but it's interesting. It looks like the right-hand side pays further up the track. It's better on the left-hand side at the start, but the right-hand side looks like it pays better as you get up the track. But as we can see now, we've got a very one-sided downwind leg. They're all on the right-hand side. A couple of early jibers, but it looks like we might not have a totally square racetrack here. But great to see Kuzniewicz and Jutski. I don't know how they manage it. They just jump back in a star and lead at the first mark. It just shows what amazing sailors those two are. But it looks a little one-sided on this on this first downwind leg. We've got a group of boats that have jibed early, being led by, I think that's about 39, sorry, Jensen and Jefferson. No, I beg pardon, correction on that. That is Sorensen and Tirso from Denmark. So we'll see how these boats that have jibed over do, but they look quite slow, I have to say. And I think that Kuzniewicz and Jutski have got ahead here, and I'd be very hard to catch them now, to be honest with you. But having said that, there's more boats coming over onto this jibe, and they've now found themselves all the way over on the right. So again, it's shifty out here, Digby. The wind's up and down, and I think we're going to see a lot of place changes like we did in the first fleet.
Thanks, Louis. Good stuff. Yeah. We are seeing Kuzniewicz and Zitsky taking a monster lead very early in this race, and they're ahead of the Lavrovics with Eric Doyle, Payson, Infeliz, I'm not quite sure. Infeliz. And in our studio, as we watch the virtual eye, we have George Zabio, Xavier Rohard. You've just come in, you're puffing away, still the adrenaline's still going, and big smiles, and you're all wet. And how's racing out there, chaps? George.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I may have had too much coffee this morning, but it started out more left in the morning, and the left could work a little bit, and we had some left shifts, and as the rain came through, the wind shifted to the right, and we made a good gain in the last race just by going to the right and finding the breeze coming down the river I guess it's a river. And so now I think what these guys are seeing is that the wind's blocked a little bit on the left side of the race course because of the trees and the buildings, and on the right side there's more of a river, and the wind's able to come down there, and they're seeing some back and forth. And unfortunately the weather mark's almost underneath some trees, and so you got to be nice to the trees when you get up there and hope for the best.
Hell of a raft up round that top mark, Xavier. I mean, you could walk across about 10 boats at one stage, and but we noticed quite disciplined, actually. It wasn't an awful lot of screaming and shouting.
Screaming some, for sure. No big crashes, that was a good point, and quite disciplined, as you say. But the thing, it was like everyone was on the line, so there is no hole. So you can't really expect to do something. You just have to turn and wait for your place. So
okay. I beg your pardon, I think we're having a slight audio thing with your headset. Andy will twiddle away. But Xavier, well done. You look like you were having a consistent day out there. Very nice start to the campaign. George, as you mentioned, we replayed your leg where you banged that right and headed up the right. It was beautiful because you gained, I don't know how many, it was 7, 9 places or so by choosing to take that right hand.
Yeah, it's just we went out with the thought that you want to connect the dots, just look for the pressure, and try to, sometimes if you don't know where you're going, just go to the pressure and decide which way is close to the mark. It was kind of the plan. And at that point we looked to the right, and there was just more pressure right, and so we went further than the Luke went, and we dug into the pressure and finally tacked, and it worked out as we'd hoped.
Okay, so on the helm, as you're helming around and steering around, you're looking up the track for the wind puffs on the water, the pressure on the water. I mean, what else is giving you indications of wind?
It's completely heads out of the boat sailing. It's not like when we're in Miami or a long straight race course where we have time to get the tuning just right. It's kind of where the tuning ends up. The sails were never quite perfectly trimmed because your head's out of the boat trying to steer and keep the right angle of heel and look for the next pressure. And you don't even have, sometimes you look at your sail and you realize that all of a sudden your main's over trimmed and your jib's under trimmed, and you're like, but at least you hit the wind shift, and it's pretty difficult out there, just trying to stay on top of everything, and you do as best you can.
We were noticing of the first 3 starts in your fleet, we had a couple of guys, the German guys, sorry, I can't remember their names, but they shot out, Shatter and Sievert, shot out left pin end for almost 3 starts, and they were loving that. In the first race they got up to the top, but then a whole bunch were going for the right. The majority seemed to be wanting that committee boat end.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was. We wanted the left side a little bit more a few times as well, but when we saw everybody going to the committee boat end, we just moved over towards the guys that were at the committee boat end to be closer to the fleet. But yeah, it definitely did look good on the left, but
okay,
you seem like you're never out of it. There's definitely 2 winds out there, 1 wind on the left, 1 wind on the right, and you could get caught in between, or you can get one or the other.
Just stay with us for a second, George and Xavier, if you would. And just let's tune into the race 1 of the Blue Fleet. We saw a marvellous start from Kuznedovic and Jitsky. Off they went. And now we've got Doyle and Lavrovics and who's that? Koch and Witt and Danisbo and Bernhofer. All in there, but at the moment Kuznedovic and Jitsky have got a stranglehold on this race, and I would say from my amateur eye that have they got this in the bag? Yeah, come on, pretty much.
I wouldn't count anyone out on this lake.
Yeah, okay.
I wouldn't count anyone out. But, you know, it does look pretty good for most if you expect steady wind. But as they get towards that weather mark, if you get a live shot that way, you'll see that the weather mark right now is still close to the buildings and the trees, and the wind could still die. And, you know, hopefully that's enough lead to win the race.
And while you're here, George, talk about Eric Doyle a little bit. I'm not familiar, but he's a famous big name sailor, sail-making brand. What kind of sailor is he, and how cool is it to compete against him?
Actually, he's from San Diego, and he works at North Sails. And even though he has the same name as the other sailmaker, he's been sailing Star for a long time, won the Worlds a long time ago, almost won 2 Worlds. But he's America's Cup sailor, I believe a strategist, I forget for what team. Yeah. And he's been a good sailor in the Star for a long time. He's coming back with an effort in the last year, and it's good to see him back.
Sweet. We were mentioning amongst ourselves with Tyler and Kathleen that we also have Torben Grail here. And last night in the club with Bob Fish and Louis, we were kind of discussing who overall one of the best sailors in the world is Torben Grail, with 5 Olympic medals, a win in the Volvo Around the World race as skipper, and Louis Vuitton win in the America's Cup. So, you know, it's a real honor to have you guys, all you guys, world champs and bronze medalists and multiple world champions and Star Sailors League top-ranked skippers and crew and everybody here. It's pretty cool. And, you know, just first impressions of the City Grand Slam, gentlemen. Xavier.
Very good impression. It was really tough out there, but quite fun, and the expectation we had to be a very close racing with lots of people who can win the race is achieved. So I think it's a very good idea. For sure, the weather forecast and all the wind and the situation help us for a lot. So as George said, there is some special trees effects and everything, but you can see them, you can know them, and you can use them. So it's perfect. It's not a gambling racing, and no, it's a real fair racing.
Okay. And George, first impression?
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. And everybody out there is having fun, as you said. You know, not just exciting for everybody to be sailing against the top sailors, but you get around and, you know, the local sailors, the Germans, like, I'm next to Xavier, I'm next to Zabo, and they're just all having fun in there. Cool. It's a lot of smiles out there. Made some new friends that hit us before start, but we'll find out their names later.
So you taped it up. You got the old gaffer tape out. And,
yeah, fortunately, support boat had some duct tape.
Oh, cool.
So
that stuff fixes everything, doesn't it? Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you're smiling, and I can feel the energy and the exuberance from you, having just come in off the racetrack, and fair play. Thank you, gentlemen, very much for joining us. We're going to just cut back and cover a little bit of racing and do a little swap out with you guys, because I believe we have, is it Jan and Bjorn in the corner? Great, they're standing by to come and tell us about pin end starts here at the Ulster. But just for a moment, if we can have a look at Virtual Eye and join Louis. Louis, just take us up to date with this race, the first of the Blue Fleet, if you would, Louis.
Well, I think the interesting thing to point out here, Diggers, is we're getting this division again within the top sort of 10 boats, getting a bit of extension, and the bottom 20 also falling behind. I think, you know, also worth putting out the Croatian brothers. They had a terrible mark rounding at the bottom mark, and that opened up that gap for the for Kuznedovic and Jutski to get away. The breeze, I don't know, it's probably gone a little bit lighter, but it's looking like a very bias towards the right-hand side of the course. We're seeing a lot of boats over here on the right-hand side upwind, and the boats on one jibe downwind. So not too many passing lanes at the moment. It's all about, as George Zabo was pointing out, head out of the boat, looking at the water, trying to find those gusts and lulls, leaning in and hiking out to keep the boat speed up. But at the moment, it's a bit of a boat speed game. I don't think there's an awful lot of tactics on this course. I think it's a little bit one-sided, and it's all about boat speed at the moment and trying to take those scalps at the marked roundings. But as we can see on the water, we have the Polish team way ahead. Kuzniewicz and Jutski are probably 5, 6, 7 boat lengths ahead in this race, and it's there's the taking. Just counting back, we've got a breakaway pack of about 10, and then there's 4 boats in the middle here, which are fighting for those top 10 spots, and then we've got the rest of the fleet way back in the pack. So I have to say, at the moment, the Ukrainian pair are leading the pack that are trying to get into that top 10, which is all they can really go for here. With this sort of qualifying round setup, it's not about winning the races, it's about getting in the top 10 every race, and that will secure you a berth in that 30 boats that will go through to the knockout stages. Having said that, let's remember, if you win the qualifying round, you go all the way through to the final. So if you're on fire, and Kuzniewicz and Jutski certainly are at the moment, they're going to be thinking, wow, if we can put together this sort of effort, we can get a bye all the way through to the final. So that's got to be playing in the back of some of the boats' minds. And at the moment, Kuzniewicz and Jutski are just strolling around this course way ahead, clear air. They can go whichever way they want to. It's no problem whatsoever. But I have to say, we're seeing a massive difference now in between the back of the pack and the front of the pack. Kuzniewicz and Jutski are virtually half a length ahead of about, I don't know, 10 or a dozen boats.
Thanks,
So,
Louis. Yep, we can see on virtual they've got a 70-meter lead over the Lavrovics from Croatia, and if we pull out virtually, we can see the distance from first to last in this race, and that is a large spread. Now in the studio we are joined by Jan Seekamp and Bjorn Schutter. I'm sorry about my pronunciations. Bjorn Krummen, we were watching those starts, those wonderful pin-end starts in the Yellow Fleet, and you absolutely nailed them. Now, why did you want the pin, and why were you going left?
Well, for me, it's first time starboard sailing, and for Jan, it's just occasionally before. Usually we sailed other boats, so we wanted to stay out of trouble first.
And we saw that. We saw you in that third race, just totally on your own and clean air, and it was a wonder to see. It was wonderful.
Yeah, third race was a bit difficult because 20 seconds before the start it shifted. That was unfortunately, but the start before was much better at the pin end for us because we could start with speed, free to tack where we want, and here on the Ulster it's better if you're free to decide. So
okay, and tell me, you say you've not sailed the Star. What is this your club, and what have you been sailing? Tell us a little bit.
Well, we met each other in laser, some 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Then sailed some laser, I sailed some fin, and then we got some family business, I would say, and we joined back for Bundesliga sailing. And Jan and I, we were sailing some dragon boat, and and now we set great event here. We come to Hamburg. We come initially from Bremen, which is 100 kilometers from here.
Okay. And Jan, if I may ask, you were saying that your English is not so great, but it's better than my German, I can tell you. Just give us an impression, your first impression of the City Grand Slam, the SSL City Grand Slam, on this little lake here. What's it like racing out there?
Well, that's not that difficult for us because we are sailing only on so small lakes. I come from a very small lake in Bremen, so it's not a problem for us here to sail.
Okay.
To decide for the tactics, and so very good for us.
Okay, so thank you very much for coming in. I like your confession almost that it was just saying safe. I thought it was just we saw some Greek, our lovely Greek friends on the Star Sailors League. They were pin end specialists, but it's nice to see you go for it.
And surely we saw some wind on the left, on the port side, left-hand side. So that's why we also wanted to go there.
Yeah.
If we see it's bullshit, we don't go there.
Okay. Rock and roll.
Yeah.
Tell it like it is.
Yeah. Sorry.
Awesome. No, it's quite all right. Yeah. Okay, so now you're done for the day. You've done your 3 races. You can go and have lunch. You can relax a bit. You can watch a little bit of Virtual Eye and see how it's all going. And just have you looked at the forecast for tomorrow? Do you know what sort of thing we're going to get?
Yeah, light wind.
Really light.
Light wind, good weather, perfect weather for May in Hamburg.
Sunshine.
Yeah. You will enjoy it. Remember 2006, the soccer world.
Yeah.
So the same weather we will get.
Okay, but tricky sailing, I imagine, if it's going to be lighter than this.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Gentlemen, Jan and Bjorn, our sailors have all got their names on these little bibs. Just last shot from the studio. You can see in the SSL we have the country and Bjorn Schutter and Jan Sikan. They've all got these bibs on with their names on everything. It's really cool, and everyone gets them signed by the end of the event, and we like that very much indeed. Thank you very much for joining us, and well sailed today. It was a great start for you guys, and we'll let you go and have lunch and recycle Kathleen and Bjorn back into the commentators' chairs. Vielen Dank. Vielen Dank.
You're most welcome.
Cheers. So we're back into Virtual Eye and race number 1 for the Blue Fleet. And to the right of screen, we can see Kuznirovic and Zitsky with a stranglehold over this race, and the Lavrovics from Croatia maintaining their 2nd position. And in a moment, we'll be rejoined by Bjorn and Kathleen, but at the moment we are looking at the top mark rounding. In 3rd position, it's or 2nd position, I beg your pardon. Well, I'm not sure that's correct. The leaderboard on the left. Let's go back to the live shot, Andy. Looking through a bunch of boats going around the top, and to the race leaders heading down the track, and you can see one of the ferry terminals, the Rabenstrasse, in the background with the race committee boat in orange, and Dominik Zitsky on the bow of boat number 9, bow number 9. And on the back of his bib, the number 3, his best position in the Star Sailors League as crew. And these guys consistently on the podium at the SSL finals in the Bahamas. And a quality act, both of them, Mathieu's and Dominik. And you can see Dominik just looking behind him as they head downwind. And I always thought that they're extending the waterline length a little bit as the crew steps onto the bow, because you can see it's the bow's out of the water as they go upwind, but they're kind of lifting the stern a little bit and extending the waterline length. Tyler?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the best thing about the crew just getting is he can see. Right, that's the one thing we're really trying to do as a crew, and as you can see, the jibe there helping Dominik, the consummate pro, getting the look at the acceleration with the ability to get the body weight over the side and all that kind of stuff as a crew. Just hanging off just helps get the boom up a little higher, get a little more wind in the sail.
Very confident, lovely manoeuvre there, and super bit of crew work. I love this camera. I keep saying this at every event that we do with SSL because we just get to see such detailed crew work and the real sort of balletic athleticism of these big guys in the Star. And interesting to chat to our German friends Jan and Bjorn just now, all coming from laser fleets and fin fleets, and those guys teaming up and racing the Star for the first time here, and they were saying that they pick the pin end. You know, they hit those fantastic pin end starts. To keep clear of everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
But then they said, no, actually, it's we saw pressure. But I think they were just staying safe, actually. And it really paid off for them.
Well, they do a good job. But, yeah, you got to keep clear. It just gives you the option to attack whenever you want. As soon as you get caught in a little bunch on the line, you just need one guy a little bit ahead. He gets stalled, and then all of a sudden you can't maneuver out. And then you just start falling back, and then you fall back. It's hard to get back, especially with such a short course.
But in pretty much all three starts, they were absolutely gunning at speed, hitting the line with really nice speed and clean air. So even if the right hand is favoured, they're not going to do too badly out of it
just
once they tack over.
Right?
Yeah,
You win your side, and if you can win your side, at least you're in the hunt. But I mean, this is actually quite different racing, right? We've got such a small course that you want to get ahead quick, at least in that top 5 to extend, as we see with the virtual eye. When you get ahead, you get ahead quick.
Boom, massive, over 160 meters. Kuzniewicz and Zitsky rounding the bottom mark, that bottom gate. They can choose left or right and work their way up left or right. There are no restrictions on the course itself. They're allowed to go as close to the edges as they can. And
nice lead.
That's a very nice lead. Kuzniewicz and Zitsky pretty much have this one in the bag unless something terrible happens, which I suspect is not going to be the case.
And
as we see the Marin and Dan Lavrovic from Croatia just work their way around the bottom gate. Slick
done, boys.
crew work from the Croatians. Bang, that mainsail coming right in, and it sheets right to the deck. And look at that boom, Tyler. I mean, it's huge, isn't it? That boom.
Yeah, it's a lot of main sheet. A lot of main sheet to pull in.
70 feet of main sheet.
That's incredible.
Yeah. No, these guys again. Doyle, a veteran of the class from the West Coast. I mean, this guy's been doing it early '90s, right? I think he was going for the '96 games. So a lot of experience here.
Okay, so Eric Doyle, Payson, Infeliz with bow number 11. Very light breeze. Louet's been observing on the water for us out on our camera boats, and they are down there at this bottom mark with the boats coming down towards them, right into the barrel of our lens. Louet, a little bit less wind.
Yeah. So we go.
Okay, so Louet's chatting away to our boat driver, Inga, just trying to keep her straight and out of trouble and giving us these lovely shots from the water. Virtual eye, there you go. Kuzniewicz, Zitsky, miles ahead of Doyle and Infeliz. Koch and Witt from Germany in third. Danesbo and Bornhofer in fourth with Tusch and Winkelmann. Sorensen, Triso, and the Sundermans up there. And Merkelbach and Bartel in the top 10 with Hagen and Seeberger in that 10th position. So the boat's spreading out quite a bit, and we're just getting confirmation of overall results from the yellow group, and it's telling us that Luke Lawrence is the leader. And we might chat to Luke perhaps after this race and get hit. But we saw Luke having a fantastic first consistent 3 races. So overall in the yellow, but right now Kuzniewicz is the guy with Zitsky. They're the leaders so far. And if you're just joining us, just to give you an overall picture of what's going on here in Hamburg. It's the first ever City Grand Slam. It's the Star Sailors League Grand Slam in the city. We're right in the middle of Hamburg. We're on Lake Ulster, and we're in a 5-day competition, a 5-day regatta. And it's going to be very tricky for all of these guys because the wind is swirly and shifty around the buildings around the lake. And the whole concept of the Star Sailors League is to have Grand Slams on lakes, at sea, in breeze, and in the middle of cities, and have a big finale, a big final. So far we've had 3 finals in the Bahamas, in scintillating conditions, I would say. A fantastic place to have a final. But this is the first time the Star Sailors League has ever had a Grand Slam on the lake, and it's pretty cool and different type of sailing, and we're still learning a great deal about the tactics and strategies that are paying off here in these conditions. Now, just looking at virtual eye, we can see that Lavrovics have caught up a country mile, haven't they? They've really clawed back over the poles.
I think the Polish fell out of pressure there. You could see just a minute ago when we saw the close-up on their boat, the crew was sitting to the low side, the skipper was in, and they were not moving very well. So as the breeze has shut down a little bit here, it's going to make the course a little more spotty. We've had more consistent breeze with the first fleet of the day, but here you're going to see some inconsistencies in terms of velocity around the race course.
Yeah, the flags are definitely moving a lot softer out the window here, so. Ooh, and there's another softness.
So if you're a crew, how do you feel sitting on the low side?
Well, you know, if it's hot, you can get a little bit out of the sun, but it's not the most comfortable spot, especially if you have to squeeze those hips in for the bigger guys. I think a guy like Marcus Coy is going to have a bit of a challenging day, being 6, whatever it is, 5 plus, getting underneath that boom's just a little bit harder.
Do you know what? I think the poles are about to lap somebody. If we can see the top mark, and I believe the boat to the right of Kuznedovic and Jitsky is the tail ender. I'm pretty sure,
wow.
Unless it's a spectator. But
does that mean you have to step out?
I think they're about to lap someone. How extraordinary! That's pretty rare, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
okay.
I mean, this whole type of event's rare. Being in a little lake like this, doing all these laps. But,
yep.
Yeah, that's got to be a little painful.
Goodness me. They're slowing down. We could pop up some boat speeds on our virtual eye, and you can see. Oh, look, Dickerman and Heinlein. There's clearly a big hole up there. They're in the lee of
half the speed
trees and everything, but they are literally going half the speed of Kuznedovic and Jitsky. So I think they're going to be ignominiously lapped any second now. Let's join Louis. You're out there, Louis. We're seeing a real drop in boat speeds, and wow, big change. So Louis, talk us through it a little.
Well, what I can see, Digby, is we've got two lines of black cloud. One is to the north of us, and the other one is to the southwest of us. And the sun's just breaking through here, and I think we've just hit a hole between the two cloud lines, and it literally is as easy as that. There's the breeze is dying on the lake.
Look at the poles. Boom! Off. They're off. Sudden gust.
They certainly are. It is so squirrely out here. It is unbelievable. You can see one boat just take off, and another boat is literally in the same water. If you can see the two boats in shot now, but I can assure you that the Americans in third place have literally just stopped, and they are 50 meters away from those two leaders. So it's incredibly squirrely out here, and it is all about looking at what's happening just ahead of you and trying to stay in that pressure. And it's it must be a frustrating place to sail, but it's also technically and tactically a fascinating place to sail at the same time, because you know you've made the error. You said, oh, I saw that hole, I shouldn't have got in it. It's very easy to take you after prize, and as we say that, the Polish pair have just been done, I think. Oh no, I beg your pardon, but the Poles are definitely slowing down, and the Croatians are most definitely coming at them. So it is quite incredible. There's a massive gap now between the front 5 or 6 boats. And I tell you what, I saw Negri and Lambertenghi back in that pack, and they are not having a good race at all. They are right down there. And also, that looks like Staniek and Clean. They're probably just in the top 10. So, you know, there you've got world-class star sailors that are barely hanging on to where they need to be in this race. But the Poles still ahead, but it's incredibly tactically difficult sailing out here. It's changing all the time. But the weather's clearing up, but as it does, the breeze is dropping. And the phrase "heads out of the boat" couldn't be more true at the moment on Lake Ulster. We're just watching the German pair of Meckelbach and Bartel, and they're doing pretty well now. They've got a nice bit of breeze coming in to that top mark, and they'll be hoping that it holds out. But there's a lot of place changes, and there's some very well-known names that are not in that top 10, and I'm pretty sure Negri and Lambertenghi are one of them. So they'll be looking to put a better result in for the next race. But boats gliding around now. It's amazing to watch the difference, changing gears that these boats are doing. Just on this short course. Wind holes all over the place, but also wind all over the place, and it's finding those lines. But the north side or the right side looks like it's paying at the moment. The pressure's definitely in over on this side that we are at the moment. But it's incredibly tactical racing out here, Digby, and I'm sure we're going to have days of this, which I'm thoroughly looking forward to. But Negri and Lambertenghi, whereabouts are they on the course, Digby?
Slap bang in the middle,
yeah.
and we've just zoomed in on them in virtual eye, and I'm not sure what position they're in. Let's zoom out a little bit, and
Deep.
they're deep down, aren't they? And amazing spread across the lake. I mean, that's pretty unusual as well in a fleet race.
That doesn't look fun back in the middle of the pack.
No, it
behind
doesn't
all those
indeed.
boats. There's just no air.
No.
Especially there's no air to begin with.
And you could see the great kind of shadowing effect of the buildings and the trees and the shoreline at the top of the course, because the wind just slowed down to almost nothing, and they ghosted around that top mark at the bottom of our screen. So Merkelbach and Bartel about to go around, Koch and Witt and Tusch and Winkelmann around there. Have we got a virtual eye leaderboard? If we could fly that up on the left-hand side, get a feeling for positions. I'm looking for the Italian flag.
They were just in 18th, and they look like there they are, 16th.
600. That's.
Negri
Look,
and
it's tough.
Lambertenghi.
It's tough
Okay.
sledding out there for sure. I mean, it's getting really light. You're almost glad you had to sort of maybe take that early morning sail, get out there with a little bit of the rain and the sort of not the comfortable sailing, but you had some breeze compared to what these guys are going to get, and you wonder what's going to happen with the third fleet.
Okay, well, this is race number 1 for the Blue Fleet, almost 40 minutes in. And that's heading to the finish line, I believe. 3 laps, Tyler. I think they were running there, and Dominik Zitsky, crewman, with Mateusz Kuznierovic. It's all good. Can take it easy for a little bit, these guys, as they drift down to the finish line. Mateusz still keeping a wary eye all around him, concentrating to the very end and coming up for their jibe.
Nice little roll. Hang off. Hold.
Boom. Wow.
Keep it there. Keep it there. It takes a while for that boom to come across, especially in the light breeze.
Yeah, you happy there? Yeah, you can see both. Yes, they're very.
So Dominik and Mateusz coming down to the finish, the flag in the distance giving us a feel for the breeze as they go through the finish line. A wave from our race committee, and the board already being written up for race number 2 of the Blue Fleet. Really tough job for any race officer, this kind of stuff. And you know, we've got Klaus Lama, an experienced PRO, principal race officer. He's out there on that little red committee boat. As the second boat comes drifting down across the finish line, Marin and Dan Levrovic from Croatia. Very consistent race for those dudes. And they clawed a lot of distance back on the poles, I thought, in the final lap of the race. So well played. And in the background, you can see the buildings of Hamburg. Incredible city, actually. We had a opening ceremony in the town hall. Is that the Rathaus? Yesterday, and a massively impressive building. And you could see the sea history, the maritime history. It's a huge port. We're some 30 miles, I think, from the sea, the North Sea. But there's a big river, the Elbe, and a huge amount of tanker traffic. I think it's is it the second biggest in Germany or Europe?
Yeah.
I mean, it is an
Yeah.
enormous
Yeah.
container port, and this is all part of the same waterway. And some over 1,000 years ago, they dammed up this lake and created a feature in the middle of Hamburg. Pretty cool. Great skyline. That, in fact, that is the Rathaus, just to the left of the cranes. And there we're looking at bow 92 coming across the line. Who's that, Kathleen? Dickman and Heinlein. No?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
That's what it says.
Henning Diekmann and Michael Heinlein. I'll try. We'll work on our German
I
pronunciations.
believe that is the team that was lapped.
Oh, I think you're right. Yeah.
No laughing.
Principal Glory. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Goodness me.
We've got Eric Doyle coming in here in third place.
We do indeed. Well done. Well done. And infeliz.
Followed by the Germans, Tusch and Winkelmann.
Very good. Oh well, could be. We could be here for a little while.
No, well, this is going to be tough sledding for
Yeah.
sure. You know, we're watching grass grow here for the for the afternoon. Maybe it'll pick up. You know, maybe with a little sunshine, we may get some. We just do a little prayer for the wind. The flags are going all right, so maybe it's going to come in.
Yeah.
Right. But you know, it's going to be like this all day. Right. We're going to have a little bit of puffs are going to come in. It's just a matter of when is it going to happen, and keep your eyes open.
Okay.
Well, with a downwind finish, with a little bit of breeze filling in, there is some hope for those in the back, because the people who are in the back of the fleet, they get the breeze first, and they carry the momentum, and they're able to pass some of the boats in front of them that have been going very, very slowly. So there could be a final bit of mix-up here in the downwind leg, which could be good for Negri and Lambertenghi. They might pass a couple more boats.
Okay. Well, just a reminder that we're into a 5-day regatta. First day of 5 days of racing on Lake Alster in the middle of Hamburg. Kuznidovic and Jitsky over the line, Lavrovics with Doyle and Infeliz in third position, and then the Germans Tusch and Winkelmann just crossing that finish line. Hagen, Sieber, Koch, Witt just coming down. And Merkelbach and Bartel, I think there's a slight glitch in our GPS trackers. And there they go. We can see live picture. There is Hubert Merkelbach and
Going
Gerrit
across, yeah.
Bartel sliding across the finish. Good
They're
job.
doing well,
and they
yeah.
are just ahead of Koch and Witt from Germany. But breeze, I can see flags flying and top of buildings, which is interesting. Those German flags up there flying away. So I think, as Louis said, we were in the middle of a couple of clouds, a couple of little systems running through, piling over Hamburg. So it's part of the nature of a city Grand Slam right in the middle of Hamburg. And you can see the race officers just lining up, getting ready to start the fourth race of today, the fifth race indeed, sorry, the second race of our Blue Fleet.
Now, I know in these downwinds and light air, it really looks like they're not doing that much activity, but there are two things that you have to take note of. Number one, that sometimes just holding a position in the boat so you're not moving that much just uses static energy. And also the mental energy in light air is tremendous. People are tired just because of, from thinking, almost like pilots. So light air is also very exhausting, but for different reasons.
Yeah. Really exhausting. And then, my lovely wife Paula tells me that women are much better helmsmen in light airs because they can concentrate harder. That's what she tells me. So here we go. Rest of the fleet coming through. This is their first race of the regatta, and
you could just look at the finish times right there. You've
Yep.
got people, it's 5 minutes already after the first boat finishing. So a huge spread in this light air in terms of placement at the finish. And we've only finished, 9 boats right now. It's going to be a while before the finish. And the people who finish last, they get less of a rest. And where the people who are in the front, they're resting, they're drinking water. It becomes easier for them. And then finally, the last boat finishes, and bam, we're into the next race. So the boats that finish in the front have a little more time to relax and hydrate and watch what's happening on the race course. And it's just an advantage.
And these boat speeds looking to be picking up. It looks like they've got a bit of breeze now, and the majority of the pack sliding down across that finish line. And how's our live shot, Andy? There they go. We can see the finishers just coming through front of picture, and behind them the ball of boats.
Well, we could probably get a little bit of breeze, depending on the weather systems that are going to come through, whether we have any of this more rain. I mean, it doesn't look pleasant in the distance, definitely low cloud.
Lue's out there. Lue, what can you see?
As you say, we've seen a little bit of an increase in pressure, which has brought those boats back down to us. And I have to say, the pressure looks like it's gone a bit to the left. So it'll be interesting to see if they move that top mark. I have to say, there were grins all over the German pair, Tusch and Winkelmann, as they came through, I think, in 3rd place. And they were absolutely delighted, beating world champions here on the lake. And, regardless of whether they get through or not, they'll remember that race because of the people that were behind them. But at the moment, we've got a little bit of increase in the pressure, which is bringing those boats at the back of the fleet further towards the line a little bit quicker. But I'm looking at the committee boat now, and it's definitely swinging towards the left again. So it will be interesting to see whether they move the top mark again back to the left, which would shorten the race course as well. So we'll have to wait and see how we get on for that second race. But some very well-known sailors near the bottom there, or certainly struggling to make the top 10, and they'll be looking to get back in the back into some sort of winning position on the second race. But looking at the flags out here, the breeze has gone a little bit more left, and there is a lot more cloud over to the left now as well. So at the moment, I can't see them moving the top mark. I think that boat that was getting lapped is definitely round that top mark. So they are. Oh, I beg your pardon. He's just going round it now. So it'll be interesting to see whether they move the top mark back towards the left-hand side of the course, or if they leave it where it is. But be an interesting second race, because there's some well-known names that are going to need to score good points after some very average results in that first race. But for me, the sight there at the end of that race was Tusch and Winkelmann grinning from ear to ear for getting that 3rd place and beating a load of world champions. But back to you in the studio, Digby.
Thanks, Lue. Well, we're just going to queue up the start of the first race of the Blue Fleet. And when Ben from Virtual Eye gives me the nod, we're going to focus a little bit on Kuzniewicz and Jitsky and just kind of see what they did pre-start and start and first leg to gain such a stranglehold over their first race. It was really something. We're learning that these starts are pretty key and pretty critical, just as they are in any fleet race, as the back-end tail-enders go across the line. Nice day out on the committee boat, taking the numbers and sorting out all the results. And stand by for a replay. Give us a shout, Ben, when you're ready. In a second, we're going to have Luke Lawrence in the studio, the youngster from the USA, who is leading overall in the Yellow Fleet. Great day out for Luke and Ian, is it?
Yeah, Ian Coleman.
Luke and Ian. So Luke's going to have a little chit-chat, and we'll talk to him in just a moment. I can see who else. Fritjof Clean Frieda is bobbing around as well and causing trouble in the back of our little setup here, down in the bunker of the NRV in Hamburg. So how's Virtual Eye doing? We're almost ready for a replay of that start. See the flags fluttering away and the breeze coming up. So variable breeze on Lake Alta is probably a bit of an understatement. And there we're seeing bow number 50, Tusch and Winkelmann, just heading across the finish.
Well, it's tough to watch sometimes. Well, the flags are going well, so hopefully we'll have a little bit more. I wonder what the directions are comparable to the lay of the mark right now, whether we have to change the course a bit.
Okay, well,
but the flags are going nice. So
race committee, quite a bit on. Tough job for them, but they know the lake. This is their home club, and they're racing every weekend in the middle of Hamburg on this beautiful lake, Lake Ulster. We had beautiful sunshine, spring conditions yesterday. It seemed like half of Hamburg jogging around the track that surrounds this lake and cycling. And some of the guys still finishing the Blue Fleet's first race. So we're good to go for replay. Fantastic. Thumbs up from Ben. Here we go. So a minute before the start, we're just going to focus a little bit on Kuzniewicz and Zitsky, the danger men from Poland. And right there in the middle of the pack, a minute to go, taking it easy. They're in the front row. Normally, the best starters tend to find a bit of gap below them. They kind of work a little bit of space below. Right? They build a gap. So here they are, just weaving their way up, and they're just kind of nudging the boats to windward of them, to their right-hand side, and just giving themselves, working a little bit of a gap to leeward. And they're fighting. I mean, they're literally defending their spot and fighting the other boats around them. And bang, off they go. At speed, they literally just rolled over the Croatians, and away they go and poke their nose out. Now, at the top of the screen, obviously, the pin enders had a flying start and launched off into the lead, but they've taken quite a risk heading left and hitting a corner, whereas Kuzniewicz and Zitsky still have clean air. They're in a middling situation, just about to approach the ley line. They cross the bows of the pin end starters and cut their way back into the course inside the zone and not outside the zone. And we can see at the bottom of the screen a load of people going outside the zone. Not once did Kuzniewicz and Zitsky go outside of those ley lines. And tactically, this kind of means they're sailing less distance. They're sailing the minimum possible distance. And that was a bit of textbook starting. We can learn a huge amount from Virtual Eye. And wham, there they go, off to a romping start to their first race. Pretty cool seeing it like that, because sometimes, in real time, you can't quite get the idea and get the feel for how somebody nails a start. But to my mind, that was them just fighting away on that start line, weaving of ducking, creating a bit of space below them, and then just rolling over the guys right below them, the Lavrovics. But the Lavrovics also from Croatia, they wanted the same spot. So they didn't, they didn't have it all their own way. They created.
Well, I mean, Mateus has always been a very good starter, reputation-wise. But again, these guys have great control of the boat. Just being able to maneuver the boat just the way you want, pushing the Croatians down just a little bit, opening it up, pushing the Germans that were to windward of them, pushing up a little high. All of a sudden, they lose their speed, the Germans, so they can't really, roll over them. And Mateus, like I said, he's always had the reputation of a good, clean starter, but he's also been able to do those maneuvering. So, they've been a great team, and that's why they've had the success they've had.
Indeed.
And I think that was one of the things that made Lawrence and Coleman so successful in the first fleet was they nailed 3 starts, and it gave them the option to go where they wanted to go.
Yep.
And so with that consistency, if the Poles can do that for the next 2 races, they're going to be in the top 3, I think, at the end of this. If they can just keep that lead at the start, it's just the key to winning the race.
Start in front and then just keep it, right? That's probably
Yeah.
the simple way to do it.
Okay. So talking of Lawrence and Coleman, we have Luke Lawrence is in our studio, and I'm going to swap out actually and take a 5-minute break, and I wonder if you guys can chat away to Luke a little bit about what's going on. And
Luke's there.
they are leading the yellow fleet at the moment, so they've had a stellar first day to the SSL City Grand Slam. So I'm going to jump out, and Luke's going to jump in, and we can go back to either a virtual or a beauty shot, Andy, just for a second. And I'm going to hand over to Luke.
There we go.
You're in.
Thank you.
How's it going?
Hey.
That was a good day, man.
It was a blast. It was probably one of the best days of star sailing that anybody could have had. You know?
Now, would you have said that maybe a week ago, that coming to a lake, light breezes, city sailing after just coming from the Worlds in Miami, this is a little bit different scenery, a little bit different race, a lot. Did you expect this type of result coming here? I mean, what's your experience on a small lake?
It didn't seem a lot like a small lake. It just seemed a lot more like the Charles River without current.
The Charles
So
River is...
and it's a river that a lot of the universities sail on in Boston, dead center of the city. And it's got a knot of current going by, and it's pretty consistently just like this, all over the place.
Did you guys have a plan before you started the race? Or?
A large part of the plan when you have such a short course is starboard advantage is massive. It takes a pretty big lefty to get anybody to cross. We're 22 feet long, and it's really hard to actually gain enough leverage. But if you start it towards the boat, you have the option to go straight, pin the guys to the left, or tack and keep going. And if you're starboard, most guys have to duck you at the top mark. And it's a strategy that we kind of base to keep it as simple as possible and be consistent. And we know, pardon me, from trying in a couple of lineups that you just couldn't quite nail it out of the left. Geographically, it tended to want to bend right and come kind of parallel to the lake, and when you got up to the top left, it was geographically coming square off the shore. If you just hung there, it would auto tack you and rip you right around the mark.
Auto tack, exactly. Well, you guys had some good starts though today.
Yeah,
it was just. How did you approach that? Just more, just try to get good speed right off the line.
It was all about like the final approach in the last minute to coming into the finish, or into the start rather.
Do we have what's going on in the race course? Do we have?
We're within the
we
4
still have the
minutes.
5 minutes, eh? Ooh, it's not looking.
So,
it's
Luke, we saw a lot of boats bunching up at the race committee, and then you were just below them to leeward. What did you see there? What was going on at the race committee? We saw a lot of Germans being aggressive, coming in late, coming in early, but you were always in the perfect place just below them.
I like to look above the race committee boat and see what the next shift is going to be. And then we saw a 15-degree righty at 30 seconds to go. And instead of setting high, we reached down and ducked 7 boats. And then all of a sudden the righty wound us up, and we were on the new shutout lay, and they were all out the back. And it was, but just kind of being conscious of what's next, not necessarily what you're in. And by no means do you cover anybody. Doesn't matter. Go fast forward, because you could be right next to somebody on port and starboard going the same direction.
And what's it like sailing with Ian? How's he helping you out? Obviously, there's 2 people in there, so I mean the crew's pretty pivotal, right?
We probably, yeah, definitely. It's a little self-pitch there, eh? Well,
all crews, I mean, I see them all out there. For sure, there's got to be a lot of action.
Hey,
but
I was a star crew.
How's he helping you out while you're sailing?
He's everything, you know. We did 75 tacks today, probably, between the 3 races. We did 30 in the first race.
Oh, here we go. We're down to less than a minute for this second race for this fleet. Wow, there looks like there are a lot more boats down by the pinhead. geez, that looks tough.
Now they have a lot less velocity than you had. During your races, you were in and out of the boat, changing gears all the time. And this fleet, we're not seeing that yet. Definitely some different racing.
No, that looks tough down there. I mean, there's not much movement on the pin end spot of the boat. I mean, if you get a good run, looks like the Polish are just sort of coming down onto the starboard tack, and they've got a nice little about 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, the Danish.
How long? That looks like a lot of boats are over towards the pin. And bang.
Okay, there's a start.
Should
Flag
be
is
a
down.
general. There
General.
we go.
Okay.
So a lot of the boats here are going to continue upwind to just get a sense of the angles and their speed, so they don't return to restart immediately after the general recall. They're just getting information now, going, testing, and seeing where they would have ended up had it been a real race.
I gotta love the way the Polish started there, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's one thing you can see here is even though the pin was favored, if you're crowded around a bunch of boats, the guy who gets to start by himself and have options is going to go faster and get a little leverage on you. Even in the clump down there, it looked like they were pretty even pressure across the course, or across the start rather, and then the clumping at the pin slowed everybody down. That was probably the biggest thing I noticed out of that one.
Well, that was our first general of the day.
Yeah.
I mean, from our vantage points, a couple times this morning, it looked like there was
Close,
there should have been
yeah.
a couple generals or even individuals, but they all pretty much had clean. So this is the first time we're going to experience this. Push the start back a little bit, very way back. Here we go. We don't see the see if we can see the flags. Wonder what Louis seeing out there. Do we have Louis at all?
Okay, now
Not
you and Ian both came from warmer climates. You coming from Miami, and so you're here. It's a little bit colder. Usually, when there's general recall, when you're waiting between races, you can tend to get cold. Were you guys? How did you feel out there today?
Well, we kind of made the decision this morning. It was either dry suit or wetsuit, and dry suits are hard to get under the boom with, so we just committed to the wetsuits because there's only 5 minutes between races, and as long as you keep moving and swinging your arms around, then you can survive with less gear. But it's definitely better than being hot and not flexible.
Yeah, especially in the downwinds when the crew's sitting in the boat and you can't move.
Yeah.
But I think the race committee here today has been pretty efficient getting the races started. How did you find the mark positionings today?
I thought it was spot on for all three of our races. There was the variables in the tack is almost 40 degrees of angle in the wind alone, so you can keep pointing at the mark on both tacks.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we actually instead of hiking and trying to like force the boat to go fast, I found it more efficient with the shear to dump 4 feet of main sheet, and then the jib would still be backed from the lefty down low, but up top we're heeling over and accelerating with the righty up top, and then bang, tack.
The auto tack mode.
Oh, yeah.
What there's been a little talk about this Junior Worlds thing. I think tell us a little bit about what you have planned or trying to plan, or something you're cooking up there. And
So our plan as of now, Lars Grail approached me after the Worlds and asked me to head up a committee of other young sailors, from 2 from South America, 2 from North America, and 2 from Europe.
And how old are you?
I'm 25.
Okay, and Ian?
Ian's 28. So we couldn't really think of an easy way to get from wanting to be a star sailor to maybe, say, getting to the SSL finals. It would involve a lot of your own investments, and still does. The program right now that we have is to create essentially a silver cup, which is something the Junior World
from the Finn.
Championships in the Finn, which is 21 and under. But we're going to make one for skippers that's 30 and under. Unlimited crews to kind of incentivize people to not come and drop a mast on their first day.
Get the veterans in there. That's smart.
Another part of this is I created a budget that has allowed for 6 boats from Arthur Anisov with Starboat Shop to provide to 6 potential teams that are applying for these charters, and the objective is to subsidize.
Oh, we have
6
we're
of
under
these.
black flag right now.
100 black. Nice.
Cool. So that's interesting. So we're going to try and get the youth, so to speak, involved. Youth calling them 30 and under, but get them involved. When was this like happening in 2016, 2017?
So the goal is to have it overlap with Bacardi, because it's a large, already sustainable event, and a lot of high-profile people, and to have the opportunity for juniors to come and race against those guys.
Nice.
But then also have their separate scoring for our junior world championship. And the end-all goal is to have the winner of that be able to hopefully qualify for the rookie spot in the finals.
Okay, yeah, for the SSL finals. So this is a new way of, instead of sort of picking, get a qualify portion to get the kid to qualify for the finals in Nassau. That's awesome.
In theory, if you apply early enough, you get a boat, you have a shot to make it to the finals if you're good. And that's the stepping stone.
Nice.
And how did you get into the star class?
Augie. The day I hit 200 pounds, he said, "You're crewing for me."
There you go,
and
starting off.
just doing training and stuff in the bay, and then we did a couple years of 5-0s, and then he said, "You should get into it on your own."
Cool.
Okay, we have the start coming up here.
Yeah, minute 15.
We're under a black flag, which means if you are over at the start, you are out of the race. You can't go back and restart like in a normal start. So probably a little bit more conservative on the start here. People won't be pushing the line.
Ooh, Poland, what are they doing down there? Staying close. Oh, no. Well, I guess we have a little plus. Oh, okay. So a little plus or minus there. Okay, well, it's a little spread out, a lot more spread out on the start line this time.
I think it looks like people are scared a little. But 45 seconds now, they're pushing it.
Yeah, but it's got to be so light out there right now. And it's so important, especially when it's like just to get a lane. I mean, you don't want to be jostling with anybody, right? I mean, it just, as soon as your lane's just compromised at all, you're done.
You get out and go. Even though a couple times today you get slammed on, but the shift is so big, you just got to sit there in bad air.
Eat it.
Eat it. Because you're going to auto-tack out of there soon enough.
It's a big clump of Germans in the bottom third. And the Polish, they're trying to get that pin. 6 seconds, nice job.
Looks like they're going to get the pin and have lots of space around them.
Yeah.
See if this pin guy goes and crosses.
Okay, there they go.
Okay, and the Ukrainians down at the boat end with a good start as well.
That pin guy, he gone.
Yeah, that's Mateus.
Yeah.
All right. Oof, geez, he's really going.
He gone.
Okay.
Tacking over, crossing the fleet.
Nice little breeze.
And we've got Eric Doyle, USA with a gold star.
There's no guarantees out here at all. You could be a mile ahead and
no, that's it. And I
by
think,
the top.
I think in that first leg, it's so critical. You got to get around the top mark in some type of position in the top 10, and then you kind of just extend a little bit with the downwind, but upwind until you get to the top. I think it's always kind of, you never know where the shift's going to come from, how big a shift is going to happen either.
Yeah.
But that looks pretty good. When you look at Mateus right there, I'd feel pretty good. I'd have a grin on my face if I was the crew on that boat, sitting to leeward and looking down for sure. No cockiness and waving, but feeling good.
Yeah, they were the only boats at Go that were at full speed. We saw them put the bow down, and they had no one in front of them, and just were full speed at Go, going the direction, and tacked and crossed the fleet.
No, and that's it too. You don't want to be clumpy, especially when it's so light with these boats. When you have clear air, when you have space, with that big main, you can get the momentum and get going. But as soon as you're compromised or pinching or whatever it may be, it doesn't make any. But there, whoa, puff.
I think they're going to be happy with this breeze in the second race. The first race was just brutal.
This is looking more like what we had earlier.
Just to get the crews out hiking. And here you can see the puffs on the water. The glassy look is never good.
No, but you mentioned that too, right? As
they're not
sailors,
always there on the water.
Well, they're tricky, right? Sometimes they're fakes or whatever, imagination turning you a little bit. But that's essentially, you look for the dark water, and that's what's really going to essentially get you to convince you to make that decision.
Yeah, that's all. What the guys in the lead did, the Polish there, executed a plan pretty well. They obviously saw the lefty happening.
You can see their angle here is much better than the boats to leeward. They've kept their angle probably on par with the boats to windward of them, but the boats to leeward of them have really fallen off. Their angle isn't anything, and now they're starting to tack over. But it's just going to put them behind.
So it's a matter of perspective here, but it actually looks like the guys who went farther left geographically are making some gains.
Yeah.
That's always a challenge when you start at the pin and cross, is at what point do you go back and secure your leverage from the guys getting to your left. You know it's the favored side and you want to go there.
Well, I mean, it was a nice looking puff too, right? I mean, if you can see the puffs coming here, these guys that did, the Italians right there, the two Germans, they're heeled, they're looking pretty sharp. There's a dark piece of water. You can see it, even the one right up to the windward side coming down. You know, that they... Ooh.
Okay, now I just got a glimpse of Negri and Lambertini just behind this pack of Switzerland and the Ukraine, hoping to make a comeback after a very dismal first race. So they've got to get in the top 5 in this race to be in it at the end of the day, and they have a chance here. If the wind goes to the left, then they're going to be looking good. You can see them right through here.
Okay, there they are. Yeah, well, I mean, they're going to be overshot a little bit for sure, but there was, it's interesting, you don't see the puffs when you do the virtual eye, but I mean, when you go into that live version, you can see those. It looks like a very streaky, straight down the course.
Yeah, Diego might actually
have a
good shot into the top 3 here.
There goes Dom, hands over the side, extending, just trying to get through.
Across.
That's a solid crew.
There we go.
Nicely done. Poles rounding first.
That's
a tight little group too. There's
anybody
Doris. Look at that puff. I mean, it does. I mean, it's amazing how we've gone through absolute nothing watching the last race, getting the poor guy getting lapped, to all of a sudden now we're you know, they're full hike. You know.
Oh, look at them heeling over. Ease the main.
Well,
now, how do you set your boat up for conditions like this, where you've got 3 knots on the downwind and then you have puffs 10 on the upwind? How did you set up your boat today, Luke?
We set up for 7.
We're for 7, exactly, right down the middle. Yeah, but I don't think it's going to make a huge difference, right? I mean,
the sails don't matter. The boats aren't as much of a variable. And
I think you set the boat up of what I mean. When I was sailing, we had a base setup, right? I mean, that's your starting point, and I think, and then as it gets bigger, you start tightening up or loosening up. But you stay at, I think today's
a base day.
Yeah, stay at base and don't touch anything because everything's too short.
Yeah.
There's not enough distance of a race course to make that huge difference to the. You know, it's more the sail change, adjustments, and the crew work together to keep the boat flat, or just depending on whether it's super light or like we had here, where all of a sudden the breeze comes up and you're both hiking.
Okay, there we're talking about a comeback for the Italians, and they've managed to do it. This is where we're used to seeing Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertini right up there in the front, and they had a tough start in the first race, and actually a fairly average start in this race. But they sailed a really smart windward leg, played the shifts going up the first beat, and they're right there in the lead. And as you see in this race, we've got the first few boats, they just extended. I mean, you had to have felt that in your race, Luke?
Yeah, you can see how tight everybody is behind. They all have a tendency to cover each other. And if you get in front, the breeze will actually avoid them altogether, go over them, and then touch back down up in the front of the fleet. You have to commit to reaching into the new bit of pressure, but once you get it, you can put 15 lengths on the group.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. That'll be a nice little battle with the Negri and Mateus. If they're able to stay this close, just getting to the leeward, then all of a sudden there's not as much to extend at each other, even though they're going to probably extend on the group. It makes it really nice for this actually watching the race to have these guys battle it out.
Yeah, and you look here and we see the shot. They're much closer together than they look on the tracker.
Well, they're already at the leeward mark.
Matching Italians.
It looks like the Italians are going to go left mark and Polish over to the right.
Little jibe rounding for the poles. All right, poles are going to be first ones around.
Big puff as the poles come around.
Well, that's just right. That helps out, right? You keep the leeward backstay still tight so the boom doesn't go all the way out, and it helps the boat round up when you do it like that. But for sure, that's not a great rounding with the Germans and the Italians. There's probably going to be a few choice words to each other as they see the Poles pump out a little bit of a lead.
Judging by their angle there, they're already in the right-handed shift and should probably get going. But the Poles that went around the right mark are already lifted.
Yeah.
And they're going to tack right into that top lefty and cover
Just
this
so
group.
much to clean there, eh?
Yeah, you got a lot going on between the outhaul, the vang, the jib sheets, the runners. Luckily, Ian jumps in there and does 98% of it, but he's still got to pull in a lot of main sheet. No, he does his jib and all that stuff up forward. But
that's a great shot right there.
I just do the outhaul and the main sheet. And
okay, bow 64. That's Michael Koch and Karsten Witt.
Yeah, now there'll be a lot of separation here, as much as we can get. But I mean, the Poles have gone around the opposite tack, and they're just staying out going to the left side. So it'll be interesting to see how this one transfers here to.
So Luke, how did you manage traffic on the downwinds? You had so many boats that were, especially in the later legs of the race, you had a lot of people who were further behind, and they're still coming upwind while you're going downwind. What was that like?
So a couple of times I had to yell at Ian to jump to leeward because he's looking backwards, right? And he says puff on, and two, and I'm just overlapped with somebody going upwind, and we both heel towards each other with the rigs.
Yeah,
so it's
exactly.
like both of us just dived to leeward to make our mask go. We did it 3 times today to like
almost
not
log. You don't want to do
rigs.
that.
No, not fast.
Did you guys practice that before this event?
No, it just.
Yeah, the tight quarters and all that, but it's awareness, right? Yeah. I mean, I think that's one of the key things that you don't realize sailing on such a small course with what seems to be a lot of boats is that there is that lapping process where there's a lot of upwind, downwind at the same time, which you don't really get in a huge race or like a Bacardi or something like that where you have the 80 boats. Here, all of a sudden, 4 laps. Boats start falling further and further behind, going upwind versus downwind. All of a sudden, there becomes a mix-up.
Okay, there we have Lambertini and Diego Negri. They're on the right side. They've tacked, and they've been able to go pretty straight and have good speed, and hopefully they'll be able to gain some on the poles who are on the left side of the course.
And we'll see who's got the cross here very shortly.
Yeah, I still give it to the poles.
Yeah.
Mind you, I mean, look, there's still a lot of distance here. There's going to be a lot of variance coming into the mark here on either tack. I definitely think if do we have the speeds? Okay, well, they got more speed there.
In the last race, we were seeing 3 knots, 2.9, so I think they're much happier this race.
Yeah. But just seeing the difference sometimes in the actual speeds, of the boat speeds, right?
You can see the Negri and also Koch and Witt dialing down there, and they are just losing distance on the poles.
Okay, well, they're coming into the mark, so okay. There you go, that gives it to you right there.
Maybe Louis has some comments out in the water?
Maybe he's still chewing on his Mars bar. Louis,
hey,
out there.
I'm not on my second Mars bar. It's there's been a big gain here on the right-hand side. And as you saw there, the poles have been caught up quite significantly there. And the guys that got back in the pack there were Westerhall and Kager, about 78 from Germany, and also the Swedish Kalle and Alex Schroeder coming in on the right made a massive gain. To be honest with you, it looks like the pressure's gone back to the right again after shifting to the left. But you need to be a rocket scientist to sort out these shifts. Not sure if he did hit the mark.
I don't know, man. That was close.
Look, we're a fair way away here. We're probably about 200 or 300 meters away, but it's all on here. Certainly Kuzniewicz and Jutski and Negri Lambertengi look like they're going to have good results, but it's very close after that. And looking at the shifts now, I am amazed that boats have gone down the right-hand side. To be honest with you, I'd have thought they'd come over to the left-hand side where there's more pressure, but we'll have to see how it pays out. But no, I've run out of Mars bars. I think Shane's down to his second roll, and he's on about his 4th layer of clothing out here. The Caribbean, it is not, but the racing is very hot. And Inga's ordered a hot chocolate, was it? I think we got a hot chocolate and a couple of coffees coming out from the. And I am going to say the whole thing. It's the Norddeutsche Verein Regatta. There you go. But yeah, hot racing out here. You know, there's a big compression in those important parts of the fleet. But hey, I have to just say, Mr. Lawrence, that was fantastic racing this morning. You got off that line very smart.
No, he did a good job. That was well. It's going to be interesting to see the results when you look at Mateus, who seems to be on his way potentially to a second victory. Again, that makes everything's going to be so close when it comes down to the end of the day, comparing the scores. But definitely, I think I picked the poles when we were talking about this first race.
I
picked the poles. I picked the poles.
Well, you did.
Yeah.
You did pick the
There you
poles.
go.
I was going for the good Dr. Hubert Merkelbach. Well, a stunning day for Luke Lawrence there. You know, young guy coming in, and he's had a stellar first day. But these poles, at the moment, they're top of the leaderboard overall. We have yet the red fleet to come out, but 2 bullets so far for Kuzniewicz and Zitsky. So all guns blazing. For our Polish friends as they head downwind towards the gate. They are into their second race of the day and the regatta, and overall we are into our 5th race because we're racing 3 fleets here on Lake Ulster. We have 100 competitors racing in the first ever SSL City Grand Slam. And we have, at the moment, a fairly random spread across the 3 fleets. They spread the top-ranked sailors and superstars a little bit in a lucky dip at the opening ceremony in the City Hall.
Look at that nice rounding.
So this time they're taking the right side of the course. We saw them in the last leg going up the left and making gains.
Well, I think when you watch the last race, or their first rounding, look, they were going to be the outside boat. So that's what's nice with the gate, that if you're going to be at a significant disadvantage, unless they're supposed to be equal, right? You're not supposed to really have a big advantage one way or the other down the gate. But avoiding being the outside boat, they get a nice rounding, clear air, as we did see in the first rounding. The German team kind of messed up their rounding, pushed out the Italians a little bit, so also made their rounding not so good. And then these guys just went in, made nice clean rounding, kept the boat speed, and move their way to the top.
Okay, we've got the crew overboard there. And how's the crew hanging out there?
Sheer power, strength, abdominal power there. I mean, it's impressive. This guy, 40 plus, Dominic, still at it out there. We do have a little aid, little line that you can hook onto the boat. You can see the cleats right on the side there, to the leeward side, so you do get a little bit of advantage. But you still have to haul yourself in and out, and especially on a race course like here, what makes it tough for both sailors in the team. But you can be going upwind, you got solid breeze, and all of a sudden, bang, the wind sort of starts dying down. You got to pull yourself all the way in and get ready, and then maybe come back out. So it makes it tough. If we had all the races and you had more than 3-4 races in one day and they were longer, these would be pretty tough conditions because there's no real rest time.
Okay, and then we're looking at the skipper, and the skipper's always holding onto a line. Can you explain to us what's going on?
Well, that's just the backstay, so that's a way of depowering. I mean, yeah, maybe they hang on a little bit. I don't know if it's a real hiking aid, but for sure, that's how they tune their boat. They steer it with that as well. I mean, they just keep constantly tuning that huge main, as you see where looking at the boat. So right there, you get a little bit of a puff. You can depower it a little bit, let the boat head up a bit, and you can see the dark water coming in nicely. So I mean, these guys are just, I would say, extending.
And they're flying along. Great boat speeds and flying around the track. Good to see some more breeze. It dipped to almost nothing just now. So I suspect through the 5 days of this regatta, we're going to see everything. We're going to see all kinds of conditions.
Yeah, we just noticed in that last shot, we actually could see some blue sky with just some few clouds, and that clear sky brought this wind. It filled in, and one thing that sailors do look at is the clouds, and it will change throughout the day from one leg to the next. But you don't only keep your eye on the wind, but if you look at the clouds, it can predict a lot of what's going to happen on the race course.
No, that's what's. That's what is so interesting about the sport of sailing, is that there's so much stuff that you need to know, and it's such an advantage with the more knowledge you have by able to read the clouds. What is it? What are they doing? What direction are they going? How's it going to affect the water? I mean, the veterans like your Torben, like your Matthias. I mean, they've had so many experiences with weather conditions from all over the world that they can actually just it's that sense, that sixth sense a sailor has out in the water.
Ed Adams, a great star sailor from the United States, used to say that the message was in the clouds.
Yeah.
Sometimes you look at them, you just don't know what message they're giving you.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's the interpretation. It's a different language sometimes. And
so Koch and Witt.
These guys are doing well. They're really hanging in there.
Across onto the ley line.
We've got two German teams up there as well.
That top mark behind the Poles, who are just rounding now, and the jury boat in their orange committee and jury boats looking for any infringements, and on-water umpires. So off to flying second race, rounding that top mark, and the crew's having a real workout now on Lake Ulster. And Louis is out on the water. Louis, over to you for a moment.
Well, yes, we saw a few snakes and ladders that leg as well, and there was a definite ladder there for Koch and Witt that have got into second place ahead of Negri and Lambertenghi. And I just want to pull out one team here that I think are playing this game extremely well, and that is Tusch and Winkelmann. And they've always started at the committee boat end. They've obviously had a set tactic. That's what they're going to do. You've actually seen Staniak and Klein do that. They hide behind the committee boat, so they've got no problems, no worries, and then they whoosh in round there, you know, for a nice clean start. And I haven't got any numbers in front of me, but I can see they're in the top 5 or 6 again, and those guys are going to make the cut. You can almost sort of feel that. They're doing extremely well, so I just wanted to say extremely well done to them. But I have to say that Kuzniewicz and Jutski, they are owning this flight. But it's not just the start; they are damn quick. They've definitely got some boat speed. They've obviously got the tuning right on the rig, and look like they had a hell of a lot of rake on that. Now I'm no expert on rig setup, but it looked like they had a very powerful main lined up. They're two big guys, so they can keep that righting moment. But I think they've got that boat beautifully powered up. But interestingly, about halfway through this flight, and it looks like Negri and Lambertenghi got back into it. I don't see Merkelbach, the good doctor. Be interested to see what Virtual Eye says he's at. Pressure conditions about level, about 10 knots, I would say. But Digby, maybe some numbers from you from Virtual Eye.
Well, Louis, Hubert, Merkelbach and Gerrit Bartel are in 13th at the moment, so they're in the middle of the fleet. There are around 30 racers, sailors out here in the Blue Fleet. We have 100 races overall at this championship, and we split them into 3 fleets, and then all race each other over these 4 days. And the 5th day, Saturday, Super Saturday, we're into the knockout stage of the Star Sailors League City Grand Slam. But we are getting towards the bottom mark. I believe they've another lap to do.
Yep,
one more lap. Breeze picking up. Kuzniewicz, Zitsky, absolutely flying at the moment, and so far they are kings for the day.
Kings for the day, exactly. It'd be interesting to see. I mean, they got a nice angle. They tacked right away. I wonder if they're actually almost on the ley line.
Koch and Witt coming down, Negri and Lambertenghi in 3rd position with Edvald and Lundgren coming down. Negri and Lambertenghi didn't have such a great first race for those guys, but they're back in the running, and it's all about consistent results. They've got quite a few races. They're going to have to, well, they've got 3 races today. They were all scheduled to have 2 races today, 2 races each day. Tomorrow the forecast is a bit lighter, so the race officer may struggle, so he's kind of getting an extra race in the bank for all the fleets, and he's making the most of the local conditions, and I would say that's a pretty wise move, actually, from Klaus Lama, who is our principal race officer, our PRO, and he's also the CEO, the chief of this NRV club, this club here in Hamburg. Fantastic sailing club, nearly 150 years old, and beautiful. We're loving it. And I just happened to go and grab a coffee upstairs while Luke was in, and you know, the bar and the club and the veranda is absolutely buzzing because we've got guests, we've got the sailors coming in, we've got the third fleet ready to go out, and there's an incredible atmosphere up there, and there's a real excitement. And
big
when
screen TVs on, and
yeah,
the fireplace is cooking a little bit.
When George Zabo and Xavier Rohart came in right off the water, I mean, they were sort of vibrating with thrill. You know, they were buzzing, actually. They were really buzzing. It was big smiles and real adrenaline. And there's no doubt that the sailors are absolutely loving this championship, and that's a cool thing to see.
Yeah, this is definitely a different venue. They're right in the city. Rarely do we see this type of racing. Most big international regattas are held in open water, on the sea, rarely on lakes, and rarely on a small lake like this. And so it's really different racing, and the SSL does a wonderful job of creating an event, not just racing.
Yeah.
They get the sailors involved with the city. We had the opening yesterday at the City Hall. And one of the things that I think was interesting is they had the opening around 4 o'clock, then people had some cocktails, and many sailors here came back to the club and they went out and practiced, and there were boats on the water on this small lake at 8 o'clock on a Sunday, not just our star sailors but all people from the city. And so today we can actually run races fairly late in the day just because the days are so long. So even though we have 3 flights and they're doing 3 races, there's lots of opportunity to get those races in.
Cool. So we're into race number 2 of the Blue Fleet, and they're on their final lap, most of them. And there's the leaderboard with Kuznedovich and Jitski ruling the day, with Koch and Witt in second, Negri Lambertengi third, Edval and Lundgren in 4th place. And
that's great. We've got about, what, 7 different countries, 8 different countries in the top 8.
Yep. At the end of today, they're going to jumble up the fleets, and so everyone gets to race everybody, and it's going to kind of level the playing field a little bit. So whoever wins the round robins of everyone sailing everybody gets an automatic pass to the final itself.
Yeah, that's
and
good.
That is quite an incentive to do well.
Oh, for sure.
And whoever comes second goes straight to the semi-finals. So there's a little experimentation. We're fine-tuning the SSL format, the formula, and this is a formula very much coming up from the sailors themselves. Xavier Rohart, you know, got together with his friends from Switzerland, from Grand Saint, and they came up with this whole concept, and it's really about sailors, the SSL, and about giving them a bit of PR and some prize money, and a different knockout format of competition. And I know that ISAF, or now called World Sailing, the governing body of world sport, they've given the Star Sailors League a special recognition along with the Volvo race and various other platforms, and they're looking strongly at this because the TV presentation of sailing is rather crucial to world sailing and the format of finals. And you know, they adapted the Olympic Games to have a final medal race for double counting points for just 10 boats, and they're very much kind of fine-tuning and adapting to TV, and that was an interesting move forward, and you know, it made it more understandable to your average viewer. But come the quarters, semis and finals, it's a no-brainer in this format to me.
Yeah, I think it makes it, I mean, again, it makes it exciting. It gives you more...
well, there's jeopardy, isn't it?
Exactly. I mean, and it's interesting because it's not always, you know, you're always trying to win the race or become... Now it's just make the next step.
Yeah.
Just make the next step. Make the top 7, you're still alive. You just got to try and get in that top 4 for the big cash prize.
Big cash prize. So $100,000 at stake, around the same amount in Swiss francs. And the top team on Saturday on that podium, they're going to be handed a check for $40,000 US, and that's pretty good going. You split it between the two, 20,000, 20 grand each. Thank you very much. That's good going indeed. And right now, it's looking like these guys are gunning for that podium. Mateusz Kuznierovic steering in the white jacket. Dominik Zitsky on the bow, standing up, looking around, relaying information back to his helmsman as they head down to the finish line, a country mile, as we say, ahead of the opposition. So a stellar performance from these guys, and another beauty of our format, having three fleets, is we will get them into the studio in an hour or so and have a little chit-chat after their third race, which is rather cool.
It almost, 175-meter lead on a short course like this is impressive. I mean, these guys, very little mistakes, very few mistakes are being made by these guys the whole way through. I think they just kind of extend.
Well, there's a bit of selfie stick going on there. Look, from the guy on the photo.
I mean, they know they won. Normally, in a race where it was close, you would never have a photo boat this close. But
they're not disturbing anybody.
Exactly.
For sure,
that's fair enough. Yeah, we won't have a Ben Ainsley.
Like Perth,
episode.
exactly.
Whoa, that was interesting. Oh, big handshake, big hugs. Well done. Good partnership here, and big smiles from the Poles. They know that they're on fire, and they're happy enough as they relax and rest, take a little pause before their third race of the day.
And it's a solid friendship, these guys. I mean, I remember we used to sail Finns together. Dominik was a good Finn sailor. Mateusz, obviously, gold medalist in '96 as a young lad, I would say, when he got his first medal. And it was always a blast to sail with these guys. Fun, challenging, and I think when they teamed up, it was a no-brainer for sure for Poland to put these guys together. And they've been together 3 Olympics, and they've done well.
Well, a good race down to second position, second, third, fourth, and across the line is Diego Negri, Sergio Lambertenghi. Well, great result. They clawed back a couple of places on that last lap of the course, and I think it was Bow 6 who just came over. Merkelbach and Bartel up in the running there. I'm pretty sure it was. We'll see back to virtual. Andy, was that... sorry, it's Koch and Witt. Beg your pardon, my mistake. With Edvald and Lundgren crossing in fourth.
Well, good job on Negri. I mean, they claw back, and a testament to their partnership and their abilities as a team to they needed a good one. You can't have too many bad races, so after having that sort of a little bit unlucky or just difficult first race, these guys pull out and get a second. That's a keeper.
That is a keeper. Now, I believe that if they get 8 races under their belt, I could be wrong here, but they will get a discard after 8.
Yeah.
So they kind of, you never want a bad one, but they'll have.
Well, we are an odd sport in terms of that fact that we have a discard.
Yeah.
Most sports, it's like if you played golf and you just did well.
Mulligan.
I got a mulligan, or you had a bad 6th hole, but you had to throw that one out. In sailing, traditionally, when you have a series, normally it's 6 races, and then you get to throw out your worst result. And it's really meant to be that if there's a breakdown or something bad happens or something that's out of your control that causes you to have a bad race, there's kind of like that safety card. But there's been a movement in sailing to get rid of the discard.
Well, it's the great debate, right? I mean, you got to take care of all your gear. You have to count all your races, and it's the ultimate consistency of having every race count, making sure you got to break down. Don't let that breakdown happen. That's just another thing where you got to take care of your gear when you're on shore. At the end of the day, check it out, make sure everything's working well. Historically, when you look at the star class, there was never a discard in the World Championships. You had all your races count, and it was good.
And another thing, too, is if you have a discard, you can push the starting line, because if you happen to be over early and you get an OCS, well, I'll throw that out. So it also is a way, if you don't have a discard, to control the fleet on the starting line. They can't risk it because they won't be able to throw out that over early.
No, and exactly, and when it comes down to the points, pushing the guy back, or like you said, push the guy over the start line. I mean, it changes the game for sure. But I mean, as long as everybody knows the rules of the game and how it's going to work, then everybody has a discard, then everybody gets to work it in. So.
No, I think on a lake you have a lot more unpredictability. You could be on one side and the breeze dies out. You could be winning, and then the breeze stops, and the whole fleet gets switched around. And in that case, maybe on lake sailing, it's a little more advantageous, a little bit better, because it is so unpredictable. Something could happen to you that you had no way to get out of. But definitely, I think for somebody, a team like Negri and Lambertini, they're really looking forward to getting these races in, so they can throw out that first race, which was, what was it, 16th maybe? I don't even know if they got that high.
I don't even know if they got that high, exactly. Yeah. But we will see when the results come up.
Okay, well, we're looking at the finish line and the race committee there with the orange flag, jolly little boat, lake boat.
Well, it's definitely got some nicer looking breeze. We got a little sort of wave action, if you want to call it that, a little ripples here. The flags are going well. The boats
clear
are
skies.
Yeah, clear skies. It looks like it could be clear. Yeah. But the boats are definitely moving, so it's definitely going to be more exciting, more. I don't want to necessarily say it's going to be more even, but definitely, you know, there's no drifting happening at this point.
Okay. As I said earlier, I'm pretty sure throughout the 5 days of this regatta, we're going to see all kinds of conditions. And already today, we've seen super lights. We've seen a hole at the top. We've seen a breeze kick in now. We've seen 2 clouds and, you know, puffs between them. And
even that huge left shift was making a bit of a
that was a
follow
monster,
the leader
wasn't it?
Race.
They were hitting the ley line, you know, from
right
the
around.
leeward gate, pretty much. So the breeze moving around a little bit. That's the photo boat. Guys in the photo boat there.
And the Finns, Sundman and Sundman.
Yep.
Now
Cool.
the neighborhood around Lake Ulster it's absolutely stunning. There's incredible homes. There's little cafes.
It's pretty posh.
Yeah, it's
isn't it,
definitely
actually?
a posh area.
Yeah.
I
Exactly.
think if I
That's
lived
where
in
we walk in the
Hamburg, this is
morning,
where
right
I'd
there.
choose to win. Some nice hotels. But really, even though it's a posh neighborhood, you saw everyone from the city out here taking advantage of being on the water. It was almost as if it was a beach. People. The
Yesterday.
grass just full of people, and even in the inner Ulster, which is the little lake right by the city hall, it was also filled with people just enjoying the day. And yesterday was a spectacular sunny day, warm, a little bit different from today. But yesterday there wasn't much wind, so I think the sailors prefer maybe a little more clouds, but at least having some breeze out here on the race course.
Yeah.
Well, we have a slight pause, and we'll join Louis just for a quick second and allow Virtual Eye to reset and perhaps show us the start of that race again if we can. It'd be nice to see how Kuznurovic and Jitsky nailed another fantastic start, but we'll see that in a moment. Louis, conditions, blue skies, how is it?
Yeah, we've definitely got some blue sky here. I'm looking at the committee boat. The flags are fluttering extremely well, so the breeze is on. It looks like it's gone even further right, so it's blowing down the lake, and we have got some little wavelets as well, which does change the perspective to some extent, because when you get waves on a lake like this, they're not the sort of the big rolling lakes you see on the sea state. It's a short, sharp chop, and that makes particularly driving upwind more difficult. It's much easier to catch a wave and stop your momentum. So again, we've got a change in conditions, and we'll see how the different teams cope with that. We've got a short chop, and the breeze has gone further to the right. I'm just looking at, yes, and they have moved the top mark and spreader back towards the left-hand side. So the course has moved over to the left-hand side, and we've now got a short chop, and it'll be interesting to see how the different teams cope with that. But yeah, looking forward to the last race, Digby, because the sun's shining. And and I think, Shane, have you ordered some coffees? He's trying. He's trying to order some coffees.
All right. Good on you guys. Doing a great job out there, by the way. Just take a couple of minutes rest, Shane, on the camera. We are on Virtual Eye. We're going to replay that race, and we're 40 seconds before the start of race number 2 in the blue fleet. And you can see them all jockeying for position behind that start line. And we're going to be looking out for the Poles, Kuzniewicz and
They're right down
Jitski.
the pin.
Are they top of picture,
Top of the screen,
right
yeah.
by the pin? Look at that. They're
all alone.
All the space in the world. Boom, off they go. The nearest boat, at least 4 boat lengths away from
bang,
them.
and they tack too. Right
That
off
was
the bat.
nice. And an instant tack, and off they go onto port, crossing the fleet on port. It's beautiful to see that. That's amazing.
They make it look easy, but
They-
this is years and years of training and experience at the highest level that it gives them the confidence to go down
Yeah.
there, do it, and actually come away with it.
But they had all the space in the world to bear away, gun for the line, hit time on distance, hit the line perfectly at speed, and tack through with speed, and then cross the rest of them. So that's another textbook move by Kuzniewicz and Jitski. And you'd have thought some of the other sailors would have stuck with them, you know, and
It was
taken them on.
it's so light. I mean, at one point, you know, you're sitting there 40 seconds, and all of a sudden you can look down, you see what they're doing. But even though you want to be there, you try to get there, you can't get there because there's not enough wind. Right? You need to make your plan, you need to stick with it as well. But sometimes, you know, they go down, they're 3/4 of the way down the line. They notice that no one's caught on to what their plan is. Everybody gets a little stacked up above them.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, at one point, you know you have 30 seconds of speed to kill, and you have 30 seconds of line to use. You just nail it.
Ah, that's cool. I think we've seen a masterclass from the Poles, 2 astonishingly good starts, slightly different in style, and we'll see what they've got up their sleeve for their
race
third
3.
start, their third and final start of the day. And yeah, it was cool to see. And you know, I'm convinced. My daughter Frances just turned 15, races the topper, and she's coming up to the Topper Worlds in Northern Ireland later this year. And you know, for any youngster, any fleet race racer, you know, you look at these starts and you use the phenomenal tool of Virtual Eye to kind of replay and go over. And like the footballers, I mean, they analyse, they watch the TV, they analyse and analyse and analyse the matches and the positions and the tactics and everything. And so do the top sailors. And, you know, I think all young sailors, all fleet sailors can learn a great deal. And it's different from, you know, where the America's Cup is going at the moment. They're going down a completely different road. It's kind of irrelevant to the rest of sailing. They're just kind of carving their own path, literally carving on their foils, and away they go. And it doesn't. You can't really learn a great deal, having just spent a couple of years following them. But here, for all fleet racing, all races, you can learn a huge amount from these phenomenally good sailors.
Well, and you look at the sailors that are in the America's Cup, the sailors who are doing the foiling boats, they all come from this classic traditional sailboat racing.
A lot of them do, yeah.
They've got to learn all the basic
Percy.
skills here, and all those skills carry forward to that type of racing now. So, but the majority, like you said, the majority of people who sail are in this fleet racing world.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do our best as we go through the 5-day regatta to pick out some tactics. We'll be bringing the sailors in from the water into our studio to kind of relive some moments and talk us through it and learn as much as we can and to pass that on to our viewers. I hope you're enjoying the show. We'll keep it as lively as we can throughout the day. We've got 5 full days of racing. And really it builds up to a crescendo on Saturday, big Saturday, I like, Super Saturday of the Star Sailors League, where these 100 boats are going to be whittled down to 30. And all the top 30 will race around, and then the top 10 and top 7 and top 4 go through in a kind of elimination round. And whoever crosses the line in that final gets the top prize of $40,000 US. And the accumulation of points, which is traditional in sailing, does not really count into the top 30 and the quarters, semis and finals. So slightly different format from the rest of the world of sailing. The Star Sailors League just coming up with this pretty cool format, all based on the ATP Tennis Pro Tour, and with these Grand Slams, you know, clay and Wimbledon on grass and so on and so forth. We are now having Grand Slams in
Of
the
all
city.
different sorts, yeah. The
Yeah.
city's cool. I mean, what a great.
Yeah.
I love the concept. I think having, like we talked about earlier, having the registration open up for this event, and within 12 hours, all spots are gone, right? So, I mean, it's testament that people are interested, people like it, and people want to be a part of it.
Nice. Okay, so the race officers are doing an amazing job turning these races around. We're a minute now to the start of race number 3 for the Blue Fleet. This is going to be their third and final race of the day. And I suspect they're going to be doing 3 laps. We'll get a confirmation from WhatsApp in just a moment. But I suspect they'll do 3 laps of the track, and all eyes on the Poles, on the Polish, and you can see them just behind the red flag on the committee boat. So they're going for a committee boat end.
Committee boat end, but they got that 8-4, the German boat, just to win with them. But the Germans are kind of stuck. They can't really go anywhere. They can't bear off.
Yeah, that's a team of Mellis and Dowd.
You can see them just to leeward of them. I mean, it depends, right? You can always come up and I think they're having a little bit of trouble bearing off to get some speed, but it's a bit of a clump in there.
The Danes looking nice at that committee boat end, just
And it
carving
looks
away.
like the Italians are going to have
There
a
they
good
go.
start
Look,
in the
that's
middle.
nice. The Poles' perfect start. Look at that, right off the line.
And they have space below them.
All right, the boats at the pin end tack, just as the Poles did in the first race. Let's see if they're going to get across.
So they have, well,
nice angle.
optically
It's
it looks like they are.
Americans.
Poles tacking right there, Kuznidovic and Zitsky out onto port tack, and there we're seeing, is that Eric Doyle?
Must be.
And also we
piling
have
out,
the
a nose
German
ahead.
world champion, former world champion Alex Hagen, who's
Hagen
off
right at the
there
top
on
there
the
too.
left-hand side as well with the gold star.
Okay, so they're off. They've mostly tacked onto port. Virtuali giving us the split there, and you can see Kuznidovic in the middle of the fleet there, and quite a bunch all over at the pin end. So I wonder if Mathieu's and Dominic, the Polish sailors, thought, too busy down that pin end. They all probably watched us in the previous start. We'll change it up and do our own thing.
Well, I mean, look, they got a nice lane, right? So they got, at least they can keep their speed, maximize their speed. As long as the pressure difference isn't huge from one side to the other, at least they've got the lane to just drive the boat. And you'll see as you watch the virtual, you'll see the guys in the back of the fleet. They'll just slowly move back because they're just in bad air, so they can't maximize their speed. All these guys coming up the front line, they've got clear air, maximize speed.
Right now, Louis, it's giving us Doyle and Infeliz with the leader line on Virtuali. They had a lovely start, and they're away with it. And who else was up there? If we just flick back to Virtual, Negri and Lambertenghi. So the Italians are beginning to pick up speed, pick up form after their fairly poor first race of the day, which they won't be happy with. But there they go. They're in the middle, and they're on port tack.
Big shift here over on the right side
All right,
of the course.
guys at the bottom. So talk to me, Kathleen. Just
well, if you
in
look at
layman's
Bondar,
term, what's going on?
Dimitrienko, and Mellis and Daub, you see that their bow's angle has just gone towards the right about 20 degrees.
So they should have tacked,
They
right?
should tack for sure.
They would want to tack. Unless
why
they
didn't
see
they
a
tack?
puff, they could be looking at the race course and seeing a puff, or the problem is the boats to windward of them didn't get that shift. Okay, here we
There
see
they
them
go.
tacking
they're
now.
going over, but then,
But the problem is now the poles are just see their bows going down, so they're just getting into that. We call it a header,
Okay.
and the poles would probably tack to leeward and ahead, but they might be crossing them because they see wind further on the
All right.
right-hand side.
Okay, good stuff, super. The track lines on Virtuali is pretty cool. You can really see them getting bent away. But surely, you know, you want to be tacking pretty fast. George Szabo was saying you've got to be reacting damn fast.
Exactly.
And Luke Lawrence was telling us that they'd done 30 tacks within half an hour or something like that. You know, just a phenomenal amount compared to the usual star sailing.
Yeah.
So I think gunslinging reactions are necessary out here.
Now this is interesting because if you look at the pole's angle, it looks not as good as the boats on the left-hand side who are on port tacks, but they definitely probably see something, probably
well,
some
I mean,
wind
it
shift.
depends too where's the windward mark a little bit on the angle and closing in angle. You still have that 25% cone you kind of think about, But again, it's like chess. You got to position yourself properly for the last little bit.
And I'll tell you what I'm noticing is you can see the sails kind of just bend over. The whole rig bends over as the puffs hit, and it kind of hits them all at different times. And that shot here gives us quite a good idea. You can just see, you look at the German sails, a little puff comes along, and the whole mast bends over, and kind of visually. And I guess they're all looking around for that kind of information as well. Just the helmsman and crews here are just looking for information from everywhere, and the flags, the trees, the windows opening, and God knows what, up the track. They're just funneling and channeling all this info. And like the speed chess that Robert Staniak was referring to in our little chat this morning, this is a kind of game of speed chess.
Look, that's good.
Okay,
Koch and Vin are right back in the game, and these guys are doing pretty well for a somewhat unranked team. They've got a nice, like the third time they're right in the hunt. Negri trying to lay down the hammer just to try and take his victory. Polish, hey, they're still sitting in fourth. That's not bad.
That's not bad at all. So Negri and Lambertenghi back in action, back on form, about to hit that ley line. We can join Loué Habib out there on the track. Nice performance by Sergio and Diego.
Yeah, and actually them getting around the mark first, followed by the Germans. If the Poles fall back into fourth place, they'll probably fall out of their first place overall for today.
Yeah, but that's still whatever. That's still good, I mean, like I would take 2 bullets in a fourth, but we still got a lot of race to go, and I wouldn't count them out of passing Doyle or the Germans or even the Italians. I mean, these guys, they'll be calm, they'll be relaxed, they'll put the race together.
So you can see up here at the windward mark again, a lot less breeze. We've seen that all throughout the day at the windward mark. A couple times there's been some big puffs, but it definitely
well, that's
a
because
decrease in breeze.
they're in the lee, of all these buildings. The breeze is blowing over the buildings and trees, and these guys are just in the lee at the top of the lake. So it's kind of, even I can understand that one.
So one of the things that we were talking about when Luke Lawrence was here is actually their inability to not see the wind on the water. We talked about during the first race that when you see the darker patches of water, there tends to be more breeze. But because you have the trees and the buildings, because you're so close to the land, it comes over the trees and then bam, it's right in front of you before you've ever seen it hit the water. So it definitely makes it a little more interesting.
Look at that clump right in there. That's just a messiness. Trying to come up. There's not much breeze in there to come hogging.
Okay, and the Finns and the Swedes jibing right away there, splitting with the leaders.
Loué observed earlier today that the water gets churned up a little bit, and even though it looks flat to our picture, it's slightly deceptive, a bit more choppy, and that's going to slow them down again. And I hope we can pass over to Loué on the water now. Loué.
Yes, observation from that first beat, as we saw, Kuzniewicz and Jutski went to the right, and they definitely got a header, which they tacked on, and then literally within 20-30 seconds they got an even bigger header, whilst Negri and Lambertenghi took the more conservative approach down the middle. Those two headers on different tacks cancelled themselves out for Negri and Lambertenghi. So I think the conservative approach there by the Italians definitely paid off. It's really shifty out here. And I have to say, at the top mark again, we've got far less breeze. Right at the top mark, the breeze dies, the fleet concertinas, then it's a real struggle to get into any kind of clear air. Interestingly, we've got a big split with the early jibers from the back of the fleet who are going over to the left-hand side, whilst the leading pack have gone over to the right-hand side. So we've got a big split, a big split in the decision on which way to go downwind. So be prepared for even more changes. That would be my my premonition.
Okay,
well,
thanks, Loué.
You also have the trouble when you have so many boats coming around. You need some clear air. So you've got to. I mean, you can't just let someone sit behind you. You've got to make some type of move just to try and get clear. So you see how the boats, they start splitting right side, left side. And with such a small course, you don't really have a big choice, right? Especially in the back of the pack.
I think Louis still in the Rasta Shack back in Antigua, talking about big spleets. Never mind. Moving onwards. Here we go, down towards the bottom gate. Negri, Lambertengi, Kokonvit, Doyle and Infeliz, and then we'll see if Kuznirovic and Zhitsky can claw another place. They are certainly hunting right there, and then a bit of a further gap towards Duval and Lundgren, and then Melis and Daub. So, cool racing on the lake. Enjoying this very much.
Yeah. No, this is probably one of the better races. I mean, it's close, right? And it seems, you know, the sun is starting to break through, so we're starting to get a little bit clearer. Maybe wind to get a little more consistent. It's always going to be tough, especially coming over the trees the way we're talking about it. But Mateus seems to be closing in on Doyle. That's going to be, I mean, it's going to be interesting. The Italians and Germans will have their own little race, and I bet you the Americans and the Poles will have their own little race amongst themselves, just trying to get in front of each other.
And there's, we were seeing on virtual, we're still, our camera's still at the top of the course, and the leading boat's going around at the bottom of the course, so quite a distance between the two. But Kuznirovic now attacking Doyle and Infeliz and picking a different gate. So
yeah, I think he's making the right move for sure. Clear air. It looks like Doyle's slowing down, trying to get around that mark. Mateus has got a little more distance, but it'll be interesting to see on the angles with the wind who's going to come out on top of that one, because that's pretty equal rounding right there.
Okay, well, the
simultaneous.
Kokonvit just tacked away, I think, to get out of the dirty air of Negri and Lambertengi. Kuznirovic and Zhitsky have a choice. They can carry on. Oh, the Italians are, I think, avoiding traffic there. That'll cost them. Kokonvit now taking the lead line, and Negri and Lambertengi possibly a little error, small error there, because, you know, they could have carried on a little before tacking.
Yeah, that's definitely not a fast move, especially when they don't even have much time to get the boat speed back up before they make another tack, which gave Kokonvit the lead. But
so now it's all about threading, isn't it? So you've gone round, you're leading the pack at the bottom mark, and you've got to thread your way through the guys coming downwind.
Yeah, and Doyle seems to have some speed. He might have a little bit of a puff down there, because he's definitely taking the leader, according to Virtual Eye, taking the lead down or on the top of the screen there on the left side.
Rock and roll.
Wow, so close between the top three boats.
Yeah,
top four.
Fun.
1 meter.
Amazingly close.
And it's 1 meter, and they're on completely different sides of the course. Well, now 15.
Okay, this is a good race, as you say, Tyler. I think this is closest race yet. It's all to play for, as they say.
Yeah.
And it's
well, I mean,
anybody's
even
game.
the Poles, they're slowly just edging out the Italians. I mean, depending on the shift here, as long as you know. A bit of a lift on the port tack will help the Poles get, you know, a header, boom, they'll tack over and they can get an advantage.
Well, I think that's
as it starts to happen.
Kuznirovic and Zhitsky clawing up into second place, to my mind, to my view, and I think it's going to pay for Negri and Lambertengi and Kuznirovic and Zhitsky.
Yeah, well, I mean, the wind seems to be favoring the Italians right now, just with the angle on port tack.
That's a boat that's actually in the next fleet. The next fleet has started to sail
there
out
they
to
go,
the race
over.
course, so they're not.
That confused me
for a
second.
They weren't racing. They're just
Who
observing.
So look, the Italians and Poles, looks like they've eked out an advantage, just maybe.
Well, look at that. They are going across Koch and Witt, and at the moment Doyle and Infeliz. But we'll see when Doyle and Infeliz tack across. But nice sailing from our Polish friends, Kuznirovic and Zhitsky. Here we're looking at Eric Doyle, Payson, Infeliz. They are on the left-hand side as the sailors themselves look up to the top mark. These guys are taking a left-hand track up the course, looking around and concentration. And
well, there's the advantage.
You can
see those little puffs.
You can see the focus of these two sailors looking around, and Eric Doyle. There's a look of determination. There we go. Oh, that was a bit ugly.
Well,
Must admit.
It's a little. I mean, as I said, it was an auto tack, so you don't see that little bit of wind coming, all of a sudden, bang, it hits you. You don't even have to move the stick.
Yeah, it's such a drastic wind shift that the boat tacks without you even.
Oh, I see.
Intending to tack, so you just have to go with it at that point.
Which is not a bad thing, because that puts them on a huge lift on the opposite board.
Okay, back to virtual. Let's see how that's paid off.
See, I mean, boom, right there. They go from fourth back to first. So we're going to have I think
look at all these four. This is going to be crunching around that top mark. Yeah. And we have our camera up there at the moment, and here they come towards
Nice
our
puff.
lovely
Nice
American
right-hand
Sky. And you
puff
can
there.
see the puffs on the water. There's little dark patches. Wow! Check it out. Well, Doyle
And you can see,
just
but you
having
can see,
to
you can see the
duck.
puff just about to hit the Germans. It's about to get there. They should hit it right now. Boom, puff.
Okay, and there's Koch and Witt coming towards our camera, just off the top
In there,
marks
puff
there.
right there. Oh no.
And very,
They don't
very,
know.
very, very shifty, yeah.
We're
I've
going,
never
going,
heard the
going.
expression auto tack in 30 years of
You're
this
lucky.
malarkey.
Well, you just figure it's the 30-degree shift. It's 30-degree angle. If the wind shifts enough, the boat just automatically tacks.
Honestly, I have never heard of that expression.
See, look, and I bet you the Germans seem to be right in the lead right now. It's going to be tough for them when the other guys go on the opposite board, but they got enough speed if they can just get underneath.
I think they've got it.
Yeah, for sure. Doyle's went back to fourth.
Italians have hung on to
The Italians will
first.
just eke out. That'll be
they're
tough.
going for
Okay,
the
no,
duck.
they're going to
Now
have
the
to go for it.
Poles.
And you got to play
look
it
at
safe,
that big
right?
duck.
Yeah.
Germans having to duck behind the Polish team. Then they tack over. All these four still in contention. It's neck and neck between third and fourth as they simultaneously go around that little spreader mark.
So each of these, the two battles I talked about earlier, they're the two winners of the battle. Now they're fighting for the first place.
They are.
Actually, no, there's another lap to go here.
Impressive from
Yeah.
Kuznedovic and Zitsky, you know. That's impressive sailing.
And now's when it does become a little stressful because look, now we're getting into a bit of a lull here.
Oh, and,
so all of
and
a sudden,
Tyler, now they'll be threading the guys coming upwind, and they've taken a different. They've split. Kuznedovic and Zitsky have just taken a different route, and they've split away, and that's kind of interesting. We can see on virtual.
well, taking the clear air, right? And these guys, I mean, I love the move, the poles.
Yeah.
They just don't get caught up with all the boats
No.
coming upwind. Take a little bit of an outside run. You can look if there's a bit of a puff coming. Get the boat set. Get that first little puff to squeak out in front. And then all of a sudden, because these guys going down Lambertighi, they're below everybody. So you look at all the boats that are just basically covering them, not giving the breeze. Poles are on their own with the Americans, and they're just going to pull ahead.
That's astonishing. It's quite hard to comprehend, you know, when you see all the whole fleet, all the boats. But you could just see Kuznedovic and Zitsky just decided to split jibes or split tacks away from Negri and Lambertighi, and then now it's paying off. And you see as they go downwind, Negri and Lambertighi were first around, and they had the choice, and so they chose which way to go.
Well, I mean, it was a very close rounding, right? So
Yeah.
when you, if we ever see a replay, they came around. The poles were on top, so they were actually taking the breeze away from the Italians. So the easiest move for the Italians, if there's just two boats, is to jibe away, get the clear air. Unfortunately, maybe they just kind of forgot that there's about 20 more boats coming upwind.
Yeah.
And it's going to give them a little block.
Yeah.
So
Well,
maybe a little bit of brain fart there, but.
We'll let them cross the finish line, and we'll do a replay, virtual replay, and kind of slowly figure out what happened there. Because as you say, I think Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertighi basically just got trapped.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not necessarily a terrible move. It can still work, but I mean, you know, with the patchiness of the puffs coming in, going over the big mainsails that all go by.
Oh, and here's Kuznedovic and Zitsky launching out into the lead. Hello, it's the third bullet for these boys.
Could be, could be.
Well, very nice sailing.
It is
Negri
amazing
and
how
Lambertighi are now in third position. They had a great first lap of the track in first, and they just kind of, I don't know, they've lost their bishop in the chess terminology. They've made a slight kind of tactical error, I think. We'll see in a moment, but they're all gunning down towards the bottom mark. We'll let them go round, and then maybe we'll have another look virtually.
But that's the whole
at
thing
what
about
happened up
this
there.
real small course racing, small fleet. You make a decision, and it could have huge consequence. Mind you, they're
And
sitting in fourth. It's
it was
keeper.
happening at speed, wasn't it?
That's
It was kind of unraveling at great speed. You know, it's hard sometimes to track in real live time, which is why the best sailors in the world, you know, struggling as well as us sometimes to figure out what's going on. But we'll just let the first three go round this mark and cut back to our live shot, and and then play a virtual replay of that
And
instant.
they're taking the
around top.
opposite board around the gate, so it's interesting to see how the difference. Americans
Looks
in
like
a
the
round.
Italians are going around the other mark, splitting with the with Doyle and the Poles.
Yeah, there goes the Italians around, then the Germans. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes. But again, when you make these quick decisions, plus, you know, the crew may be preparing to do something differently than the skipper anticipated in a quick jibe, and that can have a profound effect to your speed as well.
Oh, you can see there with Eric Doyle in USA, his bow going up and down. Definitely the chop is building out in the lake. This was advertised as flat water, but when you have so many boats going back and forth on such a short course, it does build this chop, and you can't necessarily see it on the camera, but if you watch the bow there, you'll be able to see the up and down.
Simultax here, perfect. But I mean, he's so, you know, like, I've raced against the Polish so often, and I mean, I'm not happy to say that I've seen from the back of them, but I mean, they're just so methodical in the way they manage the course. You know, there's no quick desperation move. It's all just nice, smooth, calculating. You know, I'm sure Dom's watching. As soon as he sees Eric make an attack, it's just going to be a simple cover. So just do a nice, smooth, easy tack on top, and then just keep up with them and just maintain your lead.
Now, I'm sure as a crew, they prefer this flatter lake water to be able to see, because when you get out in open water, often as a crew, you've got waves and you've got spray and you're hanging over the side, and you're supposed to be the skipper's eyes, except you can't see as well. And when you have that lake water, it's got to be a lot easier.
Well, chaps, we're just going to virtually replay that
last
top mark rounding. We're just going back in time now. We're replaying the last top mark rounding. We can see it's pretty close between those top four boats. And there's a top mark and then a little spreader mark. So Negri and Lambertenghi, who've led pretty much from the beginning, round they go. They've got the Poles just behind them. And then the Americans and then the Germans simultaneously.
Just as they bear off.
So Negri and Lambertenghi take the decision to cut into the course, because Nedovic and Jitsky decide to stay on that jibe, heading to the right. And here's Negri and Lambertenghi. So
you got two boats, you get a blanket, and then you're going to see other boats coming into the screen. Then there's another bit of a blanket, another bit of a blanket. And if you watch the Poles, you get one blanket, but there's if you're on the top of the screen, there's no blanket on them anymore. So they're just getting clear, and they're getting that 2%, 3%, pushed more, and then just extend. You can see the number 33, 34, 35. I mean, they've got more speed, right? Look at it.
Do you think they're in a right-hand shift coming up to that mark?
Well, it's clear. It's clear air. Nothing.
Do you mind? Can we do something a little wacky? Can you rewind a bit, Ben? Just rewind
we still got the race
to the
going
top.
here.
Huh?
We still got the race going here.
I know it's still going. I just wanted to get this blanket business going. So just hold it there. So Negri and Lambertenghi, they've got more boats upwind of them, basically, blanketing their wind behind them. They've got more boats shadowing their sail.
And the wind goes over the sail, so it can completely miss them. So as you see, it just goes over, and then it's the line of starboard tackers.
Cool. Like it.
Good job on the Poles.
Well, interesting stuff. Race 3, we're learning as we go, and thank you, Ben, from Virtual Eye.
Okay, that's bow 50. That's Tusch and Winkelmann, followed by the Swiss. I believe it's Danisbo and Bonhoeffer.
Are they around the windward mark yet? Find out where we are during.
They're on their upwind.
They are, but I mean, we're the leaders. Because they were close. Doyle and the Poles were having a bit of a match.
Right now, it definitely looks like there's more pressure on the right-hand side of the course.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got Negri and Lambertenghi on the right side.
There we go. Well, I mean, obviously they took the opposite gate of all three boats. Took a little more of a right-hand side, and geez, they're right in it. They may even round first because
I think they might do.
They
Poles have got 2 tacks to do.
Could be, could be, depending on the shift if anything happens here. But they're slowly boom. It's great watching the virtual eye because you just see everything extend, shorten, extend. But it's going to be
leader line just going back and forth, 0, 1, 0, 1.
Oh, are they going to get round?
Yeah, the Poles will get around. I mean, it's going to be close.
Oh, header right before. That's not what they were looking for.
No.
Okay.
Well, I think this is a little wrong. Okay, they got
Yeah.
around the mark.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
got around
If
the
we
mark.
cut to our live shot, there we are. Okay.
Okay.
Our virtual positioning of that top mark was ever so
Skewed.
slightly out, but
this will make for an
the
interesting
poles made
So
it.
now the
between the
poles
two.
make the first move.
Yeah, and they
Well,
jive
okay.
over.
Well, we also could have a bit of a shift here where
Okay.
you have to jibe
Yep.
to the bottom mark. But you can see the Italians are they're bearing off a little bit more. It looks like they have a little more speed. A little more
Jiski quick
acceleration.
with his little whisker pole.
Yeah.
On bow 9, you can see, and Sergio Lambertenghi on bow number 2. He hasn't moved forward yet. Now he goes.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because sometimes you come around the windward mark
Yep.
and you instinctively you want to get that pole out right away. But
Mm-hmm.
if you keep the jib out the way the Italians did, it maintains the flow of the air in the sail. So they actually they maintain their speed. So it becomes one of those: do you get the whisker pole out and disturb the air, but maybe slow down a little bit, or do you keep your jib out, carry the momentum forward, and maybe just get a half boat length lead? So
That was a real nuance, a tiny nuance in crew tactics there.
Well, for sure. I mean,
Jiski jumping forward very fast with the pole, and then about 4-5 seconds later, Lambertenghi does a similar move.
Yeah,
so,
especially if they're rounding in a puff, they want to carry that speed forward and
Okay.
then go for the pole when the breeze dies down.
and poles are right on top of them, right? I mean, they jived right underneath.
The
it'd be
pole with the
interesting to
pole?
see. The pole with the pole.
Yeah, we got a little
The
pole.
pole did a good job with the pole, getting the pole out.
All right, so big threading action going on, up and down wind as they weave their way through the fleet. The front runners, Kuznidovic and Jitski, have taken the lead, 8 meters over Negri and Lambertenghi. Cook and Witt in third with Doyle, and Infeliz in fourth position. Tight racing at the top, very close between these two. I think we're just about to see a lead change, and there it is.
There it is.
Negri
Actually a
and
puff.
Lambertenghi taking a puff, and down they go. Our camera is still at the top mark, I believe, or if they're repositioning down towards the finish. Negri and Lambertenghi, look at that boat
Italians are
speed.
just a
Look at that.
big puff.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the tough part about lake racing, especially
Yeah.
on a day like today. There could be that puff, but it's like 5 feet apart from you. It's 5 foot away. You see it, you want it, you just don't get
If you
it.
jibe for it, you're not going to get it. It's too
Yeah.
late for the poles to jibe.
Well, it's hit them
they're
now.
catching them right now.
Whoa, boom, puff to the poles. In they go. What can we see on our live shot, Andy? There we go. We're at the bottom of the
Well,
course.
you can see the puffs right there. I mean, you
Yep.
can see the poles, the dark waters right in there. There's a nice bow wave pushing them around.
Okay,
And
so
they've
it's
got
the
some
Polish
speed.
team right of picture, Italian team left of picture. They're heading down towards the finish, and
Doing a lot
big
more
rocking
rocking.
motion on the Polish boat. Look at him go, look at them go. You can see the slightly darker patches
Yep.
even on the shot here, and they're riding these puffs down towards the finish. This is kind of neck and neck stuff. We can
Yeah.
just about see another lead change. We've had quite a few lead changes in this race. Pretty exciting stuff. Down towards the finish of their third race. This is the blue fleet, and we've got Kuznidovic and Jitski against Negri and Lambertenghi, and pretty much it's neck and neck, and there's anything in this finish here, and it's all down to crew work and the puffs, and Dominic's working really hard on bow number 9, Sergio Lambertenghi on bow number 2, the Italians. But it looks like the poles, looks like they're rolling it. I'm not sure, hard to see. Virtual Eye giving us the boat speed slightly faster on the Polish boat. It looked to me like they just rolled over the Italians, and boom, they're neck and neck down into that finish line.
do that
It's
one
really
last
cool
roll.
stuff. It's a photo finish moment for race number 3 of the blue fleet, and across the line they go. And it's I can't tell you from the live shot who got that. Virtual Eye might be able to just. Wow, that's crazily close. That
it's
is an
interesting.
absolute photo finish.
I thought that the Italians should have started matching the rocking a lot sooner, because the poles started, they were gaining, and maybe the Italians weren't in a puff where they thought it would be as advantageous to start rocking, but they started to think a little bit too late.
Well, hang on a minute. Virtual Eye's given us.
Tie game.
Is that a tie, Ben? From Ben and Ben? Yeah, they've got a tie. They have a dead tie. We'll find out from the committee who they pick. What happens if you have a tie in a
well,
sailboat
in the previous
race?
race, they had a tie, and actually it was tied between boats finishing in 4th and 5th position, and they gave them both 4.5 points. So this is something, I haven't seen that in the past.
No.
But if the race committee can't tell, I guess that's what they're doing here.
Wow, that's extraordinary. Lua, I know you were away and probably couldn't see who crossed the line first, but that was a cool finale.
Well, I've just asked Mathias who won that, and he says I don't know. he's just put his both hands up and said level. He thinks that was a tie as well.
Well, it looked pretty good, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. Well, I shouldn't say it doesn't.
Well,
matter.
that's cool to get it
Maybe
from the racers themselves, the sailors themselves. Not quite sure. I confess, this is another thing I've never seen in watching sailing for a very long time. Is an absolute dead heat. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't really matter now at this point of the game with a 1-1-2 for Mateus, but it could come down to it on Friday.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, when there's 1 point or half a point, as we saw in some of the results. But I mean, great race. That was fun to watch.
That was cool.
That was exciting. There was no real slowdown, no wind. This was absolute what we've been looking for.
Yeah.
For as far as the day one, I give that race of the day.
Yeah, definitely, 100%.
And I think my polls, they won it.
They did? Yeah, good call.
I think my Italians won it too, by the way.
Yeah, well, there you go. We'll have to debate that a little bit more. We'll see, but that was a great race. That was fun to see.
Well, the rest of the fleet's coming through the finish line. That is them done for the day. But do stay with us. We have 3 more races. We've got a fresh fleet heading out there, the red fleet, and those guys are going to hit the probably best conditions of the day. It seems to be breezing up a bit.
That's interesting how we sort of saw that, because it was really not looking good at one point, and all of a sudden, bang. I think the next fleet coming up, which is going to be good. We got Augie, world champion. You got Polgar. You got Torben. I mean, this is going to be a pretty sweet fleet to watch.
It'll be great to see Polgar and Koi racing, because
local boys.
Local boys have raced here quite a lot, match racing, and they also race for this club. So it'd be very interesting to see where they're going.
Okay, well, the tail enders coming across the finish line. Wonderful race. We think, and so do the sailors, that it was a dead tie for first position in that race between Negri Labatengi and Kuznedovic and Zhitsky. We'll find out very soon from the committee. I mean, you could WhatsApp them. I reckon. Well, let's just give it a go and see who won, and we'll see if they give it a dead heat. But cool stuff from the lake in the middle of Hamburg for the Star Sailors League City Grand Slam. So that is 2 fleets having completed 3 races. And that's all good stuff. And you've just mentioned that Augie Diaz is coming out. Augie has just won the World Championships, the Star Worlds in Miami with Bruno Prada, the Brazilians. And that's a phenomenal result for Augie. I Googled last night. I think Augie's 61 or something like that. You know, it's but he looks, I mean, he's fitter than I am ever going to be, and he looks incredible. And he was chatting away in the club just saying, you know, forget the Worlds, you know, this is it. He's gunning for this championship, and it's rather cool. And we could play that interview, Andy, and catch up with Augie Diaz, the reigning world champ, and see what he has to say coming into this championship. You've pretty much just blown in here after winning the World Championships with Bruno Prada. How cool is that?
It's very cool. Sailing with Bruno, any chance I get is going to be a really good thing. So I feel very fortunate about winning the Worlds, but to me, I'm not dwelling on that. I really look forward to future start events, and this looks to be a very interesting event here in Hamburg. I love Germany, but I have to say that from the first day that we've been here in Hamburg, I feel very welcome here, and I think it's going to be a very interesting and difficult event.
What's going to be difficult?
Well, I think the number of boats in the race course, even though we're going to be 3 fleets of 30, it's going to be very crowded, and the mark roundings I think are going to be, the fleet will be compressed, and so the mark roundings I think are going to be very interesting. and managing those roundings, I think will tell a lot about how you're going to do in the race.
Have you, in your long sailing career and your star sailing career, have you done anything like this in a location like this?
Never. This is the first, but really the Star Sailors League is about firsts. And so I think I'm very excited about being here. I think it's going to be a very interesting week. It doesn't necessarily favor my style of sailing, but you know what? I think Bruno's going to be very good in this venue, and I look forward to the challenge.
You know, what do you think is going to make the difference between, you know, doing fairly well and coming out on the top here?
I think the top guy is going to have to start well. I think he's going to have to manage the roundings very well, because there will be times when, because of the wind shifts, you're going to be behind. So managing how you come back and how you do your mark roundings, that I think is going to be a big premium on that. But I think in the end, the top guys, you know, Xavier, you know, Robert Stanjek, I don't want to leave anybody out, but all the top guys will be at the top of the fleet.
And finally, Augie, you must be on top of your game, having just won the Worlds in an incredibly competitive fleet, in some decent breeze, I understand. So you must be feeling pretty punchy here.
Yes and no. I think from the point of view of what happened at the Worlds, I feel very fortunate. We had a very special week where everything we did was good. And I think, in fact, Bruno and I have been talking about how we used up all our good luck at the Worlds, and now we have very little left in the tank for this regatta. But I'm not, again, I don't dwell too much on a win or on a loss, and in this case, I'm just really looking forward to this event, which I think is going to be very special.
You've pretty much just blown in here after. Well, as much as we'd love to see the interview again. It
was a good one.
Yeah, it was a good one. Yeah, Augie, he's a cool guy. He loves this Star Sailors League. I think he's achieved a lifetime ambition of winning the World Championships with Bruno Prada out in Miami, and here he is, and he's firing off. But is lake sailing going to suit his style of sailing? What do you think, Kathleen?
You know, he as he said, he hasn't spent a lot of time on lakes. I've actually raced on a lake with him, and Augie likes there to be predictability and patterns in racing. And in lake sailing, it's a different type of strategy tactic. But Bruno Prada has spent a lot of time sailing on the lake in Sao Paulo. So I expect that Bruno will be quite a bit of help in this racing. As long as they can get off the line, you know, Augie will probably do fine with tactics. Well, now, he's an extremely fast sailor. I mean, that's one of the things. Starting hasn't been his strong suit, but he can make a boat go so fast. And here, it's not a speed game, but I think with Bruno there on the side, they're going to be able to get it done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, look, I think the thing that I like about Augie is he's tuned into the boat, right? I mean, there's very little time that this guy doesn't sail. So he's fresh. He's right off the Worlds, like some of these guys. But I mean, he's dialed into his boat. He's ready to go. There's not going to be much tuning now. It's just reaction time. And
he's with the best crew, possibly
number one
in
ranked.
in the entire world. You know, Bruno Prada, medalist with Robert Scheid, and they won the first SSL final in the Bahamas 3 years ago. Phenomenal crew.
You know, it's interesting when we had our discussion last night about who's the best sailor in the world, and Torben comes up as one of the top, the Brazilian, and then if we sit there and start thinking about best crews, you know, Bruno, Brazilian, is another guy that comes up. It's hard to knock him off the top block, because I mean, this guy is good. I mean, he's got worlds.
And I think he has more world champion wins now. He's got 3, or is it 4?
3.
3. So he's up there. I mean,
Okay.
you've got a lot. I mean, look, there's a lot of really good crews, right? And you can't discount the guys from the past, like Magnus Lidjedal, who's got a gold medal in 2000. You know, you bring up the different championships that are like Worlds, where you got like a Bacardi. You know, I mean, the Bacardi Cups are right
Magnus
in there.
Lidjedal is the most winning, I think he's one of the most winning sailors in the Star as a
Yeah.
crew. Can't forget about that.
No,
Nice.
actually, my brother's actually right behind him. It's funny. Magnus is a close friend. So my brother used to sail with a guy named Ross McDonald, who's got a lot of titles at the Bacardi. So I mean, there's a lot of good guys out there. But I mean, when we look at the rankings and today's, how are we gonna mark who's the top dog? I think Bruno's going to be tough to knock off.
Just for a second, talking of Magnus, I don't know how you pronounce this.
Lidjedal.
Lidjedal from
quick.
Sweden. I bumped into him in Miami at the Miami Olympic Classes regatta there, and he's looking fit and well and enjoying himself and doing a bit of comparing, I think, on the podium of one of the race fleets out there. It'd be great to get him involved and get him in, and I don't know if he'll sail, but
He still does race.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah?
Definitely. We see him out there in Miami in the Winter Series, and he's also busy running a sailing program for handicapped people.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's
wow.
very involved in handicap racing, manages it, and he
Paradise.
really has a passion for it.
Yeah.
It's called Team Paradise.
Team Paradise.
Paradise out of Miami.
Is that the big facility they have in Miami? I mean,
Yeah.
I went round it. It looks incredible, fantastic, great warehouse, a wonderful facility, and they ran the Paralympic section of the Olympic Classes Regatta in Miami from there. And I was just looking around and thinking, yeah, this is a cool, you know, a cool outfit, the spot in the USA for Paralympic sailing.
And actually, Magnus sailed with Augie this winter in
Yeah.
one of the Star Winter Series, and they won the event, and they had so much fun sailing
Yeah.
together. Contemporaries, but you could just see the smiles on their faces going
Well,
around the race course.
Magnus has always been a great guy to hang with, but to sail with too. I mean, he's fun. He's competitive. Beautiful for the class. Pushes the class over to the class.
Well, inshallah, as they say, we hope we'll say hi to Magnus and everybody. Hope to get Magnus involved in a SSL event at some stage and benefit from his wisdom and experience and phenomenal success as a crew. So we're minutes away from the next race start. It's going to be the first race of the Red Fleet. This is a hot fleet. They've all been hot fleets, and we'll see how Augie Diaz and Bruno Prada get on against the likes of Johannes Polgar and Marcus Coy, and then the legend Torben Grael sailing with Stefano Lilia. And then the Dane, the Norwegian, Ivan Melby with the American Josh Revkin. So we'll see how those guys get in.
The breeze looks up a little bit out there.
Breeze is good. The light looks good. It's must be a bit of
Choice of
sun.
the
It's
day.
clear. It's great. We can see in the back. I think that's Torben
Yeah, it's
Grael
Torben.
there with the gold star, the World Championship winning star on his sail, and he'll be one to look out for. We'll see how he gets on. That guy is a fighter. Do you know what I mean? He's one of the competitors who grits his teeth and gets on with it and doesn't like to lose. And the sun shining, and Louis is out there on our camera boat, and less survival conditions for you now, Louis. Okay.
Yeah.
Louis not out there. No, Louis taking a break, probably having a fag off the back actually, or something terrible like that.
With a Mars bar.
We
That's
normally
not nice.
we normally put a tracker on the camera boat just so we know where
he
Louis
is.
is actually.
Exactly.
Where is he? You know, and we leave the tracker on Louis for the evening just in case he gets into trouble, and then we can autopilot back home. Okay, so there are the Croatians, Lavovics. Sorry, not Lavovics. Coming back in, that's
Yes, Mizurik and Barak, the Croatians.
Yeah,
That's
well, I
the
mean, look, there's 3.
transition. So it's one fleet coming back
Look
in,
at
one
that
fleet
puff.
going out, and we are minutes away. Looking at we're beyond 5 minutes, so we don't quite know. We do have information from the race committee that in that final race it was a dead
tie.
heat. It was a dead heat between the Italians and Poles crossing the finish line. That is very, very rare in sailboat racing, and in my observation, I've never seen that. before, so quite a cool thing to happen at the first ever
Well, it's a
SSL City
good
Grand
call,
Slam.
right? I mean, if it is,
Yep,
it is, right?
good call.
So you don't want to make a bad judgment just to give one guy what you think. That was a clear call. That was a tie. We all seem to think the racers seem to be happy with it too. So, and we had another one in the other race. Actually, if you do look at the results, there is a 4.5 on one of them. So it's not the first tie we've had in this regatta.
Kathleen, do we have any overall results on the SSL website? They're calculating them as we go. Towards the end of the week, we'll be firing them up on screen. But talk us through what's going on. We can see yellow group. Of the three group, the yellow group started out. And who was top runner and rider from the yellows?
Okay, the yellow in first place we had Ian Coleman sailing with Luke Lawrence.
Okay.
And in second place we had
Staniek.
Staniek and Clean.
Okay.
Who are gunning for Bruno Prada
They
and
are.
Augie Diaz. So we'll see how that turns out at the end of the day. And then I believe it was Xavier Rohart in third place, sailing with Alexei Pierre-Ponceau.
Pierre-Alexis.
That too.
PA.
I think so. I think,
Yeah.
Pierre-Alexis. Pierre-Alexis. Oh, look at that sunshine. Whoa, we've got good breeze now.
But I think with the finish of 1-1, possibly 1.5, that's going to put the poles in the
easily.
lead.
Yeah,
Tough.
no,
You can't really beat 3 bullets.
Yeah, they'll definitely be winning the regatta at this point.
So far.
For sure.
There's Augie Diaz right there, 8.465. He
We're in
does not
sequence.
yet have his gold star on his sail, but that's him in bow 3.
Now, I wonder why that would be, Kathleen. Why would he not have
He
his
told
gold
me it
star?
was too hard. It was too much work.
Yeah.
Peel that off and put a new one on.
Whoa. You sure he's not hiding out there? You know, just trying to sort of.
Stay
He doesn't want
humble.
to draw any attention to his
Exactly.
gold star and, you know, get clobbered on the start line. Okay, we'll see. But it comes out on Saturday if he's still with us at the end of.
You know, Bruno Prada at the Awards had a really nice comment. He said
Yeah.
he's won 2 worlds with Robert Scheidt, you know, Olympian, done many, many years campaigning with Robert. And he said that winning with Robert was an obligation, but to win with Augie was pleasure.
Oh, that's nice.
Very nice.
Nice. Okay, we're under
How's
4
Robert feel
minutes.
about that comment?
We saw the Blue Peter head up. Boats all over the place, and they've still got 3 minutes 40 seconds to go, and everybody looking around, eyeing it up. A lot more wave pattern, wave chop out there. So I think this third fleet, the red fleet, are going to get the windiest part of the day.
Well, yeah. The one thing that you'll notice too is that the waves going down when they hit the shore, they bounce back. So it makes it a lot more turbulent out there. So you're going to have waves that are going to come down the course, and you're going to have the waves that are going to actually come back up the course. So it's going to make it a lot more washing machine like conditions.
Good point.
So it'll be interesting to see how that affects them on the start or going downwind.
Well, particularly at the top mark.
Yeah.
As well, because they go up there and it churns up a bit, and that'll slow the mid fleeters down.
Well, I'm interested to see how Ivan Melleby, sailing for Norway, does. He's got young Josh Revkin as his crew. Josh was just third at the World Championships in Miami. And he's taken some time off from sailing. He's living in Thailand, not doing a ton of sailing. And they pulled the Olympic boat out of the barn. He didn't even have a car to tow the boat with. So they actually found somebody to tow the boat to the ferry. They pushed it onto the ferry and had to find somebody else to pick it up when it arrived here. So that'll be an interesting program. A little bit to get the rust off, but I think that Ivan's in good hands with Josh as his crew today.
I think he's motivated, right? He's like you said, he hasn't done much sailing. He's been in Asia, hanging out, not sure what he's doing. I know his wife's down there working, and he hasn't had a chance to do a lot of sailing. So I think getting a chance to come here and getting his feet wet, so to speak, will be motivation for this guy.
Yeah,
and
he
he's got a
definitely had
great crew.
energy yesterday after the opening ceremony.
Yeah.
Is that what you call it? Yeah.
Positive.
Yeah. No, he was having a good time actually with his buddies in the club last night. So we'll see how Ivan gets on. He's a class act. Ivan Melleby sailing with Josh Revkin, and with Diaz, Prada, Polgar, Coy, Grail, Lilia, and Grieser and Markor from Germany, also top sailors, plus Mizura and Barak from Croatia. We have over 30 boats in this final fleet with about a minute to go, and you can see them all now lining up, and we might see a different style of start now. They won't just kind of park. I think they've got more breeze to play with, and we'll see who comes out top and who wants to go for the pin end, who wants to go for the committee boat end.
Well, one thing I think is going to be interesting is that these guys have been hanging out at the club since probably 10 o'clock this morning, waiting for their flight. So, you know I would have been jittery, you know, wanting to get on the water, wanting to get into it, and at the same time, you're sitting here, you're watching TV, you're drinking coffee.
They were all watching the broadcast.
You know, you might get a little, on the lazy mode. Not sure, you know, it's going to. I think it's going to take a little bit to get these guys moving.
Okay, so we're looking at virtual eye. Not far to go. We can see
a lot
is
of
that
space.
Melleby in there on the middle of the line? Denmark? No, he's
that's
Norway.
He's Norway.
Forgive
so
me.
He's not.
Here we go. Clear line so far.
There's Torben at the bottom of your
Torben's at
screen.
the pin end over here.
This guy's just in his way. The German's got to get out of the way. He's going to foul him. I don't think he's not going to be happy about that. He's going to bear off a little bit.
Okay, just waiting for our live shot. Boom, there it is. Bow number 8, Torben Grail, nearest us to the camera. Whoa, look at that. You can see the gusts hitting everybody. Oh, that was actually being shadowed, I think.
Yeah.
That was the shadow of somebody turning back, somebody over the line.
Okay, bow
There's
60.
Augie in the
The
top of the
Danish
screen.
are Scheidt and Arenston right there.
16 is Missouri and
60.
Barak.
Denmark here.
60, 6 zeros.
Very good start. If
Okay.
they're not over.
13,
Look,
Grieser
they're just
and
riding
Marcour.
that puff. You can see the puff
Right
line
next to
right
our camera.
there.
Big puffs going on. Louis, you
There's
must be
Norway.
right next to these boats. Louis Habib.
Yes, I have to say, my eye were on Torben Grail there at the start. He looked to go for the pin, but as you can see, right out onto the left-hand side is Gries and Marcour. The Danes had a cracking start as well, Scheidt and Aronsen. The breeze is definitely up here. We're looking at probably low teens, probably 12, 13. But I tell you what, the German out here on the left-hand side, Gries, crewing with Michael Marcour, is looking as cool as a cucumber. And he's just got Torben Grail, 5 Olympic golds on his hip. Grail has just tacked. No, he hasn't just tacked.
Yes, he has.
Yes, he has. No, it'll be interesting.
I don't know. He's sort of half tacked, and he's really taking on Mellenby there. The really close battle there between Mellenby and Grail. But I don't think Torben won that one. He's now getting gassed by Mellenby. So it's all to go. A huge gust just literally knocked the whole fleet down there from where we're looking. But I have to say, Gries and Marcour, cool as cucumbers on the left-hand side. They're about to hit a patch of dark water, but it looks like the fleet on the right-hand side are into it first. The Marcour is just fully hiked out here on the left-hand side, but I have to say, looking down the line to the right, it doesn't look very good down on the right-hand side. It looks like the left has paid on this beat, but there was a massive header in that puff as well, I can tell you.
Well, we can see, Louis, sorry to interrupt, we can actually see the dark puffs coming down the middle of that lake, the dark patches, and bang, they in. So look at the German boat on the left, just about to hit a little dark puff, boom, mast goes over, they start bending there up, bit more hiking. The helmsman drives it up into the breeze a little bit, and these boats have a kind of rail, the chine of the boat, that hard corner at the bottom of the boat. They're riding these chines.
For the US, there's Augie coming in almost parallel to the other.
Okay, so
like they're on the same tack.
Just behind the Brazilian sail, USA is Augie Diaz. And
Augie's
this
going to make him tack.
Anybody's game. Grail on port. Augie's going to force, I think, unless... Whoa! Monster duck. That is a
he
monster
doesn't have a lane
duck.
over there. It's really interesting. it's going to be really hard for Torben Grail to get a lane to go back.
So
starboard
Torben
side.
Grail having to weave his way through the right-of-way starboard tackers. The simplest rule in sailing, as we all know, if you're on port like the USA boat there, you have to give way to the guys on starboard. Interesting stuff as they thread their way through. The Brazilians in the middle of the pack there. Quite a nice start, I have to say. Mellerby and Revkin absolutely off to a flyer with Skitt and Arentzen from Switzerland taking the lead. And they had rather a nice time going up the right-hand side, the Swiss sailors.
Yeah, I gotta like Melody having Josh over the side as probably one of the bigger crews. Really will give him an advantage. You know, coming up with these puffs to keep the boat flat. Whereas if you saw like with Torben's crew, a little bit of a smaller guy, you know, little not necessarily a huge disadvantage, but you know, powering through this flat water with the breeze that's definitely fast.
Okay, beg your pardon. Skitt and Aronson from Denmark, the Danes, bow 60, off to a fantastic start to their campaign for the first ever SSL City Grand Slam. And oh, look at the pile up at that top mark. I mean, it really is going on. The Germans in all sorts of trouble there. Bow 51. They've had to jibe round and get out of jail and come and circle around a big clump of boats heading around that top mark there. And there's bow 7, Polgar and Coy, the big guy, Marcus Coy at the front of the boat there. They're in a great spot to head downwind for the first leg. The Missouri Barak heading down as well. Grail and Lilia in the mix with the Gold Star up there, bow number 8.
No, it's good. I mean, this is a close fleet too, and it's going to be interesting to see how these puffs will affect the fleet. You know, who's going to be pushed out forward.
Yeah, they're not used to sailing in such a short distance, a windward leg. That's why everybody is so close together. The more boats you have in a fleet and the more breeze you have, normally they would make the course much longer, but that's not an option here. So that's the reason why we see the fleet so close in this particular race, because the velocity of the wind has gone up.
Yeah. So the closest race yet of the day. This is our 7th race that we're seeing on Lake Ulster, but it's the first race for the Red Fleet.
We've got
and
the
there's
yacht
the
club
club in the background, flags flying. That is the NRV club. We are down, in fact, below waterline level, and we're down there in the club. Really lovely club, one of the biggest in Germany, and a load of people there on the decks enjoying a bit of sunshine now and some fantastic action out here on Lake Ulster. Beginning to come good for us, I think, Tyler.
Yeah. No, it's good, and it's good. And it's not easy with this big breeze because there's no waves now to depower the boat with some speed. So it does power up the mains. I would think the majority of them are going to want a bit of a lull as you get to that leeward mark, just to make it a little safer rounding. Because these are the type of conditions when it's flat but solid breeze. One little mistake, you lose a mast. So it is tricky out there for sure. Melamy's looking good. He's taking a little bit of a high road, but he's definitely got some good speed
down there.
You know, but he's got the clear air, so it's fine. You know, he's going to have to pull in the jibe. But again, Revkin, great crew, right? This guy has been. I don't think there's a shortage of him sailing.
He was a Western Hemisphere champion last year, and this year 3rd at the Worlds. He's spent time in the boat in the last 2 years. He's very young, but has really been putting the time in, sailing with some great skippers, learning from those people, and he's just one of our rock star crews these days.
Josh, yeah, he's
a lot
bright.
of potential.
He's bright as well.
He is very bright.
Well, most crews are.
I mean, Tyler, heading the Cruise Union here. Tyler Bjorn, well done, very good. Yeah, you know, in sailing they always kind of talk about the skippers quite a lot, but really that's just half the job.
When you're on a double-handed boat, there is the skipper and the crew. It's equally equal. Unlike a big keel boat where you've got 5 people on a boat, or a TP52 where you might have 10, 12 guys on a boat. When you're on a 2-person boat, everyone has their hands full. Everyone's making that boat go fast.
Yeah, and you know what? It's like any sport. It's ultimate team effort, right? Yeah, everybody has to be putting the same effort. And, nice rounding.
Now they're splitting marks here.
Yeah,
the Dutch made an effort to really go over to the other mark.
Okay.
Nice rounding. Come on, Josh.
There's the top 3.
Get that jib in. Come on.
So we've got Norwegian, Dutch. Who else is up there?
So Augie Diaz and Bruno Prada
American.
coming around in about 4th, and the Russians. Did we see Torben Grell go around yet?
Not yet.
Not yet, no.
There's Ben Sternberg. He's a young American. This is his, I think, 3rd SSL event.
And there's Torben on the far side, working his way around.
You can hear the wind in a little bit here.
You can hear the wind indeed.
definitely-
Louis, you're in a...
Oh, the Germans coming in trouble there. Oh, inversion going.
Oh, this is not
Louis,
good.
it's total carnage that we can see through the camera.
There's that still inverted mass. That's not fast. Oh, the German.
Oh, man.
That's going to be a bit
That's
nasty
crazy
at the
stuff.
end of the day. See what I mean? It's tough. When you're coming down, there's no depower in the sail. Usually you can surf down the wave, depower the sail a bit. It helps your maneuver.
What's bow 50? They're just carrying on.
His mast is inverted right now.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
So
oh,
it's
dear.
when the mast actually bends forward. Usually the tip is back. It
Ouch.
bends forward, and if you do something wrong, the mast can actually snap.
Yeah,
so
that
they're just trying to
mass
keep
is-
their rig upright.
It's about the bob.
Really?
Well, that's the intricacies of sailing these boats is ooh.
Whoa.
You can see it. It needs the power. It needs to pull the mast. Just has to go back. If you can just get the boom in. Well, again, look. I mean, that's
Look at the poles. They've almost stopped on the gate there, on the mark.
Well, like I
On the
said at the
ground to
beginning,
a
you
stop.
know, this is a tough. I mean, so you put in. It's breezy. It's flat water. You're coming into the leeward mark, and there's 6 other boats, all coming on the same. You know, it's hard not to get a little
And the
mesmerized.
gates aren't that far apart, whereas
No.
in normal star racing, when you have that many boats coming in, the gates are a lot further apart. So there's more room to maneuver if you have chaos like that. Because the gates
Yeah.
are so close together, there's not really an out for the skippers.
It's fantastic shots from the water, I have to say. It's great stuff. Breeze has picked up, sun's come out. We're having a dazzling race in the Red Fleet as they smash their way around the course. I'm going to ask if we can stay on our live shot for a minute. Ben from Virtual Live, if we could just replay, go back in time a little bit virtually and have a look at that craziness at the bottom mark, and we'll just see how far they went below the line, below the gate, some of those guys. So just give me a shout, Ben, when you're ready. And we're looking at the
16-8.
boats as they
That's a solid puff coming right through there.
heading up the course. Say again, Tyler.
That's a solid puff. You can see. I mean, that's a solid piece of dark water right up there, coming down, and you can see the little teeny light patches. So I mean, the variance of having, you know, like I just got a text from the race committee saying we're having 8 to 16 knots. Well, that's a huge variance, going from 8 knots to 16 knots.
Indeed.
And there's going to be the wind direction. I mean, look, you can on top of the screen, it's kind of light.
Okay, we're going to cut to a quick replay of that bottom mark rounding as we see the leaders hammering down. Skit, Aronson with Melby and Revkin, Van Dielen and Flyer from Holland. There they go, cleanly round, happy days. Van
this is the tough
Dalen
one.
and Flyer taking a different option, getting a bit of separation, as they say.
Now all these maneuvers are tough. These
Holgar
are
and
jibe
Coy
roundings for these guys.
around in 4th, with the Russian sailors behind them. And then there's
See, but now see how it
clump
gets.
of
Look at
boats
it getting clogged
right
right,
behind.
right there. This is when all of a sudden the guy coming on port, the guy coming from the other side. These 3 boats in the bottom mark are all of a sudden. What do we do?
Look at them. They've gone
The mass is inverted.
down and down and down
They
and
can't
down
turn
and
back
down.
upwind.
That's insane.
I'm sure there's
Look at
some
that.
choice words to each other.
Yeah.
There are some
How's
things that they
lunch?
can do to slow down what they needed to try to anticipate the puffs, knowing that they were so close. You get the jib down, and what else would you do, Tyler, to slow down in that instance?
Oh, I mean, there's just a whole there's good 5, 6, 7 sequence moves of getting the jib down, getting ready for the mast back, hiking strap ready, the skipper making sure his main's going to come in, and if you saw some of them, it's a jibe rounding. So now you got to pull a jibe as you round, doing your 5 maneuvers. It's definitely not the easiest thing to do, and especially if you haven't been sailing, you haven't been training.
Now we're back up to the top for the leaders with our live shot. And it's looking like Melby and Revkin in the lead now as they go
Come on,
around
boys.
the
Use that
top.
boom.
And the Danes, Skit and Aronson just behind. So interesting stuff.
Get that jibe.
That Dutch crew heading around in third, Dalen and Flyer. Third position, followed by,
Polgar.
I think it's Polgar and
Yeah.
Coy.
Look at the Russian up there. Nice. Haven't seen a lot of Russians in the Starfleet.
And
so that's
there's
a good
Augie
move.
Diaz and Bruno Prada. Bow number 3, the Americans, just behind the Russians.
Nice.
Uh,
See, you got a bit of a lull. It's just all that, like we've talked all day. There's
Yeah.
a bit of a lull, and you just have to try and wait, and then all of a sudden, 30 yards from the mark, bang, the puff comes in and just scoots you forward.
A little bit more separation between the
Yeah.
boats after another leg. Grail and Lilia heading around the top behind the Croatians, Missouri.
Really slow there right now, rounding.
And again, they're into this wind shadow effect.
Yeah.
I
That's a big
believe.
shadow right behind. Look at the
Yeah.
size of those trees.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not.
Okay, live shots from Lake Ulster
Which you
in
probably-
Hamburg.
Probably the guys, when you see them heading up, or doing that sort of rounding jibe and heading up, it's probably to get out of that shadow.
Yes.
Because it looks like it's the first time I sort of saw it, but it looks like there's less trees, or it's an opening, little yacht club that they can head up, get the breeze, and then bear off.
And back to the front of the fleet. Ivan Melleby, Josh Revkin. Melleby steering from Norway. Feisty character.
Feeling good.
Real Scandinavian.
Stand a hooligan.
He's probably chomping on, what's that stuff they...
Snooze.
He's probably schnoosing away.
You gotta notice that Josh, the crew, is he's barefoot. I can't imagine that that's too
What crew?
warm out there
I can't
today.
see a crew.
The stealth he's
Being
hiding
an
behind that
American,
mast.
Josh Revkin.
Ah, there's a jogger in the background. Here we go. So
Surprise.
Melleby keeping an eye behind him. Looks pretty relaxed, pretty calm. He's got Skit and Aronson right
Right on his
behind
tail.
him. And a bit of separation with Van Dalen and Flyer from Holland. Just ahead of Yo-Yo, Johannes Polgar and Marcus Coy.
Yo-Yo.
Two sailors who they've been members of this club for a long time. Johannes Polgar. Johannes works for Audi nearby,
Yeah.
actually. In fact, he told me that he had to go to work this morning, and so he's done a bit of work, and now he's here on the racetrack.
Holding his own, holding a nice little lead there.
Very sweet. So, Louis, you're doing a great job on the camera boat, getting around, giving us great shots. How is it out there?
Well, as you say, the sun's come out. We can see quite a lot of cloud cover over on the right-hand side of the course, and I think that's swung the course axis around to the right-hand side just a little bit. But as you say, that was all on like Donkey Kong at the last bottom mark. But we've got a pack of boats that have pulled away here. And just one thing I just want to tell you from the last fleet, we had a quick chat with the good Dr. Merkelbach, and they lost a jib halyard in that last race, which didn't do them any favours, just so you know why they were doing so badly there. But yeah, we've got the leaders just going around now. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 boats here, and then a massive gap. I think that was down to that pile-up. You know, it just slowed everybody down coming into the car crash there at the bottom. And you know, it would have been interesting to know what you're supposed to do there. They say that if you see an accident ahead of you, head straight forward. It won't be there by the time you get there. But that huge pile up there has caused a massive gap, which the top 6 boats have got away in. Torben Grail is leading the chasing pack of 3 boats, and then it's quite a way back to the rest. So again, we've got a big change in this fleet. It'll be interesting to see how Torben Grail gets on here with Leela. He's not sailing with Almedia. He's sailing with Leela, who he has sailed with before.
Yeah. Boat builder.
Also before, indeed, the builder of that boat. Now, we were talking about these guys have been sitting in the clubhouse for a couple of hours, and they've just watched 6 pretty much light airs race. They've come out here, it's blowing 15, gusting about 18 knots. So I wouldn't mind betting that some of the rig setups are not for those wind conditions, and maybe the choice of sails as well. So it looks like it might be going a little bit lighter now, and whether that all comes into play, we'll wait and see. But certainly the first half of this race has been brimstone and fire, and we've seen a big gap between, say, the front five and the rest of the fleet. And you know, that's all gonna matter towards the end there. But we've got this fantastic view of Torben Grail to windward, and as we were saying earlier, having that chat with Bob, the all Oracle Fisher, that you try and think of another person who's another sailor that's ever lived that has this man's all-round record: 5 Olympic gold medals, Volvo Ocean Race winner, and a Louis Vuitton Cup winner. There isn't one. Arguably there might be, but we won't go there. I had a big argument with Bob about that last night over a small glass of schnapps. But anyway, the great man's tacked over. He's after that chasing pack, and I tell you what, I'll have a half a beer on the fact that he gets in the top 5 in this race. If anyone in the studio wants to take me on that.
There you go. Get over the side, bud.
It's not 5 golds, Louis.
What do you mean?
3, isn't it?
4, sorry.
Yeah, you know.
Sorry, it is a mistake. 4.
Not quite. Yeah, no, he's a
5
legend.
medals.
He's a legend. 5 Olympic medals.
We'll
wiki him right now.
Is the other one a silver?
Yeah, he is in bronze. Sorry.
Whatever. I'll take it. You know what I mean? Like, I'll give it to the guy, you know what I mean? I'll make that mistake and be okay with it.
And that was a great shot, live shot, because you could see Torben, you know, really sort of vocal.
Well, there's pride going. I mean, this guy, he doesn't come out to just hang out. You know, he's far from home. He wants to be here to race. He wants to compete. And he wants to win. I mean, you don't have that tracker without the fire in the belly all the time.
I've noticed with these phenomenal sailors, particularly Olympic class sailors, like Ben Ainsley, like Robert Scheid, 2 other all-time greats. They get on a track and they kind of wind themselves up. They fire themselves up, and they're like, you know, fireballs heading around the track. Robert Scheid is a phenomenon to watch when you see him on the track. He was in Miami. He's Robert Scheid going for his 6th Olympic medal in consecutive games. And if he does, it'll be a record in sailing, and you know, maybe Ben would have to pass over the mantle of you know, greatest Olympic.
Or do another
sailor.
one.
No, I don't. Well, you never know. You never say never.
There's rivalry there.
There is
rivalry there between those two guys.
Amazing rivalry between those two. When they were in their laser days, and Robert Scheid sort of pipped Ben in '96, I believe, and then Ben pipped Robert Scheid in that famous kind of match race in Sydney, where Ben
that's when it was born.
He just
right there.
drove him down the fleet, and it was ruthless, wasn't it? It was absolutely ruthless, but cool to see. But both guys, awesome sailors, and just so lovely off the track. Do you know what I mean?
Well, he wanted that medal secure.
Yeah.
Right? He wanted to secure it.
We've seen quite a bit of match racing going on in the finals of these SSL events, of these Grand Slams. Because once you get down to 4 boats on the track, we noticed that the Lake Grand Slam from Grandson in Switzerland, that the 2 boats almost paired off and went into match race mode. Well, we'll see that on Saturday. It's worth tuning in. If you've just joined us, we're into the 8th race of the day. It's the first day of our championship.
And Coy taking up 2nd. They coming around 2nd now?
Germans, Johannes Polgar, Marcus Coy.
Augie's 3rd. I mean,
they've had a fantastic leg as we've been waffling away.
But look at the switching that's going on.
Amazing.
It's impressive.
Well, this is Polgar and Coy's conditions, you know.
With the Danes, the tracker's not on for the Danes.
Say again?
Oh, okay. See, the Danes, whatever. They're close, eh?
Yeah.
I mean, this will be interesting. I mean, we still have another lap.
They hug the left-hand side going up the
I like the
final
fact
V.
we got this Russian here that I've never seen a Russian star compete, personally.
Where?
Just compete in the star class. It's the first time I've seen the Russians out here, so it's nice to see these guys coming out.
Well, they're ranked 31st. Alexei Zivotofsky and Lev Shinar. We'll nail that pronunciation by tomorrow. Zivotowski.
You're usually pretty good, I have to say, Digby, with the names.
I do. I try. But they're going great guns. Here we go. Bow 99. Who's that? One of the back markers. It is. Don't know. He's not on my list. Okay.
Whoa.
We're into the gun for the finish, are we?
No, I think we
got one other lap to go. Halfway. So
halfway through, and that's a solid lead. I mean, they've gone up.
We've done 4. We've done 2 laps, and now we've got 1 more to go. Okay.
Okay, 137 meter lead. That is a big lead for such a short distance, and they're pretty secure. But behind them, you've got a tight pack of some fast sailors. Not going to be easy in the next group.
That's one of the biggest extensions we've seen today. It's phenomenal.
It's
150
what
meters.
a good solid puff will do for you.
On a 600 meter course. Quite something. Well, fair play. Ivan Melleby. Big respect. And Josh Revkin.
Yeah, no, we got another lap for sure to go. The finish line's not up there.
Yep.
According to my WhatsApp,
you're
it says
totally
4.
correct.
And it looks like they're playing the left side facing downwind. So if that stays this way, we'll probably be looking at them choosing the left-hand gate.
Wow, still huge puffs as they go around that top mark. Boats keeling right over. Let's
well, you
join
know, the boats just came around in a puff, but the boat just in front of them didn't have any breeze. So it makes a big difference whether you have a puff to round the mark or not.
Loué, Habib, up at that top mark. You're in a great spot to watch that top mark rounding. Loué.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic racing here, Digby. We can see the club in the background, and if they wouldn't mind getting the coffee warmed up, that would be very nice. I know we've got one more race afterwards, but it's been fascinating watching this race develop. I have to say, we've definitely got a split in the fleet, but I don't know what Malibu and Revkin were eating or drinking last night, but it certainly turbocharged them. They're a whole leg ahead of the back markers here, which incredible to see that. He's just come straight back in the star and absolutely owned this race. Breeze has gone a little bit lighter, not much. There's still plenty of breeze here, but it's got a little bit lighter and a little bit flatter as well. So again, the crews are having to think their way through changing gear, changing settings, how they're going to cope with this change in the conditions again. But still plenty of wind, but it's gone a little bit lighter, and we'll see how the crews use that change in the conditions to enhance their performance. But we've definitely seen a bit of a gap closure between the rest of the fleet behind Melleby. There's about 10 boats there that are coming down to that bottom mark on different jibes as well. But as I say that, we've got more dark water coming down the course, and the breeze is building again. So it's definitely eyes out the boat, looking at what the breeze is doing. And I think we're going to see a lot more place changes in the remainder of this race. And I didn't hear anybody take me on for that beer for Torben Grail in the top 5. Come on. What about you, Tyler? What about you, Tyler? Come on. All right, I'll give you top 3. I'll give you top 3 for a beer.
All right. You're on.
You're on, okay. And it's Holston Pills I have here, one of my favourites. Takes me back to some of my earlier drinking days in the grotto in Weybridge, I have to say. But anyway, back to the racing. And let us know what's going on with Virtual Eye. But Malibu and Revkin owning this one. Hey, is Josh Revkin's dad in the same fleet? Jim Revkin's sailing. Whereabouts is Jim?
I think he may have missed the start, actually. I saw him sort of straggling around, but...
Okay.
He's waiting for the sun to come out more.
Okay. But anyway, absolutely marvellous conditions out here now. A little bit lighter, a little bit flatter, but still plenty of breeze.
Oh, Torben's up into 4th. Uh-oh.
Okay. Torben up into 4th position. He's got 35, 36 meters behind Skit and Aronson, and then Diaz Prada in second position, and then Melleby and Revkin, the Norwegian American duo, racing for the first time together. We shared a ferry across to the opening ceremony yesterday, and they were joking away and having a good time, but they haven't sailed together, and they've come together for this regatta. And as you mentioned earlier, Ivan Melleby been out of the stars for a little bit, and working on his career out in the Far East. But here he is, absolutely on fire. 120 meters now ahead of Augie Diaz and Bruno Prada.
Well, Ivan spends so much time in the Star. When you do an Olympic campaign, that is your job. You're doing it full time. And most people are recreational sailors, but when you are an Olympian, you have put in more hours. They talk about, you know, getting 10,000 hours to be an expert in something. And so for some of these Olympians, it's like riding a bike because they just have more time into it. So when they step back into the boat after so much time off, they can do it. They can make it happen, especially if they're accompanied by a crew like Josh who has been sailing consistently, is young, strong, and you know, just a bright kid.
There's the big picture over Lake Ulster in the middle of Hamburg. We're in the northern part of Germany, about 30 miles, 50 kilometers from the coast. It's a big industrial port. You've got a lot of container ships coming down the River Elbe to Hamburg and driving the economy, very strong economy in Germany. And it's pretty cool being here. I've never been to Hamburg. It's awesome, I have to say. First impressions, absolutely awesome. And we've picked such a kind of joyful time of year, the spring, you know, the flowers are budding and all that stuff. It looks wonderful. Look at that, there it is in pictures. Blossoms,
in a nice puff.
Green, sunshine, and a bit of breeze for our top sailors at the first ever SSL City Grand Slam on the lake in the middle of Hamburg. And there's Ivan Melleby and Josh Revkin smashing down, I believe now, past the NRV, the club here, the host club, with the two other fleets all docked up behind them. All the sailors who have raced today are in the clubhouse watching this on TV, on the screens, and taking notes and enjoying the spectacle and the festivity and the occasion of the SSL Grand Slam in the city of Hamburg. And big spread between the fleet now, these stronger breezes spreading everybody out, and let's just see how Grail gets on as he approaches the top mark.
Definitely, like there's more room out there when it does spread out like that, eh?
Yeah, you'll notice that in this upwind, pretty much the whole fleet favored the right side of the course, just the way they did in the downwind. So apparently there's got to be more breeze on that side of the course.
Well, I think we had a bit of a shift too.
Okay, boats absolutely everywhere as we take the bird's eye view over the top of the racetrack on Lake Ulster. It's a short course, around 600 meters. Normally they're over a kilometer.
Yeah,
in the start class. Yeah, it's normally a long way away, but this is good stuff, bit more action orientated. And if you've just joined us, we have 100 entries, 100 teams here competing for the first ever SSL City Grand Slam, and the organizers have split them into 3 fleets, each fleet doing 3 races today. And we're racing over the today and the next 4 days towards the Super Saturday, the big finale, where the top 30 go into the last round robin, as it were, and then we go into the quarterfinals with 10 boats, semi-finals 7, finals with 4. We'll know at the end of today. We're not going to fly them on screen, the overall results, because if you're watching this, you're online, you're watching through the website. You can get the results on the website starsailors.com, and that's the hub of everything Star Sailors League, starsailorsleague.com, beg your pardon. And here's Ivan and Josh taking it easy down towards the finish. Happy days. Nice. Should get the kettle on, cup of tea. The topper, I think their trackers just quit on us. Been a long day. Unfortunately, they might be able to reset that, but virtually we won't be able to see that. But these guys
You can hear them talking,
gliding down, having a
looking
little
back.
chit-chat. Josh looking back through the finish line. Thank you very much. Sorted.
I think he got the rust off. I think he's okay.
Yeah, no, that's got to feel good to come back and just put that
Yeah.
nice one under your belt.
Quite.
Feeling confident.
Well, that's a result for Eivind Melleby from Norway and Josh Revkin from the USA. As we wait for the second boat to head down to the finish line, looks like Augie Diaz and Bruno Prada. And a good fight for fourth, actually, for third position, I believe, between Polgar Koy and Grail and Lilia. And Loué looking, ooh, I don't know, we'll see. The Danish tracker, what's that, Kath?
The Danish tracker has also
Okay.
stopped working, so they're up there in the top pack in the top 5.
Okay. So
That's a
live
good one
shots
for Augie.
across the line, great result. Second position, Augie Diaz, Bruno Prada. The reigning Star World Champions. They've just come in from Miami and they are absolutely on form and doing well here. There's our finish line, the 2 orange flags pulling out to third position.
Nice puff.
Big dark puffs coming down, and it's Johannes Polgar with Marcus Koy speeding towards the finish line. Marcus driving the boat. Johannes driving, Marcus at the front by the mast. 2 guys from Hamburg. This is their club, and a great duo, great team. Good result. And fourth should be Grail, yeah.
No
Torben
beer.
Grail, Stefano Lilia in fourth spot. They're happy with that. Well done, Torben Grail in the black hood. Oh, 16 crossing the line. Mizura and Barak from Croatia.
Nice.
And the Russians
Russia.
just after them. Well played. Sorry to call them, we'll get their names in a minute. 60, Danes, Skit and Aronson.
Ben Sternberg, a young American. This is
With Stuart
third
McIntosh.
SSL event.
Nice.
Away they go. Another close call there. That was Vata and Morph just coming in on the pin nearest us. Don't know who that is, actually. He's not on our entry list, so we'll find out in a minute. Must have been a late entry,
That's,
about 99. So
Greaser
Greaser and
and Mark
Marcour coming through. And away they go. Okay, let's just stick on that virtual shot for a moment. Give Shane a couple of minutes to rest his eyes on board. Shane, we're going to stay with Virtual Eye for 2 minutes. And rest of the fleet come down. And that was it.
Yeah, that was a much shorter race, I think, than the previous races.
Yeah.
Unfortunately here, the maximum distance on this lake is 1.5 nautical miles by 0.5. So normally when the breeze would pick up, they would lengthen the course, but we don't have that as an option. So their races are going to be a little bit faster with the increase in velocity.
So are we looking at,
results.
is that the overalls?
That's the overalls with both fleets. First 2 fleets that are in there.
Okay, so with 2 fleets, as we mentioned earlier, it's Mateusz Kuznerovic and Dominik Zicki, overall leaders. Today, second Luke Lawrence, Ian Coleman, and then Michael Koch and Carsten Witt, and then Robert Stanyok and Fritjof Kleen, Xavier Rohard, Pierre Alexis Ponceau. That's the top 5. We've got more races to come today.
2 more, yeah.
And this is the final fleet of the day, the Red Fleet. We've 100 boats split into 3 fleets, and this is the Red Fleet finishing their first race of the championship. But for us, it's the 7th. So we've got 2 more races to go, race number 8 and 9, or the 2nd and 3rd for the Red Fleet. And we'll see how they get on. But so far, fantastic result for the Norwegian Ivan Melleby with the young American Josh Revkin. Now, Andy, we've got some interviews that I believe that we could play. We were chatting away to Xavier Rohart yesterday. Xavier, bronze medalist in the Star and one of the founders of the Star Sailors League. And we caught up with Xavier on the dock to talk about bringing the SSL to the middle of a city. Let's hear that for a moment. To be here for the first SSL City Grand Slam, what do you hope to achieve here for SSL?
For the SSL, as a president, we really want to achieve a great event, very near from the city, inside of this very beautiful city, Hamburg, and special lake like this. It's a beautiful place, and also the connection with the ground people everywhere in the world that can see us sailing and entertain. As we can sail in the small lake with lots of action and reaction.
All week we're going to be talking about fluky, shifty kind of winds. and George Szabo he's on a roll. He's won the last 2 SSL events. Now, do you think we should see somebody else come out on top here?
I think we can see a lot of people showing in the front of the fleet, but I think George, especially with Patrick Ducomin. They are specialized on lakes, on tricky system and taking advantage of shore wind and wind shifts. So, and the classic guy, a bit like me, we are more consistent in the classic wind and more offshore. So it's going to be a good battle to see if we can this time be in front of George and Patrick.
How is the whole league going? Because we're kind of 3 years into this very unusual and interesting project.
Yeah, for sure it's unusual, but I think it's a long-term project. So we test different systems, different finals, qualifications, and now we are coming into this city system. So we are slowly but surely climbing the steps to be ready in maybe 2-3 years. To have the system complete, so we know where we can go, what we can do in each place, and what we can achieve.
So we may end up with the final in, for example, the Bahamas, as we've done over the last 3 years, and then a lake, a city, a breeze one, like somewhere really windy. Give us an idea of what's the kind of place for breezy?
Breezy, we are thinking of a few different places, but it could be like Buzios, for example. Buzios, it's near Rio, and it's a very nice place, and it's always breezy there. You have a good sea breeze going to 20-25 knots. We can go to Cascais in Portugal with big waves, or this idea, lots of strength and power and big wave surf, and so that can be the idea to go on the.
Okay, welcome back to Hamburg for the first ever Star Sailors League City Grand Slam. We've 10 minutes. We've just heard from the race committee for the second race of the Red Fleet, the 8th race of today. We've got 2 more races to come, and we're just taking a little break between these races, resting our camera on the water. We caught up with George Szabo, former world champion, who's won 2 Star Sailors League events, which I guess makes him the most successful SSL sailor at the moment, with 2 top prize checks in his pocket. He's done extremely well. George Szabo, or Gazebo, as I quite like to call him, and he's a great American, and we caught up with him yesterday. Here's what he had to say. The first SSL City Grand Slam, what are we in store for?
It's going to be pretty interesting. Very shifty place here. All locals say it's super shifty, and watching the wind yesterday on the water, 90-degree shifts, and today there's been spots of absolute glassy wind and 6-8 knots on the other side. So it's going to be probably some big scores this week. I expect to see some of the top guys in the back from time to time, but also expect to see people make some enormous gains from last place to first, and should be pretty interesting racing.
Well, everyone's setting up behind us, and there's a lot of tension and drama in the air. You're riding high in the Star Sailors League. You know, you won the Lake Grand Slam and the final. So can you make it 3 in a row?
We definitely want to. We're here for that. We're ready for that, and it's good. We have a boat that we've, even though we're in Europe, we have a boat that we've sailed a few times before, so we know where to set that up, and we're ready.
Who are you racing with?
Le Duc, Patrick Ducommun, who we sailed with in Switzerland with last time in Grand Slam.
Okay, and what about local knowledge here? I mean, there are some people who've been racing on this lake for over 50 years, and apparently you can open a window and the wind will shift. So this is pretty fluky and interesting.
Yeah, we haven't heard too much about local knowledge, and unfortunately with the way it worked out, we haven't been able to get out on the water yet, so we're anxious to get out there and see what it looks like, but I don't know how much local knowledge there is right here.
Well, after George's 3 races today, they are lying 7th overall, which is a pretty good start for Gazebo and Le Duc from Switzerland. We have 2 more races to go. We've got about 7 minutes towards the next race start. And we also caught up. We're going to play this one again. We chatted away to Augie Diaz, who's just won the World Championship, Star Worlds, in Miami. So here at the opening ceremony in the middle of Hamburg in the town hall is what Augie Diaz has to say. You've pretty much just blown in here after winning the World Championships with Bruno Prada. How cool is that?
It's very cool. Sailing with Bruno, any chance I get is going to be a really good thing. So I feel very fortunate about winning the Worlds, but to me, I'm not dwelling on that. I really look forward to future start events, and this looks to be a very interesting event here in Hamburg. I love Germany, but I have to say that from the first day that we've been here in Hamburg, I feel very welcome here, and I think it's going to be a very interesting and difficult event.
What's going to be difficult?
Well, I think the number of boats in the race course, even though we're going to be 3 fleets of 30, it's going to be very crowded, and the mark roundings I think are going to be, the fleet will be compressed, and so the mark roundings I think are going to be very interesting, and managing those roundings I think will tell a lot about how you're going to do in the race.
Have you, in your long sailing career and your star sailing career, have you done anything like this in a location like this?
Never. This is the first, but really the Star Sailors League is about firsts. And so I think I'm very excited about being here. I think it's going to be a very interesting week. It doesn't necessarily favor my style of sailing, but you know what? I think Bruno's going to be very good in this venue, and I look forward to the challenge.
What do you think is going to make the difference between doing fairly well and coming out on the top here?
I think the top guy is going to have to start well. I think he's going to have to manage the roundings very well, because there will be times when, because of the wind shifts, you're going to be behind. So managing how you come back and how you do your mark roundings, that I think is going to be a big premium on that. But I think in the end, the top guys, Xavier, Robert Stanjek, I don't want to leave anybody out, but all the top guys will be at the top of the fleet.
And finally, Augie, you must be on top of your game, having just won the Worlds in an incredibly competitive fleet, in some decent breeze, I understand. So you must be feeling pretty punchy here.
Yes and no. I think from the point of view of what happened at the Worlds, I feel very fortunate. We had a very special week where everything we did was good. And I think, in fact, Bruno and I have been talking about how we used up all our good luck at the Worlds, and now we have very little left in the tank for this regatta. But I'm not, again, I don't dwell too much on a win or on a loss, and in this case, I'm just really looking forward to this event, which I think is going to be very special.
And talking of special, Augie Diaz is one special guy. It's great to have him here off the back of his Star Worlds win. And of course, when you win a Star Worlds, you get the gold star on your sail, which is a really sweet tradition from this traditional class. The boat is over 100 years old. It really hasn't changed an awful lot in its design or modifications. It's got this gigantic mainsail, kind of small jib. They move the mast around. It's an aficionados class. It tends to attract some of the best all-round sailors in the world. It's got an amazing association with the America's Cup. People like Dennis Conner, who is the honorary president, chairman of the Star Sailors League. And I believe Dennis might even be coming to Hamburg. It's always great to see Dennis Conner. You never quite know what's going to happen. He's always full of surprises. He tells it like it is. He has, he doesn't hold back. So we may have the honor of seeing Dennis over the next few days. But here we have the honor of seeing the 8th race of today. We're under 4 minutes. I think we've got how long have we got to go?
Wow, it's a good breeze right now.
Big breeze. Ben from Virtual Eye, how long have we got to go?
Under 5.
Under 5. Okay, 1 minute. Brilliant. That's what we need. And more breeze. Lue is out there. So is our America's Cup camera. So is Virtual Eye. And we're watching with you through live stream online for the first ever SSL City Grand Slam. Whoa. And that's a fantastic sight. Lue, just over to you. It looks fantastic.
Yeah, Digby, I reckon this is probably the strongest breeze we've had all day. We've got little white horses bumping up. That's saying 15, 16 knots. Breeze has gone north, and they've moved the top gate. You can probably see it from the club if you're out there on the balcony at the Norddeutsche Verein Regatta. You can probably see the top mark now. It's on the other side of the lake, but should be visible. And we're approaching the start here. We've got a German boat right on the pin end, and he's over. He must be over.
Kohler and Knoll.
57, I think it is.
Yeah, the flag's ready to go up.
Apart from that, there was another German boat just inside him. He's already going round. He's already going round the end. He knows he's done.
Yeah.
We got bow 13. Had a good start up here at the pin end, and it looks like very good pressure on the left-hand side here.
Oh, look at Torben, Lue, through the middle, heading over to the right. He's got a massive duck just ahead of him again.
Okay, we've got a problem here. We've got a problem. We've got a rig gone.
Oh!
Rig's gone. Bow 13. Saw the spreader pop.
The spreader popped.
And he's gone. Yeah.
Breezer and Marcour.
Yeah.
Attack and go home, buddy.
It's breezy out here. This is the longest course they've set of the day. It's 3 laps. And I have to say it's got to be blowing about 16 knots, and you can see them all arced up, powering to windward here. And these guys are going to have to be getting tired by now. This is a long day out here, and just sitting at the clubhouse that have been burning a few calories, I bet. But fantastic racing conditions. Just looking up the track, there's another big puff in about 3 or 4 boat lengths, and there is wind all the way up the track here. This is going to be electric. Another huge puff there. The Dutch boat in the middle of the pack there, not easing the main sheet and just falling back another half a boat length. And fantastic racing here, I have to say, on the lake. There's the Russian team tacking over. Went a bit too far there, but I'd say we've got the breeziest race of the day, Digby.
By far.
Fantastic stuff.
It's thrilling stuff. Great images from on the water in middle of Hamburg on Lake Ulster, and there, just in front of our eyes, we saw one of these masts snap and wobble away. So that tells you how breezy it is. Grisa and Marcour having to retire from this race, so they'll be coming back towards the club and replacing their mast, unfortunately. Commiserations to those guys. Quite sensational to see it live, you know, with our camera. It's pretty unusual. We could see that go. But Virtual Eye will tell us who is popping out the front of this race, and it looks like Grail and Lilia to me, who are taking the right-hand track up the course. They're in their own little patch, and that's happy days for them. So Torben Grail is meaning business here in Hamburg, and they're going particularly well. And there's the lead line, and it's telling us that Vata and Morph have the lead, have the mathematical lead, with the Russians in contention in the middle of it all. And the live shot.
There's Grail at the top.
Grail taking the far right hand side towards just underneath that copper beach.
Now there's Malaby coming up. He's on. But he's got the big, powerful crew there, keeping that boat flat.
Yeah.
He's just off of the puff and just a bit in the windward side. There's Torben cruising into the top side or by the shore.
Fantastic boat positioning from our camera boat. Well done, guys.
But it is amazing.
Superb. We can really see what's going on.
There's a light spot just in the bottom of the screen. You can see it. And then there's the Norway just about to get into the puff. Then they start to go. There they go. Now they're starting cranking. Nice. And then a nice little lift.
Well, you can see from the trees it's gusty and blowy at the top, and it's coming down, and these guys getting bent over as the gusts hit them. And remarkably, from our camera, we can see the sort of dark patches, shadows, and the skippers and helms will be watching out for these and adjusting as they go. And if they're, you know, really good, they just kind of predict ever so slightly and adjust and ease out just before the gust hits them. And
yeah, for sure. I mean, these guys
squeeze their way upwind a little bit more.
They're anticipating these things happening for sure.
So exciting stuff, and look at those blue skies and puffy clouds in springtime Hamburg for the first ever SSL City Grand Slam, and great racing.
Wow, that's pretty good. Norway, I mean,
oh, wow.
You know, they're obviously a little bit on fire here, right through that puff.
The birds getting chased away.
Yay.
Oh, fantastic. Good stuff, Shane.
So, in Polgar, I mean, these guys are going to be going well too. I would anticipate seeing something, but very interesting seeing Grail, the top of the screen, coming across, considering he didn't have the greatest start. He had the tack, ducked a few boats, but obviously going into shore like that has been beneficial to him.
Oh, look on the left-hand side, Melody and Revkin just taking the lead over Grail and Lily. Another lead change for the second race of the Red Fleet. And now Melody and Revkin in the lead again. So they won their first race of the event by a long, long margin. And here they are just nosing ahead at the front of the pack in their second race of the day. These guys racing 3 races each. They'll have one more race. And we'll be live streaming one more race after this. But right now, Melody and Revkin in good form. Let's see, coming back into the cone, having to duck an American boat, Torben Grail. And they're coming up back towards the NRV, the Norddeutsche Regatta Verein.
Look at the lifts you get off of these puffs. You know, I mean, you can really, you know, gain a good boat length here and there. Just start chomping out of the guys in the back, bit by bit.
Melody and Revkin left of screen, bow number 10, ready to tack. Where they go.
This Bulgar Koi making them tack. It's going to be a nice close race. 2 quality guys. There's Augie. Stuck a little bit in irons there.
Vata and Morph poking into the shot there in the middle, bow 17.
Ooh, okay,
and right of picture, the, who is that? Americans, Diaz and Prada.
Yeah.
Okay, they're in the running. Russians in the game as well.
Look how light it is, just as you come around the mark. If you can just get that puff that's coming around, this boat 99 has it.
And look up the sails. There's the gold star
Yeah.
of Torben Grail with Stefano Lilia. And big bunch up at the top windward mark, the first windward mark. Super close racing. Great view from the clubhouse for the action.
Nice.
Slick crew work. We can even from here I can hear some some vocal.
Look at poor guy 99. No breeze where he is.
No, no, he's been blanked. He's been shadowed, hasn't he? He's just been cut out.
Well, blank, shadowed. Also, we always see that big tree.
Look at 94 as well. Just come to a stop. It's all go, Louis, round this mark. It's all happening.
It certainly is. We've just had the Verin Alsterdamper Schiefhart steamship go past us. So we're sandwiched between the two. But we managed to keep out of trouble. Inga is doing a fantastic job on the wheel. The only thing that could improve her performance would be a cup of hot chocolate. Is that a big enough hint? But anyway, yeah, fantastic sailing conditions out here. And as Tyler's pointing out, as we get under the trees, there's a beautiful weeping willow and a cherry blossom tree on the bank there. But the parkland behind us just shuts off the wind as they get to the top mark. And we're going to head down with the fleet now and watch these guys. But you can watch, you know, some of the teams, they catch a puff, they take off. And, you know, the momentum of the starboat takes them through with that breeze. And it really is fantastic racing, really technical stuff here. What I would say is that this fleet is a lot more compressed on this race. And the breeze is still definitely up. We've got about 15 knots of breeze. Just watching a jibe here on 45, but 37's gone earlier. There's some lovely jibing drills going on at the back of the fleet here, because that's where the punch-up is. That's where you've got to try and make the cut. And there we saw a lovely jibing match between Helmsing and Schellenbach up against Stawini and Stawini from Poland. My word, I'm going to have to work on my abbreviations, I think. But anyway, fantastic conditions, fantastic racing, and if Inga has a cup of hot chocolate in her hand, she'd do an even better job. Back to you in the studio. Hint, hint.
Okay, Louis, I'm WhatsApping Raquel, who runs the press here for SSL, and seeing if she can get 2 coffees and a hot chocolate out to you. Tyler.
Yeah, no, it looks good. Polgar looks to, well, we actually lost Norway off of the tracker. I guess we lost a little battery, but this is a close race for sure. They're coming up to the leeward mark. Might have to do some jibe roundings. Torben's actually staying right in the group there. I mean, it's close, and I guess, you know, watching these guys do these mark roundings, especially when you get a bit of a puff, it looks like they may have, you know, looks like they're actually getting a little reprieve here. It's not huge breeze as they come to the leeward mark, so it sort of lets them have a little bit of an easier rounding for sure. A couple jibes. Ooh, watch that. Let that spread it. Come on. Norway's coming in. It looks like Polgar and Coy, they're going to take the opposite gate to Mellenby. That's a close. I mean, this is not bad. This is a pretty close race. You know, there's Augie on the outside.
Fleet's gonna split here.
Yeah, we're close. I mean, this is some pretty sweet racing. There's the first round, and Polgar and Coy going around for the first one. Norway's going to take the other gate. Rail's right in there. They did a great job in that first beat, and then nice sort of get around in third, I believe. Diaz, good. Nice rounding. There's Brazil going on the opposite board, going onto the right-hand side. Missouri on the right-hand side. So we got 3 and 3. So they're splitting tacks a little bit here on the bottom gate, which I don't think it's going to make a huge difference. Looking at the camera angle with the breeze, it didn't look like it's a huge difference. Right now, you just got to get free breeze, get the rig set, and go. And it's just it's a speed race, and we've got good teams with some good solid crews that are, you know, I'm sure if we get, you'll see the Coy hiking hard, Revkin going for it. I mean, they want the victory too. Oh, Polgar has gone over on the other board. He's got a slight lead. There comes Prada, Diaz. Are they going to attack over?
You know, I've been watching the lines on the tracker, and the Diaz and Prada and Polgar and Koi before they attacked. The wind was much more consistent than on the right-hand side. You're seeing the bows on the right-hand side go up and down, up and down. So it looks like, I'm not sure about the velocity, but definitely Diaz and Prada, if you look at their line, it's a lot straighter line. So not as many puffs probably or shifts, but definitely more consistent breeze on that side.
Point, for sure. For sure. Coming through. Looking good. Here goes Norway, tacking back over onto starboard, coming back across. It'll be interesting to see how they're looking at a nice lift in that puff too. Right in a puff. That's sweet. Look at them go. Look at the acceleration.
Screaming along.
Yeah, right inside that puff. So that's pretty good.
Well, if we... Oh, here's Grail. Here's boat speeds up to 5.7, 5.6, 6 knots. These are decent speeds.
It looks like it's a little bit of a righty right now, so the boat's on the left-hand side. They're going to be losing their advantage a little bit.
Polgar and Diaz.
Yeah, definitely the bows started to go down.
Okay, Polgar and Koi just behind the Brazilians, choosing their moment to tack. The umpire boat keeping a close eye on these sailors as they're halfway up the beat to the top mark. And mathematically, we've lost somebody, haven't we?
Yeah, we lost Norway. They're not on the screen anymore.
Yeah, we've lost trackers.
Okay, you really see where the windward mark is now compared. We were the whole day over by that sort of marina on the left is where the top mark was. Now it's way over to the right.
So Klaus Lama, the principal race officer, the PRO, he's out there on the committee boat, moving his course around. He runs racing here, he runs the club, and he's doing a really great job, I think. It's not easy to run a championship on a lake, so great job, Klaus. We're into the 8th race of the day with the biggest breeze, and we're in the red fleet. These guys have one more race to go, and it's all on in the middle of the lake. Now, we're going to have a little quick swap over in the studio. Thank you, Tyler, for a moment. Mateusz Kuznierovic has just come in from his fleet. Matt, great to see you. Thanks for joining us for a moment. You guys are on fire, you know. Nothing wrong with 3 first places. And something I've never seen in sailing, you had a photo finish and you've got an equal neck-and-neck result. How cool is that?
You have a 1.5.
Yeah. I didn't see the result yet of the third race. How
We got it from the race committee because we were all trying to look at the virtual eye and the camera and everything, and you were neck and neck, and the official race committee result was a dead heat, a dead tie, which is pretty cool for sailboat racing.
So both of us got the first place?
Yes.
1.5 points.
Unbelievable.
Average, so yeah.
This is the first time I got this kind of result.
Exactly.
So well done for Diego and Chicho. We really enjoyed the day. I will not lie to you. Yeah. After still being in the same time in the office yesterday.
Yeah.
In Poland, in Gdańsk, I really enjoy sailing today, and we enjoy it. I was born in Warsaw, where we learned to sail on the lake, so I have it a little bit in my blood. You know how to sail this kind of races. Yeah, it was good.
So give us some insight. I mean, you've just come in off the racetrack. Now these guys have got a little bit more breeze, but what are the strategies and tactics that you had to play? We analysed your 3 starts, and they were all quite different. You took a middle start. You managed to weave around and create a bit of space below you. Your second start was the pin end, I believe, and you were completely on your own out there. It looked like bloody marvellous start to me. And then you took a more committee boat in. Talk about those starts a little bit. What are you doing?
That's good that you asked about the starts, because I think they were the key to the success of today. When you sail on the lake in this kind of conditions, when the puffs are coming and the wind shifts are changing so much, you have to play not in the moment where you are now, but what will happen in 1 minute, 3 minutes, and 5 minutes. And for me, the key to the success of today was that I look always in front of. I never look inside of my boat. What you do actually when we sail in Bahamas on the, you remember, our grand finals of the Star Sailors League. So it's completely different. You have to predict and think what will happen. This was the nicest moment of today of our sailing when we won this second start of the day. We played the pin. Actually, I knew what will happen, but I didn't know that it's gonna happen so quickly during the start. I thought it will happen 15, 20 seconds later, because I've seen the boat in front of us, far away on the shore. It was not the Star. It was some, tourist boat sailing very high on the port tack, and I knew this wind will come. So we won the pin, and during the start we could tag and just fire into the mark. It's a little bit of satisfaction. It's a little bit of fun.
Well, fair play. You did 3 wonderful starts, all different, all interesting, and I like that expression. Keep your eyes out of the boat. I mean, the young sailors going through various youth training programs, coaching. Keep your eyes out of the boat. I mean, there's a pure, fantastic example of doing that. And I get you need to have your boat handling down, don't you? You need to. You need to be able to do it blindfolded, almost. I guess.
You still have to sail fast. You still have to, do the right movements. Lucky we didn't forget about how to do it with me and Dominic. But sailing on the lake, on the shifts, you have to take your head outside and predict and think. It's less physical. It's more tactical. It's more strategy. It's more, playing with less with your opponents. Of course, you have to watch out not to, dig, to have a situation when you can have a collision or somebody will catch you on the port starboard situation. But you have to play your own race. Sometimes it's risky. Sometimes it's unpleasant because you cannot really play like we did in the third race with Diego to catch on him. I have to play my own race, and I couldn't really cover him. And sometimes you're playing, you're paying for that, or you're winning a lot, which is fun, which is actually why we're doing it. We're doing it for fun, yeah? We enjoy it, and I really enjoy it today.
Well, we're really enjoying watching it. It's interesting, this wonderful tool that we have with America's Cup camera and the virtual eye. We can kind of analyze and learn a little bit and figure out how you're doing things out there. And we're effectively, it's a masterclass for all fleet racing, I think, all fleet racers out there, which is applicable to a vast section of sailboat racers around the world, and I hope they're enjoying it too. There's a club.
Yeah, exactly. The beautiful picture. Oh yeah, we are sitting. We cannot see each other, but we are sitting in this building behind the sails. Now the sunshine comes up. It's such a nice picture. Now I just left the dock, but I couldn't resist to sit outside with my friends and chat and talk, and I'm really tired after these 3 races, but this is so pleasant. When you're looking at this concept, I see now there is more and more people on the shore, outside watching it. So I think we're doing a great job, and until Saturday we'll have a great regatta.
Well, Super Saturday coming up. If you've just joined us, we have 5 days of racing. The first ever Star Sailors League City Grand Slam. We're in the middle of Hamburg on Lake Ulster, which is a kind of dammed up over 1,000 years ago by the clever Saxons of Hamburg. And here we are racing on this lake, short course. We have 100 boats split into 3 fleets, everyone racing each other over 4 days, and then on Saturday the top 30 go into a race, and then the top 10, top 7, top 4 for the grand prize. Cool format.
Very cool format, and I would like to correspond to this what we were sailing 5, 10, 15 years ago with the ISAF format. Actually, they still do it. A couple of days ago, the World Cup Series regatta ended in year in France, and I was looking at the concept with the medal race. I tell you, I wouldn't like to come back to this. When you sail the fleet race and just the medal race with the double points, it's boring. It's not boring. It's still a lot of challenge. But comparing to this, what we are doing now, with this format, qualifications, semi-finals. It's so easy. The winner of the last race wins the trophy. That gives a lot of excitement to this, which I never had when I was sailing this latest format. So yeah,
and sometimes
we like
the
it.
person who's winning has already won before the last race.
Yeah.
And what fun is that?
In the Olympics, yes.
Out of 10 classes in a year, which I just mentioned about during the World Cup, 3 classes won. In the fin class, 3 classes already won before going to the medal race. Yeah, it's. I don't know if the sport should be like this. So I really. Oh wow! Look at this nice picture. But they are safe and they are still racing.
So it's just incredible the change in velocity that we saw today. I mean, after the first fleet, and then you had a very, very light first race, and then to see these guys who are out there hiking and totally different style of sailing, but also you've got breeze on such a short course, which makes it much more interesting than the traditional star fleet, very, very long upwinds. Here, it's anything can happen so quickly, especially at the mark roundings.
Yeah. When you are racing out there, I trust me, those people which we are watching now, the sailors, the crews, they are just taking what it is at the moment. They are in a full action. There is no moment you can relax. Actually, you can recover. I was so intense focusing on that moment, and this is what is happening. I was telling my crew, Dominic, be prepared, be prepared, be prepared. Always. No, we're not tacking. We go, go, go. And there was all the time tension. You cannot relax at the moment. Actually, I'm not talking about when you're racing, you are not relaxing, but sometimes you are in 100% of your
concentration and ability, yeah.
But when you're racing the long downwind or long upwind, you have this couple of minutes when you can, take this tension out of yourself. Yeah. And during these races, I'm more tired today when I would be racing in a bay or on the ocean or the sea.
We talked about that earlier, and because you were going downwind and it looked like you weren't doing anything, we started talking about just the mental energy that you use in light wind, and also just you don't want to move, so you're holding a position for a really long time, and that sometimes you're just more exhausted on a light wind race, light wind day at the end of the day than if you'd been hiking all day. Because when you're hiking, you have energy, you have this release of energy, but when it's light, it just stays in you.
I would pay a big money to have this kind of device which would calculate how much energy and how many calories I burn physically and mentally to see, to compare. During this kind of racing today, I would say 50-50. Although I was hiking a lot, I was pulling the main sheet quite hard, I was turning my head all around, but mentally, when you are focused so much, I think I'm exhausted much more for thinking, not, working with my muscles.
Very good insight. Robert Staniek, in our little chat before racing this morning on the dock, I asked him, well, what are we going to see today? And he said blitz chess, like speed chess, which was a good description as well. So nice insight. We're just looking at Eivind Melleby with Josh Revkin, that Norwegian-American duo. They've come together for the first time to sail together at this championship. What do you know? What can you tell us about Eivind Melleby? You've competed against him for many years. He's a pure Scandinavian character. I see, very interesting guy. He's been out. He's not been in the Star for a little while.
He's a character. I tell you. I love this guy. He's easygoing. Actually, he was our sparring partner for London Olympics. Together with Robert Staniek and Fridtjof, we were training together, and we share a lot of information. So I know this guy very well, and he's a good guy. I didn't know that actually he's coming here, so it's good to see him. As you can see, when he's leading, or he's losing his leadership very quickly.
Yeah.
Hopefully he will.
That's because we're talking about him and commentating about him. Yeah.
And he's a good guy. I think he had a break for the last 1 or 2 years doing business.
Yeah.
Actually, I did the same. I said I don't want to be a sailor for all my life. I want to experience something different. I want to see if the skills which I learned from sailing, you know, the time management, communication, strategy, motivation, not only myself but the others in the team, I can use in a business. So now I'm doing it, and we are, like I said, on yesterday, on Monday, I was still at work in my office, have the meetings, and today kind of break for myself, which I love. I love sailing, and I always will be sailor. But I got back to the boat, and I really like it. So I think Edwin has the similar idea, and it's good to see him. And as we can see, this is going to be probably last mark rounding to the finish. Yep. So I cheer for him to win, although the Johannes and Marcus are
not far behind.
No, not far behind.
Putting pressure on them.
How was the first race of that group? Who won the race? Please tell me.
Ivan won.
Yeah, Ivan.
Oh,
so
He's
Ivan's
getting
on
close
fire.
to you, so maybe you don't want that.
All right. Well done for him.
And there's
Very
been a
good.
mix-up between Polgar and Coy, Diaz and Prada, and Torben. So.
But as you can see, they lost practice because the sails are flapping. They shouldn't do this. Sorry, I'm pointing out, but this is bad. This is bad.
Yeah, cool.
Come on. And but good fleet, good guys in a fleet.
So Johannes Polgar, Marcus Coy, just around that spreader mark. Bunch up as the Torben Grail heads around the top mark, bow number 8. Brazilians just squeezing ahead of Augie Diaz with Bruno Prada crewing for Augie.
You know, it's one of the things, if you look at their pinnies that they're wearing, you've got
Bibs.
Italian sailing with bibs,
Yep.
with the Brazilian, and then you have the Brazilian sailing with American. So unlike the Olympics, you've got a mix of countries sailing together, and it's just, you know, talent gets together with talent, and Augie and Bruno love sailing together, and Torben has sailed with Stefano Lilia quite a bit. So it's nice to see the mix of countries out there.
Yeah, good point. And 2 Brazilians, one crewing, one helming there, 2 legends. And away they go. And Torben Grail with the black hood on, the 7 on his back, his best SSL ranking. And he's sailing with Lilia.
Torben is, I love this guy. He's, of course, our hero, our sailing hero. And I learned so much watching him. But him, although he lost a little bit of ground now, but he was, after max running, or even before, he was always watching what is going to happen when the wind is. Augie is listening Diego. Sorry, not Diego, but Bruno. Bruno is doing the tactics. Completely different configuration on of the boat, of the way of thinking. Now they're coming back, but you know, this is also what we are practicing in with Dominic. Most of the time, I'm looking around, but when I have to focus on the job on the boat, when the conditions are strong, I'm always saying, Dominic, please help me with the tactics, help me what you see. This is very good input content which I'm getting, and today Dominic really play the big role. I think he helped me to make a call in 4 or 5 moments. It was good.
Good insight. Love that. Torben Grail, we could see on board, very alert. You know, he's looking around, whipping around, looking
Very
around.
vocal.
Very vocal and very energetic.
And there's Josh Rufkin also looking behind. You see him talking to Ivan. Although he's smiling, they could be talking about anything.
When we were going to the finish today with the Dominic, we also had when we have a big lead, you can smile, you can relax, you can
talk about lunch.
Exactly, exactly. So actually, I'm a little bit surprised that the crew is sitting so much back. They could go a little bit faster when they would push the bow down. Yeah, but probably they have a lot of lead, and
they do.
Okay.
They also were in the same position in the last race.
They were. They had a longer lead in the first race.
Yeah.
I mean, they're sailing well. It's extraordinary.
Yeah. The sailing area is quite nice. I tell you, this lake is not that small. I thought it's gonna be, you know, we're gonna hit the shore more often. And here is a little bit of space. Of course, the trees, the buildings on the shore are playing with the wind. But you can, this is kind of lake sailing. But it's very good place to sail, especially when the wind is coming, because the weather forecast for tomorrow is for the light winds, isn't it?
Super light.
Super light.
Bit of sun, spring.
All right.
Yep.
Okay.
Maybe like yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm obviously Klaus Lama, the race officer. You were scheduled to do 2 races today, so he's getting an extra one in the bag, and yeah, tomorrow could be hard. I think it's such a challenge for you guys, this City Grand Slam, because you're going to get all kinds of conditions here.
Which is great. I'm looking for every race. When I was sailing before, I was more tense, I was more focused, I was more going for the results. Now, I think that's what helps me. I'm more relaxed, I'm easygoing, and it doesn't burn me that much. I have a very good relation with Dominic. We don't argue. We enjoy, even when we're sailing, finishing second, we enjoy.
Most people who enjoy finishing second.
Yeah.
That's why I said that.
Yeah, nice.
So how long have you been sailing together?
Since Athens Olympics in 2004, when I was winning the bronze medal, sailing Finn, and when I received this medal standing on the podium in Athens, I was already thinking what I'm going to do next. And I knew that after winning 2 medals, I said to myself, and I promised to myself, that when I will win the 2 Olympic medals, I will change for a different class, and it's going to be star. So I knew that I'm going to need a crew, I need a partner. And Dominic was there, and I knew he is the one, but he was not sailing. He was a journalist. He was accommodating sailing for Polish television. Actually, his work is journalist. Yeah, he's writing. He's the director of the technical team in the biggest Polish sailing magazine.
Wow.
So yeah, this is what he does. So 1 month after Athens Olympics, I called Dominic and offered him a next campaign, sailing together. He said, I'm very happy about this, but I have to ask my wife if it's okay. And then in April 2005, we launched the boat in Garda Lake, and we sailed for the first time. When I tagged on the star for the first time, I didn't say Dominic that we are attacking, and we and he finished in the water, because I didn't tell him, because when I was sailing Finn,
You're a single-handed sailor. You don't talk.
I didn't have to say to anyone that I'm going to tag. So for the next couple of months, I had to learn how to communicate with Dominic. And today, of course, we are not communicating. He can feel that I'm tagging, so it's working that way. Yeah.
So I have a question. As you know, we'll let Virtual Eye take care of the fleet as they cross the line. You mentioned taking the experience and lessons from getting to the top level of sailing into life and business. So talk a little bit. May I pick your brains? How does that work? What are you doing with it? How are you using what you've learned through being a top level Olympic gold medalist sailor into business and life?
All right. So first of all, I want to know in what moment in my life I am. After London Olympics, I said I'm 36. It's time to finally to make a family, because when you are a professional sailor, it's quite hard, to be honest. When we are traveling 250 or 300 days per year, it's hard. So I wanted to start a family. Secondly, when I wanted to stay with my family, I need to in a job. So I was looking for the job where I can be, let's say, happy with, and which I can make a success. When I'm working, without the examples now, the most important thing is to set the goal and to communicate with your team, because usually when you're working, you are not working alone. You have you have your team. So to say, okay, there is a goal. Okay, when there is a goal, which way we are going to get there and to reach that goal. So we're making a plan. We're making a strategy. When we are working on the plan, then it's important to motivate people, because sometimes you are winning on the way to get your goal, to that goal, but sometimes there is a hard time. And you have to motivate the people and yourself how to do it. And secondly, the communication. In sailing, it's so important to communicate, to tell what you are thinking, where we are,
when
what
you're
the
going
others
to
are
tack.
doing. Yeah, when you want to tag. So even when I'm coming to the office, you know, the day briefing, even when you are making a coffee, you know, in the kitchen with your employees, it's important to have a good relation to say, okay, it's going to be a tough day or easy day, or we need to focus on something. So that's quite important. In sailing, I learn a lot about marketing and sponsorship and communication outside. Building your brands in the media, you know, for the sponsors and so on. So actually, in each of my companies, or if I'm working for someone, I'm more into the marketing and a new business. I know how to, you know, arrange the meeting, or not even the meeting in the office, but I know how to get to someone, even accidentally. It can be a party, it can be playing the round on the golf course. You know, I can meet someone, you know, during the opening ceremony of some, you know, theater or the exhibition center. And this is the way I was always playing with in the sport, to get to your point, to reach your goals. And this is the same what I'm doing now in business, and it works. The people which I'm working with, they really appreciate that.
Interesting. One of the missions of the SSL is to promote sailors such as yourself. But I think often sailors don't realise that they are their own brand, if you know what I mean. You know, they are their own brand, and you know, they should try and promote themselves a little bit, because then their sponsors become interesting and it helps put money in their pocket.
There's often a comment in sailboat racing, one of the reasons why we don't have the publicity that other sports have, is that it started as a very Corinthian sport, a gentleman's sport. You didn't get too happy if you have a football game or football match. People, they raise their arms and they shake when they win. You have American football where they throw down the ball. And in sailing, it's much more calm and relaxed. And it's starting to change, but it's always had a kind of drier feel to it. It's just been the way that people in sailboat racing acted.
Worldwide wrestling.
Yeah, or the high five when you win.
More emotion.
And photographers who've been shooting the sport have asked some of the athletes, like, please, when you win, you know, look at us, smile, do something. Because usually you win and you're thinking about the next race. What did I do wrong that race? How am I gonna change my tune for the next race? That you're always thinking. When a person finishes a tennis game, that's over, they pack up their bag. But I have to go home and get my numbers, and I've got to, you know, so it's a little bit different.
It's all changed now since how it was so many years ago. I knew that without the good marketing of myself, building the brand recognition for the people, even they are not interested in selling, it's so important. That's why when I crossed the finish line in Athens Olympics, when I won only bronze medal 8 years before I won the gold, I knew that I have to sell myself as a winner, as a guy of the success, because I knew that I'm going to need the sponsors for the next campaign, not for the fin, for more expensive and more complicated star class. So that's why after crossing the finish line, I jumped because I was so happy into the water.
Cool.
But I didn't do this for myself. I knew that there was at least 2 or 3 power boats with the journalists, with the cameras, and they film it. This moment when I was jumping was broadcasted not on one day, but 2 or 3 days later in the television, not only in Poland, but I heard in Eurosport or CNN, and probably those people in, I don't know, Portugal or Canada and so on, they didn't have a clue that this guy won the bronze medal. He was so happy, he jumped. Probably he's the guy who won the gold. So you have to sell yourself, actually, not accidentally, but you know, how to do it. And I think it's important for us to communicate also to the public which is interested about sailing. Each of us has on the Facebook has a big group of people who are following us. Yeah, some people got you know, 20,000 of followers. Some people got 100. But when each of us will post the picture with the nice comment, what a beautiful day we are racing in Star Sailors League in City Grand Slam in Hamburg. I already, when I did it this morning, I had like, I don't know, 560 likes on the Facebook. When each of us will do it, they will probably reach the big audience from the people who love sailing. It doesn't have to be, you know, boxing or football and so on. There is big group of people who really love sailing.
Well, there's more people who do,
oldsters.
I think, sailing recreationally than boxing.
Pardon?
There's more people who do sailing recreationally than do boxing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Good point.
Cool. Just last little point on that. I happen to be chatting away with Ian Walker out in Antigua Sailing Week, and we asked him to do a little feature for us. Ian Walker, 2-time silver medalist, Brit, who just won the Volvo Ocean Race as the skipper of Abu Dhabi. Really powerful sort of character, strong person. And his advice to the youngster, the local youngster, Rowan Kirby, out, he was 18 years old, and they took him on this TP52. And Ian, and it's online, you can see it if you look at Antigua Sailing Week video. Sorry to promote another another event. But I really liked Ian, it rang a bell. He just said, you've got to set yourself goals, and then set yourself goals and work harder than everybody else, you know.
Yes.
And he kind of nuggetized, and that's a real sort of professional athlete kind of approach and idea that's applicable through life, and I like it. It's great.
I really like that, what you said, because this is the picture, and actually this is the key to the success of the people who get the success. You know, to set the goal and work, you know, smart, but harder than the others. And I see that it will bring the result. We should invite Ian Walker for the Star Sailors League. He is the silver medalist from Sydney.
He certainly is, with Mark Cavell. Yeah. Well, we have invited him. We did try and get him out to Nassau, and he was interested, but he had a previous invite to the World Yachting Forum, some sort of big hot air windbagging talking fest somewhere. So he was quite happy. Oh, sorry, that was a bit strong, wasn't it? But hopefully at a future Star Sailors League event, we will have Ian. He was really interested in what's going on, and obviously he has a passion for the Star. And he's a great Star sailor, you know. We'll see him. Now we have one more race to go, the final race of the day. It's quite a marathon, I have to say. Matthias, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Chatting away. You know, we have a 6-7 hour broadcast window, so it's quite nice to go off-piste and chitter away about generic life in general. So
you're doing a great job.
Really enjoy it. Enjoy the last race from the clubhouse. Go and get yourself coffees and all that kind of stuff, and good luck tomorrow, mate.
Nice
Cheers.
sailing today.
Yay. Rock and roll. Stand
Thank
by. We'll go back to our on-water camera, Andy. Thanks, Matt. Cheers. And let's rejoin Loué Habib. Loué, we are looking at your picture, you and Shane's picture out there, out on the racetrack. Lovely sunshine, breeze, spring in Hamburg, smashing race, and Ivan Melleby with Josh Revkin absolutely on fire in this red division. Loué.
Yes, indeed, Digby, and news is that we're not in sequence yet, but the top mark has been moved way down now. It's as far away as it's been, and the furthest north it's been, so the legs are getting longer and longer. We're still only seeing 1 or 2 tacks, so that starboard side is definitely looking strong again. The boats are starting to have a melee around the committee boat. I can't see any flags. I can't see the committee boat at the moment.
No, you're right, Louis. We're looking through our America's Cup cam. Shane's Fleur.
Blue Peter up. Blue Peter's
Blue
up.
Peter. So that must be Ben from Virtual Live. 4 minutes. 5 minutes.
Under 5 minutes. Yeah, under 5 minutes. We've got about the same breeze as we finished that last race in.
Should be
so
under
I'd
4.
say about 12, 13 knots of breeze. And
Yes, 3 and a bit minutes. Sorry to cut over. Blue Peter is the 4-minute gun. So we've got three minutes or so to the final race of today. We're in the red group. If you've just joined us, good on you. We are having an exciting day, the first ever Star Sailors League City Grand Slam. We are right in the middle of Hamburg in northern Germany on Lake Ulster. We have a 600-meter course. We've had all kinds of conditions today. We're into the first day of a 5-day regatta, and it's all building to the crescendo of Super Saturday, where the top 30 of the 100 entries here will go through and race each other, and then it's the quarterfinals with 10, semis with 7, finals with 4. And that's the general template, and that's the format. And as Mateusz Kuznierovic, bronze and gold medalist from the Olympics, has telling us just now, he thinks this format is really exciting to compete in. So we're going to have an upwind finish, I believe, on this.
Right in front of the club.
Right in front of the clubhouse. That's
Exciting.
quite nice.
Where are we heading today?
What is that? 3 laps plus an upwind?
Yeah.
Okay. Just letting you know, 2 minutes to go, Louis, to the start of the last race today. And let's see if Ivan Melleby and Josh Revkin can nail another race win. It'd be a miracle if they can. It'd be sensational, really. Not a miracle.
Not a miracle, but it'd be
sensational
pretty
performance. Sorry, but it's been a long day of chittering away. And you got some overall results, Kathleen. Oh, no?
I do not.
We don't. No, it's not.
Well, we can say that Elvin is looking to take the lead if he can put a little bit better than a 1.5 in the last race.
Okay. All right, so 1.5 minutes. We're seeing Virtual Eye from the pin end. We can see Hamburg in the background here. Looks like a longer start line than previous. We've got about 30 boats jostling for position, a minute to go. And Louis is out there, eyes and ears on the water, looking through our live camera. Over to you, Louis.
Yes, indeed, Diggers. And yeah, we've got about 13, 14 knots of breeze. As I say, the race course is significantly longer. I'd say we're looking at about 800 metres at least. And up here at the pin end, we're showing you down that line. And at the moment, Polgar and Coy are moving around the pin end saying, we want this pin end. And Polgar and Coy are literally committed to the pin, and nobody else wants it. They're all down at the committee boat end, but Polgar and Coy, Polgar who lives, breathes Hamburg, and Johannes, sorry, that's Coy, and Johannes, he's been here 16 years. He said, we're going to have the pin, and nobody else wants it. So off we go.
And there they come into our shot,
Just
the right-hand side.
This is risky.
On port. This
Here
is
you
cool.
go,
Hang on, Louis. This is a port hand start
Underway.
from Polgar and Coy, and they've pulled it off. They've nailed it.
Oh,
yeah,
that's the way to
and
boys.
trust me, Polgar, he's like marble, that guy. You know, he is physically extremely fit, and he knows this lake. And a fantastic, as you say, port flyer there from Polgar and Coy. They're not going to make the next bunch, but fantastic start there. And hope you're getting an eye full of this. This is yacht racing. This is yacht racing for the Star Sailors League in the city centre.
Right.
2.5 million people live around this lake. This is bringing sailing to the people. And my word, what a sight.
It's a great sight, Louis. Polgar and Coy just tacked onto starboard, and we can see the gusts barreling down the lake through Shane's camera. It's fantastic. Bow 17, Vata and Morph from Germany, closest to our camera, as we work our way up the track. We've got
Augie.
3.5 laps of this race to go, our final race of the day. And our camera boat really close to the boats there, and through the gap there I think we saw Augie Diaz and Bruno Prada. If we cut very quickly to Virtual Eye, we can get a feel for where these guys on the left-hand side, nearest to our camera, doing a marvellous job. Polgar and Coy with that port hand flyer in the middle and in a great position. That is kind of classic. We will show that again in Virtual Eye, that start. I think if we go back to our live shot, we can see the guys nearest us attacking away. We'll stay with the live shot, and Virtual Eye, we're going to replay the start and have a look at the pin end for bow 7 Polgar and Coy. It's unusual in racing to see a port hand flyer, but it does happen.
Well, it takes some cojones to put something like that on, especially on a day like today. I mean, that wasn't a clear-cut shot. Usually, you notice that the boys are all really heavy up on the boat end of the line. To do what they did there, it didn't quite be totally successful across the whole fleet, but still, that was a nice, good on them.
We'll really good on them, for sure. And it's going to pay off for them as well. You know, I think they had speed, they had clear air, and they managed to pull it off. We'll see virtually. Let's replay that, Andy. And just before the start, 25 seconds to go. Here, Polgar and Coy, as Louis said, he's no one else wanted that pin, and they've got half the start line to themselves. Extraordinary. So they're just working away. Now, as they tack over, as all good sailors know, they don't have right of way over anybody else. They're the only boat on port, and they have to stay clear of every single boat on that start line. Boom! They're off on the second, time on distance. They've nailed that start. They've cleared the bows of the Russians and the Germans and the Germans and the Germans and...
only Augie is kind of cut them off, eh? I mean,
Augie also had a lovely start, actually.
You know, and it's interesting when they come up together. Polgar attacks to leeward of Diaz and Prada, and it looked like he almost pinched them and forced them to tack eventually. But in the end, I think Augie going right actually helped him out a bit.
Yeah. Okay, we'll just stick with this just for a little while. There they
go. So here he's going to tack to leeward of him.
But he's tacked into a clear lane, hasn't he? He's got
he's
some
still
space.
Good. I mean, he's got the
in
space.
a clean lane.
But if he starts to go a little bit higher, especially if he gets a puff, he can start to try to force Augie to tack away.
It was a very good start by Augie as well, because they had space below them. And you were telling me this morning, Kathleen, that Augie wasn't the best starter in the world, but he's completely nailed
that
this
was a
start.
Beautiful start. I think he was the only other boat on the line.
So now that was the replay. We're back in real time, live shots from Lake Ulster in the middle of Hamburg, and a thrilling final race of the day. We're in the first day of our 5-day championship, the Star Sailors League City Grand Slam, first ever City Grand Slam, and it's throwing up some good stuff, actually. Really enjoying it. We're getting some classic sailing moves, a masterclass in starting from Kuznirovic just now with 3 amazing starts, and then an absolutely super start by both Augie Diaz and on port flyer Johannes Polgar. Nice, good stuff. So we're approaching the top mark. It's pretty close. A lot of boats gathering together. There's not a lot in it on that lead line that Virtual Eye is giving us. Nearly everybody inside the cone, the triangle, from the top mark down on the ley lines heading in. Everybody inside that cone, and a bit more, less freaky sailing, I think, Tyler.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's interesting because like I said, the windward mark is a little more over to the right, so I think you're going to have a little bit more to the shore on the front end of the windward leg. And as they come in the last little part, they're going to be probably, as you see here, a little bit more on the left, so as they come into the cone. Augie's done a great job holding off the Germans and then just keeping his lead, so it looks pretty good.
Okay, well, we're with Virtual Eye. We can cut to our live shots, looking up towards the clubhouse with the top mark left of picture, just off screen. And these guys inside that little triangle, and the dark shadow is gusts just in its little lanes, you know, narrow wind bands barreling down the lake. And you can see it as it hits the sails. The whole rig falls over to the side, and there was Augie Diaz with Bruno Prada riding these gusts. Bruno, a big fellow, big chap from Brazil, just putting all his ballast out there, and both of them moving, very physical racing this as we were watching the USA bow number 3, the American and Brazilian sailing away, getting together, for this regatta. And right behind them, Russians Alexei Zivotofsky and Lev Schneer. We'll get the pronunciations nailed down tonight and
They've
chat
been
to
up
those
there
guys.
in all these
All
races,
three
having
races,
an excellent
having
day.
a stellar day, aren't they? And
Oh,
you
they're
can
doing
see the amount of breeze from the German flag fluttering away in front of the Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, the NRV, our host club, biggest membership in Germany, really beautiful building, and our great hosts. And this is classic stuff here, classic fleet racing as they spin around the top mark. Let's rejoin Louis. It's busy, Louis.
It is indeed, but fantastic first upwind leg there for Diaz and Prada, the world champions. And look how getting ahead at that top mark has helped them. They're in clear air. There's a massive punch-up going on behind them, and they're just sailing away from the fleet. So that first leg, getting that shift right, getting to the top mark first, that's the dividend it pays. Behind them is a proper bun fight. There's a huge number of boats, a lot of shouting going on in the peloton behind. There is a group of about 4 or 5 boats that got into that leading pack. And it's, you know, the race scenario is repeating itself. Getting a good start, getting the right shift, getting up to that top mark first. You're in clear air, bye-bye, you're gone. You're going to have to make a bad mistake from there not to make the top 3 boats. So, you know, this first leg is very crucial. Interestingly, just so you know, I think you've already pointed out, this is going to be an upwind finish, which could be quite interesting on playing the shifts on that last one. Breeze is probably down just a touch. It's still sort of 10, 11 knots, but you know, we've had good breeze for this last fleet that have been sailing. The Red Fleet have had 3 races in good breeze, and that looks like it's going to continue. But the world champions Diaz and Prada are owning this race at the moment, Diggers.
Nice to see. Augie Diaz from the USA,
So
Bruno
go
Prada from
round.
Brazil. A great matchup. They've just come from Miami, where they have won the Star World Championship, and that was a real kind of life mission for Augie Diaz, and congratulations to him. Great to see persistence paying off, I think, Kathleen.
Yeah, well, you know, that was such an incredible event for that team. Also for Lambertagni and Negri. But Diaz and Prada going into the last day, their worst race in a fleet of over 80 boats was a 4th. Wow. And they had the opportunity to win the last race, but were match racing the Italians for the win. So, but at one point they were the last leg they were winning. So their consistency really won that regatta. And today we were seeing them also with some pretty consistent sailing, which is very difficult, much more difficult on the lake.
Absolutely right. Ones to watch. So already on day 1 through the 3 fleets, we're seeing some of the cream rising to the top, and there's Melleby and Revkin, who've had 2 bullets, and they're in kind of 2nd, 3rd position. They're duking it out with Grail and Lilia for 2nd place, but stunning performance by the Norwegian sailing with the American there. But Diaz and Prada, as we've seen pretty much all day, if you manage to pop ahead at that top mark, you seem to kind of be able to extend your lead, and we're seeing that as we speak.
We'll look a little bit as they come into the bottom cone with Melleby and Grail with the Ruskies. They're starting to come in. I mean, Mellaby's going to be on the wrong board here, but it's interesting how you have the whole shore now that is going to be a little bit of an effect in what goes on with the wind. Middle jibe, well, that's pretty close. But Diaz definitely having a nice lead.
So we saw in the last race, they were really splitting at the gate going upwind.
Well, it'll be interesting. You know, if you're going to go into the shore, you don't have that much space to go, and the effects of the wind on the shore, it could make give you a little bit of a tactical advantage on the short term. We'll see what happens here. Melleby, Brazil.
So we're looking at the lead group approaching the bottom mark, the bottom gate. They can choose left or right, the 2 red marks, and it's looking like Augie.
Oh, the pole went in the water there. Come on, Bruno.
Oh, hey.
All right, just taking take the outside gate, keep it nice and clean.
Now I have a question for you. In the star class, you have a
This
metal
isn't
pole
good.
and you have you have two types of poles, but it looks out there that they might not actually have a metal pole. That they might have a light wind pole.
Look, it's a matter of weight, right? You got some of them got the fiberglass pole, so it's a little lighter, inlaid air, gives you a little more advantage just to keep the air in.
But it doesn't have the strength when the wind builds to this.
Exactly. They cost more and they break more easily. But I mean, it's just part of the equipment. It's part of the deal. Today it'd be interesting how the effect happens, because in this group, right, they got a lot more breeze, so there's a lot more pressure, especially when what's nice about when you have waves is that actually when you start surfing, it releases the pressure on the rig, right? You start going as fast as the wind, whereas here there's no waves to really surf, so you don't really depressurize the pole. And as you saw a little bit, it got a little out of hand on Bruno, but he managed to pick it up quick and get them back up on the way upwind.
Well, they'd have lost a little bit of distance. I mean, I know we're talking fractions here and half a boat length, but
well, I know,
be
but
the difference.
You're going from a nice, comfortable 66-meter lead to, oh no, now I got to find out if I can cross. Right? I mean, where are they now?
Now we see the Russians taking the lead on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
Their angle coming around the mark was quite a bit better than the people who chose the left-hand side.
Melody Revkin tacking back into the middle of the course. Diaz Prada carrying on. Falciola and Paloschi also tacking in behind Diaz and Prada. Melody Revkin, tactically shrewd, I think, to take it to the Russian team, who are currently leading. So Diaz and Prada, it's not all going their way in this race. They had a 60-meter lead going down the leg. They had a little bit of a fluff, I think we'll call it, at that bottom mark, and you could see a lot of breeze and their jib flapping away. They'd have lost a few seconds there, precious increments of boat lengths. And Melody and Revkin just about to head across of the Russian Zivotofsky.
Nice.
I think if Augie stayed over on that side, there was a reason. My guess is he saw wind coming down the course, because he sails with a purpose, and there he goes again, back into almost to the lead. So I think they were just waiting for another puff to come down before they tacked.
Okay, well, there we see live pictures. We're looking at Melody Revkin, bow number 10, with the Russians neck and neck. On the other side, Polgar and Coy.
That's a nice close race again. I mean, this is
super close.
This is a tough lead.
This is a tough lead.
Russians a little bit in a hard spot there to try to live. There's not much room, and Melody is just going to try and pinch him out each time, and especially with the puff. But the Germans are starting to get some nice speed right on top of them. Going up the shoreline. Probably get a little bit of a wind advantage as they come up across the middle of this next beat.
Going nicely. Melody Revkin again taking the lead. Diaz and Prada having to slide behind Melody and Revkin. So
and switching sides of the course.
Yep, they're going over onto the right-hand side as the sailors look up to the top mark. Russians in good position there, good strong position, covering the two to the left and right of them. Polgar and Coy, bow number 7. The Germans, who this is their home club, doing a nice job as Melody decides to tack over. Polgar and Coy taking the far right hand. They're allowed to go as far as they want. There are no restrictions.
It looked like they were in good breeze over there.
Other than depth.
They did look like they're in good breeze. Melody and Prada duking it out with the Russians. Melody and Revkin duking it out with the Russians. Diaz and Prada perhaps down into 3rd and 4th. And just through that sail we can see Ivan Melody. It is a great shot. Concentrating with the blue woolly hat on. Josh Revkin ducking under the boom. And there go our Russian friends. Nice.
That's got some breeze. Look at that shore. I mean, those things the covers are moving. The trees are blowing hard. Nice puff there.
You can see the puffs hitting the sails, leaning the boat over.
Ooh.
Polgar and Koi gained a little bit out there on the edge.
It looks like it. I mean, well, it's always a bit of a tricky angle, when you have these cameras, but definitely looking sweet. I think they'd like to take it into the house with a nice lead to the home court.
Well, just staying on the live shot for a second, they're sliding along upwind, and these boats terribly graceful, aren't they? They have a graceful line, and they just slide along, and it's classic sailboat racing.
Yeah, so much sailboat racing has gone to very modern boats, foiling, and when you look at the Star class, it's just classic beauty, and they look simple, but they're not simple to sail.
Yeah, a purist class, I would say, but lessons for everyone in fleet racing, from some of the best all-round racers in the world here. Diaz and Prada just tacking over, Polgar and Koi in the middle, and they're all within that cone heading up to the top mark. Quite a bit more racing in our 9th and final race of the day. There's Melby and Revkin tacking in, and they're going to have to duck behind the German team of
Speer and Speer.
The Speers. And who's 31? The Russians, Zvitovsky and Schneer. All right, they've fallen back a little bit. They've lost a little bit on this leg. But overall, it's been a great day for Zvitovsky and Schneer. They're doing a good job, and they could get to that top mark first. Melby Revkin playing the middle, and they'll tack back onto port, and we'll see if they can cross our Russian friends as they head back towards the club. Can they get ahead of the Russian team?
You know, it's
The
interesting.
Russian team coming in with speed. Nope.
Yeah, no, it was a bad puff for them.
Almost every team that's gone to the left, they're not able to cross back to the right. They either have to tack away again or duck boats. So in this beat, you've seen the right pay off.
Russians were holding out Melby just there, and that's opened the door for Speer and Speer to take the lead. Very nice for Speer and Speer. Nicely done.
It's sehr gut.
Sehr good. Really, nice job, boys.
Okay, great shot. Looking back towards the club as they go round on their second lap.
Okay, there's Koi. All right.
Been a little bit of mix-up here.
Diaz and Prada, bow number 3, just coming around behind Melby and Revkin. The heat is on. Augie Diaz as Polgar and Koi take them on around the outside. Inside track looking good. And then right behind there is Torben Grael with Stefano Lilia, the Brazilians, bow number 8, neck and neck with the Germans with bow 7. That's going to be a close run for those two teams. Marcus Koi on the bow, the big German, the unit, as Loué calls him. I've got to tell you, he scared me, Marcus Koi, when I first met him, but he's such a charming fellow.
He's a gentle
Lovely.
giant.
Yep.
Yeah.
And those two guys having a great day. And how's this for a run? We've got 3 boats in a lineup, 3 class acts hammering down.
It'll be interesting to watch Torben here because he's in the middle. We sometimes call that a sandwich. It's very hard to stay in that middle position.
Squeezed out,
exactly,
isn't he?
you get the big squeeze. But if he gets it behind a little bit, he can then choose to cover the air of either boat.
Yeah. The sandwich. Learning a lot today. That's another terminology I'd never heard of. The auto tack, or whatever it was.
The auto tack, yeah.
Yeah. The sandwich and the photo finish, you know, the dual finish. So it's all going on here in Hamburg. Hope you're enjoying it. We'll fire up some Twitter action tomorrow. So if you're watching at home and at work, you can pile in some questions and chit chat.
Who's watching at work?
So no, we're hoping you're watching at work. Great. We do know that you know, a lot of people just keep it on a little window and keep it babbling away and tune into the dramatic mark roundings and bits like that.
Well, we used to have Josh Revkin's dad Twitter in, except he's actually with us today.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get him tweeting while he's on shore.
And there they go, downwind. Still very close, this race. The 9th and final race of the day. And it is our Russian friends, Zivotofsky and Schneer, 25 meters ahead of Melby and Revkin. Now, at the end of this race, Melby and Revkin are going to be, you know, top 5, top 3. They're they're in good shape here. This is a great start to their City Grand Slam. Diaz and Prada also not too bad. They're looking good overall, having a good day. The reigning world champions. I mean, quite a few world champions on this track. We'll give you a stat tomorrow, but there's at least 10 world champions competing.
If you take the world champions and Olympians, we got high numbers.
We do. Okay, so good speeds. Lue is on our camera boat and battling down the track. Over to you, Lue.
Yes, Digby, we've had a slight drop in pressure, and it's not consistent across the lake. So I think that's accounting for some of the snakes and ladders we just had in that last leg. It's interesting to see Melembu and Revkin up there doing so well, but also Augie Diaz and Bruno Prada, who've been doing a hell of a lot of sailing together recently, going right back to the Europeans, and they've definitely in form. And I think you can have a look at that for the qualifiers, see who's actually in form out on the lake here. And you know, from this heat, definitely those two. Again, I haven't got the maths in front of me, but you know, who's making the top 10 out of the red fleet? We'll have to wait and see. But there's still a lot of golf in this hole, as they say yet. So we've got one more lap, I believe. Is that right, guys? And then we've got a windward finish.
Yeah, they're down through the bottom gate and then
up to the finish.
Yeah,
this won't be the finish.
It's very compressed now down at the bottom mark, and I think we're going to see a lot more place changes before this last race is done and dusted, Digby.
Look at that.
Well, there's a lot of boats extremely close together, none more so than first and second. Zivotofsky and Schneer, Melby and Revkin almost neck and neck. Melby taking the lead again. Great stuff from the Norwegian with the American crewman Josh Revkin, the youngster, and these two barreling down towards the bottom gate. And just behind them in third, Diaz and Prada, who led for quite a while, but on the previous gate rounding they had a bit of a moment, small moment, but perhaps it distracted them and took their eye off the ball. But here we go, Melby and Revkin engaging the Russians, taking them on. It's like a Napoleonic duel out here on the water.
Well, it looks like they're trying to go for the left-hand gate, which will put them on the right-hand side going upwind. And that's been the side that has paid the last two upwinds. So they clearly want that left-hand gate.
Zivotofsky and Schneer just staying in that straight line. You can see the track there, less maneuvering. They're going to take one side. Melby and Revkin going to take the other. And here's an interesting scenario. We'll see who comes out top on this. It's pretty much neck and neck, simultaneous mark rounding at the bottom. Diaz and Prada just carving a little closer to the mark. Virtual Eye is showing us. Then a bunch of boats right behind them.
Wow, I mean, the Danes got inside. The second Brazilians come in. They get ahead of Grail. That's well, I guess that's the pressure. That's what happens. I mean, you get a little pressure to come down. It's going to push the guys in the back of the fleet a little bit more and make it more compressed. That's a great.
No, it wouldn't surprise me if Augie tacks here. Augie and Bruno Prada. We'll see. Live shots now as the Russians make their way up the track.
Sail luffing like that is never fast.
No, not at all. Somebody else getting to our bow 99. I do apologise. I don't think we've quite got the.
They haven't made it onto our list yet.
Yeah, they obviously were late entries last night. Good on them. Melby and Revkin beginning to pull ahead on that right-hand side. Diaz Prada staying on the left. They're sticking to it with the Russians, Zivotofsky and Schneer.
Ooh, look at this
So a
little
bit of a
boulder
split
on
here, Louis, as they
Torben Grail heading all the way off to the right-hand side.
split up. Now on our camera boat, they're coming up towards us. Down the barrel. Russians tacking back, taking it into the middle.
Nice.
Very
Good
nice.
job, boys.
Nice job. Consistent sailing
Yeah,
by
they won
the
it.
Russian duo. They'll be taking on Grail over there, and Melleby.
That's a nice shot.
And
Look at
Revkin.
it just cooking.
They are cooking. That is the right word.
Well, you know, a lot of the Russians sail on lakes outside Moscow. So I'm not sure where this team is from, but it's a good bet that they do quite a bit of lake sailing.
We shall collar them when they come in and have a little chat, find out a little bit more about Zivotofsky, Alexei and Lev Schneer, and find out where they're from and what they're up to. But there they go, upwind, and they're about to engage. Again, another mini naval battle.
Oh, hike it out. Oh, no, nice. Open the door for them.
Yeah.
Or they give them some breathing room.
That's Skit and Aronsen from Denmark, about 62 Danes.
Wow, these are some great
Here
shots.
come Torben Grail, Stefano Lilia, right of shot, bow number 8. All smoothly sailing upwind and taking these gusts in their stride and reacting. And it really is a blitz chess, this speed chess, quick reacting to the different wind shifts going around. The young American was telling us earlier, Luke Lawrence, that he'd done, I don't know, 30 tacks in 20 minutes. And they were pretty tired when they came off the water. And that was in much lighter breeze. So up they go. Melleby and Revkin have managed to climb into the lead in race 3 of the Red Fleet. And that'll be their 3rd bullet, I think, of the day. Is that right?
It's not over yet.
It's not over yet.
We've seen that size lead dwindle down pretty quick. I mean, I think they had that lead was dwindled down every single leg.
Yeah.
Downwind leg so far.
Getting a bit of a header there.
Look at that curve.
Big header. And normally when you get a header that big, if it was a normal race course, you would tack.
Look at it, still curving.
Just depends what the next puff is that's coming down.
Well, a classic sailing shot. The
Now it
white
looks like
sails.
the Russians have gained a bit.
They have. They have. White sails against blue skies, blue waters, and spring foliage around Lake Ulster. Zivotofsky and Schneer are Russian duo. Tacking away. We're getting a really good look at the top of their sail. The 3 telltales flying away with this vast mainsail, catching every puff of breeze. And it looks like they're on rails, sliding their way upwind on the classic starboat, back towards the yacht club, the NRV, our hosts for the first ever SSL City Grand Slam. And the jury boat keeping a close eye. These guys now heading towards the finish line just off the clubhouse. Melleby and Revkin doing a superb job in race 3. It's going to be pretty tight at the overall top of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
As we watch the live pictures across the lake. And that's Simonsen and Lopez from Brazil who've managed to claw their way up.
It's Torben Grail there, about 8, just
Yeah,
coming into the
right through
picture.
top. Should be close.
Nice puff right there. You can look at the water. And Augie Diaz and Bruno Prada, USA and Brazil.
You can actually just hear them crushing through the water.
You can.
Going to the barn.
Great stuff. Now, virtually, It's quite hard to tell where the finish is, actually. I'm not sure they've put it in. But it is still Melleby. Oh, yes, there it is. Thanks, guys. Melleby, Revkin approaching the finish line just off the marina, the club marina there. Melleby, Revkin, the Norwegian-American duo getting together, sailing for the first time together here in Hamburg and getting 3 bullets. So they are absolutely on fire. That's a great duo. They'll be pretty happy tonight. There they go towards the finish with the clubhouse in the background. Lovely picture. The Russians in second, Brazilians up there in third and fourth. And you can see at the club, the rest of the fleet's all out there watching, the rest of the sailors watching this finish of the third and final race of the day. Well, nicely done by Ivan Melleby and Josh Revkin as they go through the line and back towards the clubhouse. Second position looks like the Spears from Germany, and then our Russians in third.
No, they're not. Yeah.
No, not quite.
93.
Who's got through third?
Russians.
It was the Zhivatovsky and Schneer. And then looks like Torben Grail.
Torben Grail.
Stefano
and
Lilja.
Skit and Aronson. Diaz and Prada in that top 5.
That's a good job.
Some close finishes coming up here.
It looks like the Brazilians might get the Diaz and Prada.
That's close, isn't it? Hard to call visually.
Whoops.
That's a close finish, isn't it? This one.
For sure.
Good. I like the upwind finish. You know, it's a little bit more. You know, you got to throw in those tactics. You got to keep working hard.
I think this finish line was a little smaller.
Yeah.
Wow, look at them go.
Okay, about 46, Guido Faciola and Luca Palosci. Okay, the Dutch, bow 73, Van Dalen and Flyer.
Okay. Well, you have to stick with our live shot.
Kohler and Knoll, Germans just crossing the line now. Followed by Richter and Kohler. The German Armada coming in here. Helmsberg and Schulbach, bow 45, just crossing the line now.
That's sweet to have a nice little jaunt in. You know, it doesn't take long. A little victory. It's still warm. It's still good.
There's nothing
Very
worth
nice. There's the beer waiting for you on the
finishing
dock.
a race and having to sail upwind to go in. So it's nice that they can just reach in.
In they go.
Full pin. Get that main down.
I think we've got a lot more people finishing over at the pin end of the finish line that we can't see right now.
Okay. Well, that is us for the day, really. We've had 9 races, and it's been a long day for us in the studio.
Do we have a prize for somebody who watched all 9 races with us?
Yeah, that'll be cool.
Number 1 viewer.
We'll get the whole Twitter thing going tomorrow, the hashtag Star Sailors hashtag, and we'll try and get some conversation going.
But
nice in that final fleet, the red fleet, it really was down to Ivan Melleby, Josh Revkin, the Norwegian-American duo, absolutely nailing it, coming in, all guns blazing. And in the blue fleet, it looked like the Polish Kuznedowicz and Jitsky with 3 bullets. So those 2 pairs of sailors are going to be top of the leaderboard going into tonight. That's day 1 of our 5-day regatta at the first ever SSL City Grand Slam. If you want to see the overall results, they'll actually are calculating those as we speak.
Yeah.
Just go to the site, starsailors.com, and you'll see them there within minutes. Let's just get a final word from Louis before we pull the plug. Louis, how's your day been out there?
It's been absolutely fantastic, Digby. We've had a great time out here, and you know, we came here. This is, you know, I think all of us who are commentating have never been here before, and I have to say, it's the most perfect setting to go yacht racing. And we'll be heading into the clubhouse soon. And did you know that it's Shane's birthday today?
Oh.
So I think, you know, Shane was thinking more of a hot chocolate with some candles on it than a cold beer straight away. He's got about 5 layers of clothing on. But we've had a marvellous day out here, Digby, and what a wonderful place to come yacht racing. Really enjoyed it. Thank you very much to the... have to get this right. It's the I'll give it...
Norddeutsche Regatta Verein.
Yes, well, we'll raise a kleiner Steiner or whatever they do here, and
Eine kleine Steiner.
Eine kleine Steiner, and it's Shane's birthday, so we'll have to sing happy birthday when we get in.
Well, Shane is our camera operator on the Fleur, the big gyro stabilized lens. Our America's Cup camera is very exciting from AMI Productions. And happy birthday, Shane! Thanks so much for doing a marvelous job, and to our driver. Out there. What's her name again, Louis, or your boat driver?
Well, her name is Inga, and she's never done this before, so she's now called Inga the Winger.
Inga the Winger.
But she's done a fantastic job. Well done, Inga, and you're a member of the yacht club here. The Norddeutsche Verein Regatta. There you go.
Okay, so farewell, Shane and Louis and Inga. Thank you for your diligence today. I know you've had some, you know, it's been quite tight for you manoeuvring about there. We're going to go back to our beauty shot. You guys done for the day, and we'll have a beer with Shane. I think it's possibly 49 today, so not quite.
I don't know you're allowed to say his age.
Am I? I think
39.
I am.
39 sounds
39.
much better.
Yeah. Okay.
Like me.
And the final words here for Kathleen and Tyler. Interesting day. No one quite knows what to expect, and no one quite knew how the City Grand Slam was going to go. I think it was pretty interesting. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was. And it was really nice to see some of the German teams get up there. We had quite a few teams that were fairly consistent, Vater Morv, and probably about 2 or 3 other teams that we don't really see in the top 10 on the international circuit. I've seen them in the Europeans last year with some very good races, but it's really nice to see them up here in the top 5 at this regatta in their home country and possibly at their home club.
Yeah, and I think the conditions, I mean, what a wide range, going from almost nothing at one point to, 15, 16 knots. So, I mean, big variables. It'll be interesting what we get tomorrow. Everybody's had a little bit of a chance to try different stuff, and we've got a really tight leaderboard. So
we do indeed.
Do better than that.
Okay, thanks for watching, and do join us again tomorrow. German time, we're on at 10 to 10. That's the first start's going to be 10:05. So tune in to us about 10 to 10 tomorrow morning, German time, and we'll go through day 2 of the SSL City Grand Slam and see how it goes. But right now, the top of the leaderboard is, as you say, extremely tight. We've had some amazing starts and good stuff. We'll go and chat to some of the sailors now and get you a bit more info about the club. And it could be a completely different scenario tomorrow with the
New
forecast.
Fleets,
Lighter winds, and they're going to mash up the fleets a little bit mathematically so that everyone gets to race everybody. So farewell, thanks to the camera team, to the Virtual Eye guys, to Andy, who's been doing the vision mixing and everybody, and our editors and cameramen running around, and we will see you tomorrow. Cheers.